2 days down in Milan, and we've already seen so much competitive cricket with 11 teams starting. They're all really, really good teams. Only 4 will get to the finals in just over a week's time. Today, we get to see the 9th, 10th, and 11th teams hit the park. So after today, we'll have seen everybody, and there's some really good talent on show. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 3 here in Milan, and this series is in full swing at the moment, isn't it? 11 teams, 11 really talented teams as well, going head to head at this Milan cricket ground. And today we'll get to see the 3 teams we haven't seen so far in the first 2 days. So we have an absolute banger of a game first up. Brescia CC, well, last year they were 3rd in the whole of Europe. They were ECL representatives, making it all the way through to Championship Week. They are taking on Trentino Aquila, another talented team. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in match 11.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. We ball first.
So it is Brescia CC that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Seems to be a bit of a trend here, teams wanting to chase, wanting to know exactly what they have to do. So Trentino Aquila will have to bat first. And look, I think that their captain, Ali Saqib Ashad, maybe not the worst thing to try and get some runs on the board and apply some scoreboard pressure. He's a really important player, I think, particularly with the ball, but also he's more than a handy batter. Probably see him around the 4 position. I think always a Sheik as well. He is pretty important. He's probably where they're going to look for the runs as well. And not sure where they'll bat him exactly, but I think he'll play a bit of a leading role. Trentino Aquila, again, they haven't had too much success in ECN cricket, but they are experienced. This is their 3rd time playing in ECN cricket. Let's talk about Brescia CC though. They look stacked to me. I mean, this is a team, they have never actually won an ECN trophy in Italy, but they were domestic champions in 2021, and that is why they represented Italy in the ECL in 2022, making it all the way to Championship weekend and making it to 3rd place in the whole of Europe. So they're a good team. They've got Baba Hussain back. That is super important. He's made an ECL century, likely to bat at 3, but like I say, they look stacked. Ali Raza Islam, really important all-rounder. And then you look at the fact that someone like Imad Khan is batting 7. I mean, that's quite ridiculous, really. Yasser Dulu as well. This is a guy that loves to give the ball a thump. He's likely to open the batting, but we'll have to wait for the second half of the game to see him. Let's talk about conditions today in Milan. Well, the bad news is the grass hasn't had a haircut yet, so I still think it will be a little bit slow. Bit of morning dew around as well, so I think that causes problems for everybody, really. Bowlers don't like bowling with a slippery ball. Fielders don't like catching it. Batters, no, it's harder to hit further when the ball gets a bit waterlogged and heavy. So maybe a slightly low-scoring opportunity this morning. But looking at some of these players, I find that hard to believe. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 21, currently about 11 to get this one going. Danny Hudacek is in the marshmallow again as we get ready for the first ball. Danny, this should be an absolute cracker of a game. Brescia CC have won the toss. They've sent in Trentino Aquila. Let's get over to you now and get ready for the start of day 3, the start of match 11.
Well, thanks, Vinny. As we see a lovely a shot of the ground from above, and you can see how the potato field looks and the ground itself. Obviously, it's an athletic field as well as a football field, and the lush grass compared to last year. So it's going to be a fascinating day's cricket. It's day 3, match number 11 between Brescia CC and Trentino Aquila. It's going to be a cracker. 2 very good sides. I'm going to get underway in a few minutes' time with this game. We'll see some new teams again. I think we'll see the remainder of the teams from this tournament today. Plus Bergamo will rejoin us. So here's just a little summary of a couple of the games from yesterday. So match 6, Kings 11. Not getting off to the best start. Fresh Tropical, the reigning champions here in Milan over the last 2 years, got off to a good start with a narrow victory with 3 balls remaining. It was start of a very good day's cricket yesterday. Match 7, Janjur Brescia against Kings 11. Kings 11 losing 2 in a row. Janjur Brescia looking very impressive. It was a sparkling 57 or 20 from Amadullah Safi, Mr. 100%, that got Janjur Brescia over the line. Now, match 8. We'll see in a moment. It was the debut of Milan United for this tournament. They managed to struggle to get 66 after being in all sorts of trouble early, and Fresh Tropical, a very good side, managed to get it with a couple of overs remaining. They did it pretty hard though. It's just 1 or 2 overs in the middle that pumped that score up, and it was a good score by, there we go, Milan United. Again, not really getting up to a high enough score. Only a 7 over game. It was a reduced over game because of a thunderstorm that came through yesterday. Janjur Brescia got over the line. Again, not too convincingly with Janjur Brescia, but they did enough to win. They're a very good side, Janjur Brescia. As I said, a reduced over game there. Then we had the final. Go ahead to match 10, the final game of the day. Fresh Tropical against Janjur Brescia. It was a bit of a classic, fantastic game. Janjur Brescia and Fresh Tropical were undefeated coming into that last game, but it was Janjur Brescia that got over the line. A fantastic innings by Hamza Saad and also Kuldeep Lal right at the end, and that man Amadullah Safi got them over the line. So the players are coming onto the field. As we see the table, Janjur Brescia undefeated up top. Chivadate surprise, 2nd place, did fantastically well on the first day, and Fresh Tropical, the defending champions, as I said before, up in 3rd place. Every team will play each other once. Top 4 go through to finals Friday. As we see the team information, the top 3 there for Brescia will be vital when they bat, but it's Brescia, the Brescia captain, Kalab Sabjad, who won the toss, elected to bowl, which I think is a very good decision on this pitch. Just give them a bit of time. It is their first game, and there's a little bit of dew on the ground. And Adil Ahmed and Mirza Beg should be the openers for Trentino here. A bit to prove, I think. They are still from northern Italy, but a lot further east. So the expected score is 101 to 98. Of course, this is from past games. It's not an indication of what's happening in this tournament, because this is the first game for both of these teams. So, welcome to the Marshmallow, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. Nothing soft about these two teams.
No.
Brescia CC, like I said, last year they were in the ECL representing Italy as the champion club, and they made it all the way to Championship Week. They ended up 3rd in the whole of Europe. So to be 3rd in the whole of Europe is a pretty good feat. Trentino Aquila, I mean, they've played some really good cricket in ECS cricket last couple of years without making a final, but they've been about as close as you can get on 2 occasions. Now, we saw them in Venice in 2021, and we saw them in Bologna last year. They travel about 4 hours to be here.
Yeah.
From Trentino. So, look, should be a great game. Great to see some familiar names on both teams. And this looks like Javed Mohammed's going to get us going. Beautiful day, isn't it? I mean, we've really hit the sweet spot, I think, about when to come. Hopefully avoid the thunderstorm today. Slip in place as well. So wherever you watch it from around the world, great to have your company. Strap yourselves in for a big day of cricket. Day 3 on the way. And it is Javed Mohammed to get us started. Oh, and the first ball is an absolute seed from Javed Mohammed. How did this miss?
I missed everything, didn't it, Vinny?
That's Adil Ahmed. That is a very good ball to survive. Have a look at this bend right to left. Look at that.
Oh.
And the keeper as well. Couldn't believe what happened to that. He was heading down the leg side when he saw that come out of the hand of Javed Mohammed. But
unplayable, that delivery.
That's where you just got to thank the man upstairs. Your stumps are still intact. Oh, so lucky the second time. Wow. What a couple of balls to start the day for Javed Mohammed. The off stump is out of the ground, and Adil Ahmed, he might be having nightmares about that tonight because he got 2 unplayable deliveries, and this one knocked out his off stump.
That's amazing. What brilliant bowling from Afridi. That's can hardly believe it.
I don't think you need words to describe something like that. I mean, as far as like first 2 balls of the day, we're talking about players being a bit rusty coming off the off-season. Well, I don't know what Javed Mohammad's been doing, but I think he should keep doing it. And, well, Derek has an early start to the day as well, but I don't care who you are. That is very, very difficult. To get good players out, you've got to move the ball off the straight, and that's exactly what he does here.
That's a beauty from Javed Mohammad. That's 2 in a row.
No real footwork there, but, I mean, you can't criticise the batter so much. I think you just got to tip your hat to the bowler and say, that is a fantastic start to the first over.
It's not what you want first thing in the morning. That's amazing bowling. So much control too.
Yeah, I mean, to get the control and the movement, that's the key. Wow. All right. So, Trentino Aquila know they're in a fight. This is Mirza Baig, who's coming out in the number 3 position. And I'm so glad he didn't get such a good view of those first 2 like we did, because that'll be in your head. Next one, yeah, he is mortal. Well, it does get a good outswing. This one's just a bit more outside the off stump.
That's a Shane Warne. That's moved a mile.
Yeah, just look at the prodigious outswing he's getting. Yeah, look where the keeper takes that. I mean, he's outside the line of the pitch by the time he takes it, so he's getting a good natural curve. What I would say, I mean, is he's bowling outswingers now. You should know that, at least from that first ball, so you can kind of play for a little bit. It's a bit tough first up when you don't really know what's coming. So you can see that he makes that adjustment. Oh, big trouble. Could be run out here. I think he's going to be gone, and can you believe it? It's going to be a diamond duck. And, this is just an absolute disaster. Check it out here on the replay. This is Mirza Baig, mentioned him a moment ago. Slips on the grass. Again, running on the grass, probably not so smart. The fielder was smart. He took a bit of extra time to run in and get a bit closer to the target. So, that hurts. There's none for 2. Down and out.
It's not the greatest start for Trentino. They've come 4 hours here, and I think it's a fantastic toss to win for Brescia CC. As you can see, there was a movement early on, and then this one with a slip. Just that dampness in the outfield. Just no overnight rain. There's just a bit of dew, and it makes it quite slippery.
Oh, boy. Well, I thought they might open with Ashika Ways. Effectively, he is. He's taken the position of the opener at the other end. No runs. And...
oh, another one.
Now, yeah. Yeah, so I will say, because the kind of morning dew that you get here, I think running on the grass is a bit difficult. If you have to change direction, which is what he had to do then. Because, of course, you don't have the metal spikes like you would on a turf pitch. So, I mean, if I was batting, I'd probably be batting just inside the... I'd be running, I should say, just on the edge of the artificial surface. I just think it's a bit more of a shore surface if you have to manoeuvre yourself. Now he's going to bang one down the ground for 4. And that's good batting. I mean, you have to fight fire with fire. And Lovepreet, again, now he's playing for the outswing. So one thing you would say about Javed Mohammad, he's kind of swinging it from the hand a little bit. And so a good finish to the first over for Trentino Aquila, but some damage was done, wasn't it? 4 for 2 after 1. What a first over of the day.
Yeah, fantastic over from Brescia CC. And, as I said, a good toss to win.
So I was just going to say, Maya Patel has read my mind. I've got Andrus on the task to present to make a diamond Derek.
Diamond Derek.
Because a diamond Derek run out without facing a ball. We have a golden Derek now.
Yeah.
The diamond's rarer, but diamonds are rare. That's why they're precious.
Yeah.
And that is Andrus's job for the day. As if he's not busy enough. Anyway, it looks like this is going to be Ali Raza Islam to bowl over number 2. Oh, what a start for Brescia CC.
Yeah, what a great start.
And look, the thing with that run out, it may have been a chance for a run out anyway, because there was a bit of miscommunication. But the fielder identified that Mirza had slipped, and then he could actually steal another 5 metres and got to almost point blank range, didn't he? So
he did throw. I've seen a lot of those missed.
Yeah, that's true.
So he might have been better just to run up to the stumps, because he did have a bit of time.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Ali Raza Islam, good player. Gets driven through the covers. This probably pulls up, I think, at this stage of the day. We'll get back for a couple. Ali Razzie Islam had a really good ECL in 2022 against some of the best players in Europe. He really stood out. We saw him at the top of the order. Super important. I think he was in the top 2 or 3 run scorers and also bowled really well. So I'm really excited to see him again.
Yeah, some quality players in this pressure lineup, as there are in the Trentino team. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Brescia CC. It's a few years ago, a couple of years ago, I saw them up in Brescia. They were very impressive.
Pins his ears back here, always. Sends inside edge onto his pads. Yeah, look, here's the thing. Trentino Aquila, okay, maybe not the reputation on ECN that Brescia CC have, but they're a very good cricket team. Like I said, in 2021, we saw them in Venice. They finished second with a 5-3 record, and then they ended up kind of going out in the semi-final stage. They just had a bit of a collapse. Got rock and rolled for 66 against Royal Cricket Padova. And then last year they had a pretty good series as well. Goes for this, but he hasn't quite got it. Fielder making ground, and whoa, almost gets there, doesn't he? That's Isanullah. Now, he's a player we haven't seen before. He's a fairly good young player. It's just recently arrived, and he had an opportunity to take a catch over the shoulder here.
Well, it's a tough chance, though, especially early in the morning, running back. And
to get 2 hands to it, I mean, yeah, not an easy one, but that would have been a good confidence booster for him if he'd been able to get there. So yeah, Trentino Aquila last year, it was a funny kind of format we had in Bologna. Come back to that in a second. This one gets through everyone, including the keeper, Nasir Hussain. They've got Yasadulu in the side, but he's not keeping today. So Nasir doing the job. That swing just doing him a little bit. Yeah, so it was a 9-team format, but it was a 1-week tournament in Brescia, and it was to decide which team gets to the Super Series. They had 2 groups of 4. The top 2 went through to the finals, plus Venezia as previous champions of that region. But Trentino topped their group of 4. They were undefeated, but then same sort of thing. Ended up going down in the match before the final qualifier 2, where they were kind of blown away by Cricket Stars. But Trentino Aquila, I mean, they are a team that have won a lot of games on the network. It's a really stern test for them first up.
A very difficult test for them. But, it wasn't an ideal start. There's still plenty to go in this game. We're still just almost halfway through the power play, so 7 for 2 doesn't look pretty, but I'm sure it'll change.
I had a question from Kai. Has the grass been cut since yesterday? Well, short answer, no. I think the plan is to cut it tonight. Just speaking to Mickey, who does a really good job with the facility. You've got to realise, obviously, the resources, I guess, are fairly limited. If you want, I'm actually going to post a highlights video of it's a random game from last year. Have a look at what this field looked like last year, because I talked about it yesterday, and we actually looked it up last night, didn't we?
Oh,
we were having a drink after work, and we couldn't believe it's the same place, to be honest. Tries to kind of half pull, half swap this.
Just with the grass, do you think that giving in another trim will make it significantly faster?
I don't know if it's significantly faster, but it's the type of grass it is.
Yeah.
It's fairly thick. So even if it's shorter, I'm not sure it'll be lightning. But I mean, like I said, it's just nice to see some grass here at all. It's very pretty. And this is it. You never make everyone happy. I mean, last year everyone was saying, why isn't there grass? Well, it's because there was a drought and there were water restrictions, so that kind of makes sense. Everyone thinks there's too much grass.
They must have reseeded it. There's no way it grew back naturally, because it was like the Gobi Desert.
It was significant, the amount of red dirt. And anyway, we get to the end of the second over. 7 for 2. After 2, if you want to have a look at the table, after a pretty good over from Ali Razzie Islam, only conceding 3 in the second over. And it's Jandril Brescia, 3-0, leading the table. What a day they had yesterday, including pretty tight win, but a significant win over Fresh Tropical in the last game of the day.
I think apart from the Milan United game, in fact, which was still a bit of a struggle for them, they did win those 3 games, but they weren't totally convincing in any of them. But it is the first day, and I don't think any team was really that convincing in any of the games that they've played. Some have played 2, some have played 3, and Jandril Brescia got the 3 wins, but they had to work for it against some other very good sides. Fresh Tropical probably had a little off day as well. even though they won 2.
Yeah, they certainly weren't quite themselves. I think they missed Amir Sharif a little bit just to kind of shore up their batting at the top of the order as well. Javed Mohammed comes back for over number 2. So it doesn't really bend as much. Swing is kind of the dark arts, and just a bit like the wind, it can come and go at times. And this first one doesn't really bend the way that the ball in the first over did. That's partly also to do with the ball getting a bit older. I know it's not old, but definitely it's run across the outfield a few times now. It's picked up a bit of moisture.
Yep.
Let's see if he gets the same kind of movement this time around.
It was cutting away because of the swing, mainly. Let's have another look. And yes, he's gone for that.
That may not even go for 4, you know.
No.
That's always a bit of an ego blow for the fast bowler. But that also tells you all you need to know about the outfield at this point of the day.
He allowed
3 wides.
He allowed for the swing there,
Yeah.
and it didn't swing, and that's why it went down leg side. And so he'll have to change his tactics now because the swing is on the ball stopped. And I think it's mainly due to the slightly damp outfield with the dew. And but we saw also that the batsman in the first over slipping. So it's just surface. The sun will dry that up very quickly. The ground will get a little bit faster as well as the day goes on.
Yeah, and see now, it's actually quite significant how much things have changed in just about, 7 or 8 minutes, really. But that's the nature of swing bowling. And this is why also I normally say, if someone's swinging the ball like he was, bring him back on straight away.
Yeah.
But this is just one occasion where I think that the condition of the ball has changed so significantly just in the space of a couple of overs. Think about when it was driven along the ground for 4, and obviously that one, it certainly has neutralised that movement. So this is fairly straight, but picked out the deep mid-wicket for 1.
It's no reflection on the quality of the ball either. It's to do with just that dampness, and it stops the ball from swinging. And
to get the ball to swing, you want as close to a kind of, as smooth as possible ball. And consistent. I say spherical, except for the seam. And that's kind of what you're looking for aerodynamically. And once you have even water on the ball, slightly uneven, the 2 halves of the ball, and you just lose that natural swing. It gives you the confidence to play shots like this, straight down the ground. Lovepreet hits him straight back over his head. And cuatro carreras, what a good shot that is. And I'll tell you right now, Adil Ahmed's probably sitting saying, in the dugout saying, why did I have to go out there? Why did I put my hand up to face the first ball and the second ball, essentially get cartwheeled? Because now it's looking a very different proposition out there.
Yeah, that's the thing with the swing bowlers. If the ball doesn't swing, then you've got fewer weapons to use. And that was just a straight ball that was hit past him, the bowler. And he's a lot easier to face now than he was in the first couple of deliveries.
Yeah. Still not easy though. Javed Mohammed, good bowler. Make the adjustment. And so you can see now he's just got a slightly different tactic. Even his wrist release is a bit different because he knows the ball's not going to swing the way it did in the first over. And that's tough because you can practice bowling in the warm-up all you like, but then you get a certain particular ball, you don't really know what it's going to do.
That one went in a little bit.
Yeah, I think that might have been the one he kind of slightly rolls his hand down the right-hand side of the ball, just slightly. Half a cutter. Same thing there. So, I mean, he's a good bowler because he makes the adjustment now. I think he knows he's not going to have that big hooper. So he's basically starting the ball on the stumps or just outside the off stump, whereas in the first over, he could really kind of angle it in towards the batter's legs, knowing he was going to straighten it down the line and hoop it away. This is why, as a swing bowler, and it used to be what I did, you got to really enjoy when it's working for you because it won't always be. As quick as it came, it went. Same kind of a ball, wasn't it? Just up in the block hole, into the power play. Still a very good power play for Brescia with those 2 wickets in the first over. 16 for 2. 17 for 2, pardon me, after 3.
Going back to swing bowling, that was my weapon as well. I bowled outswing, and I could keep it pretty consistent. And I always found that in conditions like this where it's pretty dry in the air, it won't swing as much. The cloudier, or even I remember bowling in Spain and it was humid.
Yeah.
And I could get the ball swinging. It was swinging through. I think I bowled 19 overs straight that day.
Yeah.
And it was still swinging, and it's just because of the moisture in the air. But I don't know if anyone actually knows the actual physics of swing.
That's what's so amazing. No, people, like we say things like, when it's cloudy, it swings. But no one can really tell you why.
Yeah.
You know, it's just things we say. And there's plenty of times it swings when it's not cloudy. And I've seen plenty of times when it's cloudy and it doesn't. But it's just something we kind of notice. Time for some spin. And it's the captain, Kalab Sajjad, coming on. He gets hoiked away, catching opportunity and taken. So, yeah, spin comes on with immediate effect. Lovepreet basically plays this on length and tries to clear the boundary on the leg side. Looks like Riaz Madassa, former Pack Lions Getty player, that takes the catch out at deep mid-wicket. So, yeah, nice one for him as well in a Brescia CC shirt. And Lovepreet's innings comes to an end at 9. It's 17 for 3.
Yeah, it's well bowled, just in the right area for a leg spinner, and he dragged it across the line against the spin. Didn't quite get enough of it. Neat catch out there.
It was Madassa coming out at number 4. And against a team like Brescia CEC, you're just hoping you can get the jump if you're Trentino Aquila. The fact that they lost that first wicket, not much they could do about that. Obviously, the second one being a run out after a slip, it just feels a bit like a bit of bad luck more than anything. But, yeah, you've got to hand it to the bowlers as well. Okay, yes, Javed Mohammed kind of lost his line for a little bit in the first half of the third over, but apart from that, they've been pretty spot on. And Sajjad is a captain that doesn't over-bowl himself, to be honest. He's got a lot of good options, but I really like his leg spin. He doesn't bowl too many bad balls. And he's a real leader, Kalab Sajjad.
He bowls with very good control.
Yeah, you can see it right there as well. That's a ball you're not really sure. You want to go down to it. Kind of go down the pitch, or do you want to go back and cut it? It's kind of in the middle, isn't it? I've seen a lot of batters caught down the ground here. Some won't carry, it's a long off. There's Imad Khan, who's a very good fielder. He's going to take a brilliant catch in the ECL last year. But yeah, we think about how batters are getting out. A lot of them are getting caught down the ground. And I think partly it's because that ball's a bit heavier. And they're feeling like they need to elevate because it's so hard to hit 4s on this field.
Yeah.
It's kind of worth going for the 6. Slid through by Club this time, but cut away, well fielded, no run.
With a slightly slower outfield, the tendency is to try to hit the ball too hard. And so instead of trying to time the ball, you know that you're going over the top, and you don't get your valley for shots along the ground.
Yeah. And you can time it as well as you like, but it's along the ground. It's still really hard to hit it for 4. There he just tries the slog sweep. And this is a really good over. In fact, it's finished now. Blink and you'll miss it. Sajjad 1 for 1 off 1. And Brescia CC well on top after 4 overs. It is 18 for 3.
Yeah, good time to bring spin on. The power play finishes, and there's now fielders on the boundary covering. And as you saw, there was a catch taken on that boundary.
One thing I will say is that Brescia CC have been so professional here with the ball and in the field, considering this is their first match. Essentially the first match of the season, I'd imagine. A little bit of cricket probably they've played through April. But, you know, first match at, I suppose, at this level of attention. And they've been spot on so far. Either 2 wickets in the first over. And that might look okay, like it's climbing, but the scale on that graph was only 6. So not quite run a ball pace. In fact, not even close. 4.5 and over at the moment. It's Naveed Chowdhury, so a bit more spin to come. This one just drops into the block hole, but they will sneak away for a run.
You made a good point, Vinny, that it is very early in the season for these players. And each of these teams will play 10 games. And I think we see the quality of cricket and the quality players really shine throughout this tournament. And because it is just the first day for these two and the first morning for them as well. But Brescia CC looking pretty good in the field at the moment.
Oh, that would have hit a 4th stump. You see, always seems like he really wants to go leg side. It's I've not really seen a lot of batters trying to come out and get the ball on the full. But really, you got to hand it to the Brescia CC bowlers. Like I said, not bowled too many bad balls at all so far. Shows this one a little bit wider. And another dot ball. Sheikaway's. Let's just check where this one was. Oh, that's a big wide. That's been missed by the umpire. Yeah, I felt it was originally, but yeah, interesting.
It's been a good tight start though from the Brescia CC bowlers.
This one is going to be maybe 2 if you hustle. Again, good throw. Might be interesting. He said he bowls it in. Emad can't. Wow, he almost got his man.
Yeah, it was
Auditioning to get a bowl.
it was very casual coming back. Was Manashad. Let's have a look. Well, he would have been gone.
Yeah, if he bowled a Yorker, then maybe he would have he would have got him. It bounced over the stumps. Yeah, chops back down the fine leg. They'll take one. Having to work so hard for their runs at the moment.
You can see he's really trying to muscle it, but just can't get his timing right at the moment. Oase, he's 7 from 11.
Chowdhury doesn't give him too much away. In the air, it's Emad, and he takes it. So, yeah, you see the difficulty having to make all the play, make all the running. And so Chowdhury breaks through. Good reward for a tight over. Trentino Aquila is really struggling to get anything going. Every time they try, they lose a man. So it's 22 for 4 at the end of 5 overs. I want to say a very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buongiorno, welcome to the Milan Cricket Ground. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Danny Who to check with me. And a very good morning to everyone in the chat as well.
Yeah. It's nice to see everyone in the chat early in the morning, actually.
It's early, but it's not as early as it has been lately because in Cyprus, because of the time difference, and it was an hour earlier anyway, we were starting about 2 hours earlier than this. So, yeah, believe it or not, I woke up before my alarm this morning, and that's the first time in a long time that's happened, just by a few minutes. But get settled in because it's going to be a really great day of action. We've got Cricket Stars still to come, and they're a very, very good cricket team. They were in the Super Series last year, which is the top 5 clubs in Italy after ECS cricket last year. And, well, this is a pretty good player, Ali Saqib Ashad, coming out, the captain, seeing if he can do something. Anyway, this is something. There's a rare bad ball from Sajjad, and it gets smacked away. That's the one Ashik Oasis has been looking for. Maximo! The first one of the day, and it's courtesy of a full toss, low full toss, but well put away.
Well, it's the first one that hasn't really hit the pitch, and hit the trees instead.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's actually not such an easy ball to hit, even though it is a full toss, but it was probably below middle of the shin high. He went down and got it. Yeah, I think Saqib Ashad is a really talented cricketer. With the ball as well. To me, yeah, it's 6. It's a little bit low for him, to be honest, but he's got plenty of time to bat here. Now, we could have had a run out on a couple of accounts here. Yeah, this is a funny one. So they decided to take on the overthrow, and it was Ashik that wanted to get back there. But just have a look at this. I think this would have been out at the second attempt.
I tell you what, Vinny, that was absolutely rifled in.
Yeah, look
with
at
the
this.
batsman just standing there.
Yeah, exactly. Better throw would have had him.
Not the first time.
Yeah, not the first time, but yeah, you're right.
He couldn't have launched it any harder.
And the keeper was a little bit nonplussed, even with the gloves. That's well bowled. That's more where Sajjad lives, because he does get a lot of overspin, which means it kind of drops a bit on the batter. It looks like it might be a full toss, but then kind of drops into that block hole.
Yeah. It's always difficult.
I think he's a good player. Still not offside channel, but they got the deep point in place. Yeah, these balls are so easy to field compared to the last couple of series, like we said, in Cyprus, at Ipsonis, and also at Santarém in Portugal. They're balls that really take some stopping. Yeah, they're motoring when they get to you, and they're not really losing pace. If anything, they're gaining pace. So it's such a big game changer as far as the kind of expected scores on this field this year. Let's have to see where we're at. Around about the 9.5 to 10 mark at the moment. This one's hit down the ground, and it'll just be a single. So at least Saqib Ashad's off the mark.
So what do you think with Trentino at the moment? They're on 33 for 4, almost 6 overs gone. What do you think they can get up to? I mean, there's a projected score there. I think they'll get higher than that, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's assuming they're going to go kind of more or less the rate they're going right now. You'd hope that they can lift it, but it's not just going to happen, is it? Because they're already trying to be quite aggressive. He picks out the fielder, and Oasis is filthy with himself into 6 overs. It is 33 for 4, so still not quite that run of ball pace. I mean, here you're probably looking, if you can go, ideally to a ball is where you want to go from here, but that's going to be tough. They'd get them to 81. If they could even get kind of 10s, gets them up in the 70s. I mean, you don't want to ride it off too quick, but now you're fighting, and you're even fighting just to make the game close. I think if you're Trentino Aquila, maybe protect that net run rate a little bit. Obviously, they'd still like to win it, but you look at the Brescia CC batting lineup. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but I see Brescia CC collapse 1 or 2 times themselves. They had a big upset loss to Cividate back in, it was 2021, on Cividate's first ever game. Or it might have been 2022. So, yeah, it can happen. This will help, because it'll be a wide. That one will be re-bowled.
It's a little bit strange, Vinny. Over the last couple of days, and it was a good example of it yesterday, where we had a couple of tight games that are around about 60 mark. And there's been a few games that have been at 60, 65 with a score, and a few around about 100 or just below, but not much in between.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's strange that, isn't it? I mean, we had 100-plus chase last night in match 10, also 100-plus chase in match 1, but yeah, there have been a few low-scoring thrillers. Well, partly, I've got a suspicion this is for a back foot, because he was getting pretty wide. Let's have a look on the replay. Let's have a look at when Naveed lands. Does that back foot touch the...
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I mean, has to touch the ground. I mean, the umpire, again, he's got to... From his view, that looks like he touches the line. His heel can be in the air there, but I mean, as a bowler, you shouldn't be that wide anyway. So, yeah.
I think it's... Look, the inside of the line, I think it's a good call.
I think you've got to understand where the umpire's standing. I think you can totally understand why he would call that. So, free hit coming up. And Naveed Chowdhury gives a bit of a present to Awais.
It's strange. If you saw the... Remember the... oh, it's a nice shot.
Could be caught. Just got to keep it inside the field of play. And it's Imran Naveed that does. He's a pretty good bowler. We haven't seen him yet. Maybe you'll see him closing it out.
You saw the game yesterday, Milan United against Fresh Tropical, and Fresh Tropical really struggled. There was one over where they were able to get a 20-odd, but we were concerned that they weren't going to get there. And they were only chasing 66, I think.
I think it has partly to do with the mindset of chasing a score like that, where sometimes you... Especially on a field like this, boundaries don't normally just happen. I mean, like, even those little edges, those pushes, even we saw a ball fired by the fast bowler down the leg side, didn't even go to the boundary. So, I mean, you do have to kind of make a conscious effort to try and hit those boundaries, which means you're kind of limiting yourself to 1s and 2s. And then, maybe you're not getting the kind of 6-7 over that you need to chase those kind of targets. Whereas I think when you saw teams chasing 100-plus and bigger scores, they're making efforts to clear the ropes, knowing that's what they need to do. And it's amazing how often they could do it. Well, anyway,
there hasn't been a bad over here from the Brescia bowlers.
Well done, Danny. Except it's a full toss, and actually it's going to be a thumb buster for Javed Mohammed. Now they're going to go for 2. They're going to get there. Keeper didn't know how far Javed could throw it, so that's got a double whammy, isn't it? It's a full toss and a drop catch. In the end, it's 2 runs.
Yeah, that was coming quick. Yeah, right about the thumb buster. You saw him shaking his hand there.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be shaking hands with anyone for a while after that. Javed Mohammed. Last ball, the 7th coming up. And the cut's on. Let's see if this one goes. And this is frustrating as a batter, because he's nailed that cut shot. But again, he's only going to get 2 for it. So, yeah. Last couple of series, that would have been fetched from about 300 metres away. Anyway, right now, it's 43 for 4 after 7. This is what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. We have cricket from Italy over the next couple of weeks, of course, from Milan. We got the T10 International Series from Gibraltar, featuring Gibraltar, Malta and Portugal. That's a tri-series that runs 4 days towards the end of this tournament, actually. So you get 2 games at once during that period. A couple of weeks in Austria, a couple of weeks in Bulgaria. And that takes us through to the start of June. And then we'll really get into summer, and we'll be swinging all the way through. I think after that is Sweden, and after that's Romania and Hungary and the Czech Republic. So it's going to be a beautiful summer. I can feel it already. Spring is in the air, Danny, and as always, the cricket never stops.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about the ECN and the non-stop cricket. It is a sparkling day here in Milan, though.
Yeah, Doesn't get much better, to be honest. And yeah, the Birds tweeting in the background. As advertised, here's Imran Naveed coming on. And, over number 8. And he's a player again. I really like the way he goes about his business. He's a very solid bowler. Not too phased when he has to come on at the end of the innings. He's pretty accurate. Bowled well in the ECL, I thought, as well. Had a few concerns just, staying 100% fit during that tournament. But, yeah, no real weak links in the attack. I think that's what we're seeing as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
On British CC. So there's no real bowler that you think you can go after easily.
I was here 2 years ago, and there's a significant difference in the tactics employed, especially in the field, and so I'll come back to that in a moment.
Down the ground again. Doubt you can get more than one here. Think about it. It's good pick up and throw. And you can see the standards there from British CC. Riaz Madassa all over it.
Yeah, as I was saying, there's a significant difference in the way that the game's being played. And it comes from experience, coming through watching what other teams are doing and picking out the tactics for T10. And not saying that it was bad 2 years ago. It was just different. And I don't think a lot of the teams really knew how to play this format. And now they're pretty much experts at it.
Goes after this. Doesn't quite get it. It's going to fall safely, though. Clubs Sajjad backing back. They will get back for a couple.
What are the changes you've seen in the last couple of years, Vinny?
Yeah, I think a high, across the board, a higher standard of fielding.
Mm-hmm.
Not always, but I think people are working on it, and that's quite obvious, especially the teams that do well. There's a big emphasis on fielding. Naveed. Again, bustles in, gets it nice and full, and this will just be a single. And yeah, kind of mindset, this kind of unselfish mindset, whereas we used to see players maybe a bit too proud to risk their wicket, but now they realise it's in their team's best interests. And like I say, the better teams in this format, and of course, we go all the way to international level in this format now. They've got 6, 7, 8 guys that can all bang boundaries.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that, this is a low full toss, and it's almost handled by Shub one-handedly, but away goes Maximo. He's kind of been the stalwart out there, hasn't he? Now, Shub apparently told the crew that he'll be catching everything this tournament. Well, clearly it's a bit early in the morning for him because he lets that one go past. Shub took 2 catches in an innings last time we saw him in Portugal on final day. He was actually our HCL software play of the day that day. Anyway, away. Puts that ball away. Now slightly shorter from Naveed. Still not the worst over, but does go for 11. And Trentino Aquila trying to make something of this. He is 54 for 4 after 8. Yeah, so for sure, I think compared to T20 cricket, teams are certainly using a different batting order because the 4, 5, 6 spots in T20 cricket, it's a lot of pushing around, giving the strike back to a batter who might be more set and just being busy. Whereas 4, 5, 6, I think in this format, you've got to be boundary hitters and you've got to be comfortable hitting boundaries straight away. I think that's what good teams do.
So it's more than 4, 5, 6. I think it's the top 6.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of already fancy 1, 2, 3 kind of batting that way anyway because they bat in the power play and they're going to be pretty powerful. But yeah, I just think it's nice to see improvement. Yeah. We're seeing it all the time. Sally Raza Islam. This is going to be stopped by the keeper's feet. Watch this. Doesn't really bounce. This pitch, there's a bit of up and down in it. This is a proper trap. There you go. And then he had to go find it from between the feet.
I think another thing with T20, you can afford to, just in case you lose a couple of wickets, you can afford to have one of your better batsmen batting 4 or 5. Yeah. You can't afford it here. The more overs they get, the more runs they get generally. I mean, you might lose a top batsman early, but if they get going, that could be worth 30 runs in a very short time. And I don't think any batsman is playing for their average. They're just playing to get as many runs as they can as quickly as they can.
Yeah.
So, and I think you're right. The egos come out of it a bit.
That's what it is. The egos come out of it. That's a really good way to put it. And like we mentioned Abdul Safi, obviously he's a fairly decent bat, but he's normally batting down the order. I think his average is like 3.75 or something. But because you're going to get run out a lot, you're going to have to sacrifice yourself.
Yeah.
I think this is going nowhere.
Well, he's still batting 5.
Yeah.
Yesterday, which is I thought ridiculous.
He ended up
but then again, you know, teams, the captains know their players, they know what they're capable of, and they're the ones that decide the order, the batting order, and you know, it's what's best for the team. And if you have a talented batsman like Safi, who we saw yesterday hit a beautiful 50, still coming in at number 5, then obviously the captain knows more about the teams than what. Oh, got him!
Wow, that's pretty accurate, isn't it? He turns around, Ali Raza Islam. Yeah, we remember you. How could we forget? I mean, always, he's actually batted pretty bravely. He's got over half the runs, but it's been pretty tough going out there. He just tries to lift this one. Doesn't really bounce as much as he thought. But yeah, this pitch is a little bit unpredictable. Like I said, plays a bit like a turf pitch because it's not 100% consistent. It's the middle stump, and off and leg are left without what was between them. And so that innings comes to an end now, and you know, the score will be 55 for 5. 8 balls remaining.
That was a pretty wild swing by the batsman too. I don't know if he got anywhere near that ball, even if it had bounced like he'd expected. So it did keep a little bit low, but it wasn't significant. It was just a wild swing. So new batsman is Gurpreet Singh. Coming in without a helmet. We've seen a few players without helmets here. It shows a bit of the bounce.
True. I mean, always makes me a bit nervous. We saw that in Cyprus as well. Because the thing is, you do get the occasional one that will bounce a bit more as well. It can surprise you. You can always just form the game. You're often trying things. You can top edge a ball easily.
Yeah.
But anyway, personal preference, I suppose.
That's how I've seen the majority of batsmen get hit. And I've been hit with the top edge a few times before the whole advent of helmets. Well, not the advent of helmets. It's, there were helmets available, but there was one probably in the club.
I'm always saying that the box was invented 100 years before the cricket helmet, and that showed that what men thought of their priorities. Anyway, last ball of the night. Have a look at these figures for Ali Raza Islam. He's only conceded 3 in 11 balls. And Brescia CC in their traditional green. Not giving too much away at all.
He's a good bowler, isn't he?
A really good bowler. Well, it's not the best ball. It's going to go, and it's either 4 or 6. We called a no ball.
The commentator's curse.
Yeah, we jinxed him pretty good. It'll be a no ball +4. Again, it wasn't really coming down. It's borderline. I can understand. But it's whacked away nicely by Gurpreet. And that's going to be 4. So, I mean, I know you can argue the toss about that, but I think the umpires are instructed if it's around about waist height, you should call it. They have called it, which means you've got a free hit coming up. So Trentino Aquila get a bit of a break there.
We do see a lot of full tosses in this form of the game. Do you think it's just because bowlers are trying to bowl Yorkers?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think it is. And I think, the release point difference is actually so minute. If you get a little bit wrong with the release, the result at the other end is quite significant. Up in the air, but this is a free hit. The gap, kinda. Doesn't really matter. They'll come back for 2. And they'll get there. End of the 9th over. The score is 62 for 5.
And we saw a couple of games around this this score yesterday, and Brescia CC will look at getting about 70 as a chase, probably around 70, maybe around about that area, and they'll have to get on with it pretty early. They do have some big hitters in their lineup, especially Baba Hussain.
Yeah, they'll be thinking attack, especially, I think I saw 7 genuine bats in their side that I think will enjoy the opportunity to go out there. But like I said, you need 6 hitters, I think, on this field because not a lot of 4s happening. Naveed, probably not his best over ever in the first. Not terrible, but he'll be wanting to close things out. 6 balls to go in the first innings of the day. This is on length and won't quite carry to Emad. He bowls it in that traditional fashion.
We saw that yesterday, again, the game between Fresh Tropical and Milan United, Zane Nukvi opened the batting and was hitting the ball beautifully the game before and got a first baller. So, and that just affected the mindset, I think, of Fresh Tropical, and that's what I think that Trentino Aquila need to do, and that's what happened to them, where they lost a couple of early wickets.
Yeah, that's true. That's great bat speed from Gurpreet, who's really leaving nothing in the locker. Yeah, but you're exactly right. I mean, you're just trying to get something going, get those early wickets. Good zip from Imran.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of, I suppose as a bowler, you've got more margin for error because fours are harder to hit. So he's saying, look, I'm going to bang it in, and if you're not clearing the boundary, it's going to stay in the field of play. I can't see it being four. It might be caught. Mind you, if you get it well, it will be out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Gurpreet, as I said, he's generating a lot of hand speed, and yeah, just clears the front leg and makes this one disappear. What a shot.
That was a beauty. Shot of the day so far. Absolute beauty.
To a good bowler as well.
Yeah.
Imran Naveed doesn't look too happy. I think he'll probably go back to the Yorker now. 69. All right, I mean, they've done kind of what we said, that kind of 10 and over or so, pulled themselves out of a tight spot. Still looks a bit thin. Oh, so he's persistent with it, and he goes short. Top edge flying away. This will probably plug, and it does. I'll get back for an easy two. So yeah, Naveed gets stubborn, and he goes shorter. But yeah, that just allows Gurpreet to get a top edge, gets him two again. This is the kind of ball that makes me a bit nervous. He's not wearing a helmet because, that pace and that collective, that's going to do some damage.
Wasn't it a game the other day where a player lost their cap, got a top edge, and the cap flew off?
Yeah, I think so.
I remember seeing that, and he was very lucky.
Yeah, it's a bit too close for comfort. Two to come then. Can they get a miracle 80? Naveed just stretching his calves out.
It's been a good over so far for Trentino.
And he wants two here. I don't think he'll get it. They'll go to the keepers end, I'm sure. No, they won't. Yeah, I think he's just out. But I mean, that's a good result for Trentino Aquila because they really wanted to get Gurpreet back on strike. I got to say,
oh, is that a short run?
I reckon it might be. He's definitely out here.
Let's have another look at it.
So, yeah, I think that is one short, which means you're going to get none for that. You see,
he might have tapped it in. Let's have a bit of a look.
Let's have a look.
No, he's fine.
You think he's fine?
Yeah, I think he's fine.
I mean, the umpire's in a better position, I suppose.
They do look for that, the umpires.
Yeah, they do. All right, last ball then, 72 plus this. Hit in the air, won't carry again. Impossible two coming up. It should be run out, and it will be. So, I'll get 73 for 7 in the end. Look, Trentino Aquila, in a way, I mean, it's a success considering where they were. I mean, they certainly didn't have too many easy runs out there. They were 22 at the halfway point. They end up putting, I think, 51 on the board in the second half. So a decent second half, but yeah, still precious easy to imagine they've got the batting and the lineup to do this. Nevertheless, Trentino Aquila, it'll be their first chance to show what they can do with the ball and in the field, and yeah, maybe they can at least string this out. Maybe if everything goes their way, they can pull off a bit of an upset victory. But it started with this, a couple of absolute Georgia peaches from Javed Mohammed, and well, if you thought it was getting bad, it got worse before it got better for Trentino Aquila, because yeah, that was an absolute seed. But then the next one obviously missed the no U-turn sign because Mirzabag fell over and he was run out by Imran Naveed. And look, yeah, this was the tail of the tape early. They tried to be aggressive, didn't they? But I mean, Brescia sees a mixture of tight bowling and reasonably good fielding. The occasional one got away. That one was put down by Isnala, who's a new player we're seeing today. Yeah, but ultimately, Trentino Aquila, about themselves is something that we do think is kind of defendable, but against Brescia CC, hard to see it happening. Still, be a pretty interesting second half of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And look, it was a disastrous start for them. Put them on the back foot, and while the ball was swinging, it was very, very difficult. And they did manage to let loose and get up to a pretty defendable target. 76, they'll have to bat well. 74 for victory, sorry, for British CC. They'll have to bat very well to get there, especially if the same thing happens with their batting and they lose a couple of early wickets. But they do have a lot of quality in their side, British CC. But all credit to Trentino here to come back and get a decent score on the board. So pretty good batting, mainly from Akish Awais. 20 out of 26, who did a lot of the heavy lifting, but Gurpreet Singh right at the end, very good little innings. There's a couple of run-outs at the end, didn't really matter. Another diamond duck, but Gurpreet, I think, was the one who pumped them up to a decent score. As we see, another overhead shot of the lovely ground here in Milan. So we'll have a look at the scorecard. It's come up in just a moment, but you can see the rugby club in the foreground and then the cricket club. So not a great start. A couple of ducks up the top of the innings. Some beautiful bowling by Javed Mohammed early while the ball was swinging, and then the unfortunate Mirza Beg run out for a diamond duck. Lovepreet got a couple, but Ashik Awais with 20 out of 26 held the innings together quite nicely for them, and Gurpreet with some good runs at the end. Javed Mohammed with that first over was absolutely brilliant. And got a bit of stick, a couple of wides down the leg when the ball stopped swinging. Pick of the bowlers for me, though, Ali Raza Islam, who went for 5 and over, took a nice wicket as well. So we'll be back very soon with the second half of this match 11 in the FanCode European Cricket Series live from Milan in a few minutes' time to see if Brescia CC can get the 73 they need to win against Trentino Acquia. See you very soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Well, good morning and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan, Italy. And the first game of the day between Brescia CC and Trentino Acquia. 73 on the board for Trentino, 74 for victory for Brescia. A very good side. Trentino with a rather difficult start with some fantastic swing bowling early from Javed Mohammed. They came back and posted a reasonable score. We've seen these totals defended here on this ground. It is pretty tough going. A pitch that does play a few tricks. Gives I wouldn't say an advantage to the bowlers, but it will help them quite a bit. And the ground still a little bit soft underfoot and a bit spongy, so ball not really running to the boundary. If they get a good start here, Trentino, they'll be in the game. But there's a lot of firepower for Brescia CC in this batting lineup. So I think they'll be up for this. Trentino, they've come about 4 hours to play here in this tournament. And it will be Yasir Dulu and Ali Raza Islam to open the batting for Brescia CC. Gurpreet Singh, who we saw with a nice little cameo at the end of the innings, will be opening the bowling for Trentino. Here we go with the first ball of the Brescia innings. It's been hit straight. Good piece of feel in there, no run. Hit pretty well. That's a good piece of fielding there by Lovepreet Singh. So Brescia CC, probably one of the favourites to the tournament. And Trentino, also a very capable side. Both teams would like to start their tournament off with a win. Here comes Gurpreet again. Bit short, bit wide. And called a wide by the umpire. Quite a bit of sideways movement. Have a look again. He did start it, well, he started a little bit wide. Took a lot off the pitch though. As you can see, this pitch is a very unique pitch for European cricket. A bit different to others that will have a lot of sideways movement. He said quite a bit in it for the bowlers. And it does play a little bit unevenly, but not unfairly. Just a bit more like a turf pitch than a regular AstroTurf pitch that you would see in Europe. Of course, turf pitches are difficult to maintain, especially with the conditions in Central Europe. Here comes Gurpreet again, bowling to Dulu. It's wide again. He's got a good bit of pace there is Gurpreet, but just struggling a bit with his line. It's moving away as well off the seam. So I have to start it a bit straighter. It's always difficult though, because batsmen normally have a hitting arc. If you get too close to that hitting arc, it could get launched. Here comes Gurpreet again. It's right in the block hole this time. It's down to Lovepreet again, just for no run. So only the two wides, troubling the scorers so far. Only a couple of balls from Gurpreet. And it's another beautiful day here in Milan. Perfect conditions for cricket. Here comes Gurpreet again. It's a bit short, cut away, got through the field. Should stop though. And they've only taken a single. It's oh no, it's actually has gone for four. Just crept over the rope. Hit it pretty well. As you can see, the ground just popping over the rope for four. I was about to say it wasn't very well run, but obviously they'd seen the boundary. The Brescia batsman. It will play quicker as the day goes on the ground, as the surface moisture dries up a bit. It is quite spongy though, as you saw the ball not roll, but sort of hop along the surface. We'll hopefully get a bit of a mow overnight, but I don't know if it's going to really affect the pace of the ground. As Gurpreet comes in again and tucks up the batsman. That's good bowling, right on line. Bowls a good pace. Bowls a heavy ball, does Gurpreet. And Trentino have 2 players out as with the field restrictions. There is a man back at a whitish third man. And also one at a deepish mid-wicket. There's a bowler again. Short again. Cut. There's a man out there now. Cuts it off. Just be a single. It's a pretty good start for Trentino. They would like an early wicket. They lost their first wicket to an absolute beauty from Javed Mohammed. Second ball, and then there's a run out just after with a slip with a batsman in the middle of the pitch. So it was a bit of a disastrous start for their batting, Trentino. Let's go pretty again, and again good pace, got up a bit, just pushed down for a single. It's the end of a pretty good over, 8 from it. It's a good start from Brescia. That's where they need to be per over, pretty much. With Brescia CC 8 for none off the first over. As I mentioned, 74 is the target. And a pretty good start, pretty even contest at the moment. This is 39 matches since a golden ball. And these low scoring matches often do bring close results. Just depends on the Trentino bowling to see if they can get a couple of wickets. They have a powerful batting lineup, the Brescia CC, with these 2 openers in Dulu and Ali Raza Islam. Then Baba Hussain next. But probably the first 6 or 7 are genuine hitters for this Brescia CC side. Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, I mean, haven't blown away just yet, have they? Sadakat Ali comes on for over number 2. Just going to be tough, isn't it? I think even run a ball pace is kind of acceptable at the start, but I think they want more than that. I mean, these 2 bossed it at the ECL, which is the highest level of European club cricket you can play. Against some very good opposition. Yasser Dulu took apart some very good attacks. Likewise, Ali Raza Islam. So a pretty imposing opening pair with the team in green. Oh, this one kind of bites back, and Ali Raza Islam just feeling for the ball. Having said that, don't know how much cricket they've got under their belt at this stage. This is a really good delivery because it definitely bites back off the seam, and there is a bit of assistance for the bowlers in this pitch, which is why it's a picture I think we really like. It offers something a bit different out of Calchestra underlay, which it just offers a little bit of variation.
It's a bit of a leveler, really, to be honest, because too often you see batsmen just absolutely smash bowlers.
Exactly.
And being a bowler, I don't like that.
Doesn't surprise me. This one swings in, and they decide to take a run off the foot of Sadakat Ali. Yeah, I can understand that. You want to get a balance in the end. I mean, the thing is, the conditions, the more batters go for it, the more chances they give as well, I suppose, essentially. But I suppose this field is a lot more defendable than some of the fields we've seen. That allows the bowler to maybe try a few more things. The only balls I can really think that have been punished consistently are full tosses.
Yeah.
Full tosses have typically on the journey.
Well, it's partly because the pitch doesn't come into play at all.
Exactly. Yes, that was my point. So often, when we see Gundy balls that are too short, they get put away. But I think we just haven't seen a lot of short bowling here because I don't think there's necessarily the value for the bowler to go upstairs. I think they know it's difficult when they pitch up. It's difficult for batters to drive them up and over. It's difficult for them to drive them along the ground to the boundary.
When you get a genuine pace bowler on this pitch, though, there's enough for them. It will get up.
Yeah.
It's not a dead pitch at all. It's just different, and it will move sideways. It'll be a little bit up and down.
Yeah.
But definitely, if a pace bowler bends their back, they'll get some good bounce as well.
There's some pretty good pace bowling options for cricket stars coming up in the next game as well. See that Sukraj will be playing for them. Is Kang. This is out just a single. Yeah, I think we saw cricket stars a couple of years ago, Danny, but they weren't quite the force de majeure that they are now. And Lovepreet's really gone on a bit of a recruiting drive. He's the captain, and last year they were a galaxy of cricket stars. And look at, they made it to Super Series. Again, such good teams there. Anything can happen. They were one of the teams that missed out. And they did make it to the championship week finals day of the Super Series. But, you know, they'll have their ambitions to win this series, I think. But as we know, it's going to be some stiff opposition. Right now, Brescia just kind of tracking at the rate required. They're going to about 9 and over at the moment. But yeah, Trentino Aquila just need to try and find a breakthrough. Maybe they can find someone they can bog down. At the moment, not easy.
They've bowled pretty well so far.
Yeah, that's good ball as well.
But without success, and it really hasn't been many chances either, or any chances. It's been a steady start from Brescia, but just doing what they need to do. They haven't taken too many risks.
And they haven't been too worried about eating a dot or eating a good ball. And they'll feel they've got the power all the way down. Yeah, I thought maybe they'd go a bit more uber aggressive at the start, but I think these two just kind of finding their way, feeling their way. Once again, that in movement doing the trick for Sadiq Ali. That's a really good over. Goes for 7 in the end, and after 2 overs, it's 15 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good point that they're not really taking risks. They're hitting bad balls like full tosses and such, but apart from that, it's just been good cricket shots. And I think,
Oh dear.
what did he get?
I think
one in the head.
I didn't think it was that serious first up, but there we go. Look,
Oh,
yeah, just the old shoulder in the head job. That's it. I've heard of the pat on the back. I can't see that one catching on.
what was that again? Shoulder in the what?
Shoulder in the... Yeah, you heard me the first time. Wind it back. Anyway, it is the end of the second. Let's have a look at the table. And in case of the have-nots, 5 teams have experienced victory in this series so far. Probably the 3 teams 0-2. Looking over their shoulder a little bit, aren't they? Then, yeah, a few teams that we haven't seen play yet. These 2, and of course, Cricket Stars. We'll see next. Rizki Rashad, good bowler. Good team appeal. 10 people appeal except the bowler. But he's just tall. He's got all the kind of physical attributes, doesn't he? That natural kind of front on, in slanting action. Almost heading down the leg side. Got the gold chain. He's got all the tools you need to be a good fast bowler.
That is a good chain. I like it. It's probably pulling his head down. It's got a sidestep too. Good pace.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. If you do bend your back, there is something in this for you on this pitch. And Ali Rashad, yeah, he's just built for physical activity, isn't he? He's certainly a player I enjoy watching. And people ask about the dimensions of this field. I don't think the dimensions are any bigger than normal. It's the same. If anything, the sides are even shorter. This is pulled away. I get one. And the reason is this is a converted football pitch. So it's kind of long, but not too wide. But what makes it look bigger is the fact that the grass hasn't had a haircut yet this week. May get one tonight. Again, we don't know if that'll have any dramatic effects because it is very lush. I think I put a link in the chat earlier about what the field looked like last year. So go check that out if you like. I'll put that in again. Yeah, this is clever batting. He uses the pace, and that's actually going to go all the way. So that's a really good bit of timing from Dualu. It's a smart shot. It's a fairly low-risk shot. He knows it's going to be banged in. He makes an effort to get outside the line of the off stump so he can just work it off his hip. He gets a boundary. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, with Saki Bashad here, his natural angle is angled towards the leg side. So it was, you're right, Vinny, it was a very clever shot. And there's no one back there either. There's a mid-wicket, but no one behind square. And I'd be targeting that area again.
Yeah, I think up in the circle, but it was finer than he could get. Good slower ball this time from Rashad. And so, yeah, good comeback. I mean, I like the way they're fighting here. Like I said, Trentino Aquila, they're no bunnies. I mean, they're a team that have won a lot of games on ECN. And again, they'll be hoping to push pressure as far as possible. Even if it's not enough to win, I mean, they've got an important game coming up against Cricket Stars in the second game of the day. That's the only 2 games they play today.
Yep.
They're really going to throw everything at those 2 teams. This one just goes a bit too far down the leg side and called.
And that's his natural angle, I think. And he's playing with fire a little bit. He wants to start it outside off stump and bring it into the batsman. But that's generally the hitting arc of a lot of these batsmen is on the leg side. But these two, Ali Razi Islam and Yasser Dulu, they've got all the shots.
Push and run. Think about it. Pretty close, you know. Good backing up. That's what good teams do, though. Let's have a look. Say that's misses in comfortably. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that would have been gone. Just.
Close.
I think maybe just. Anyway, we'll never know. And it does take us to the end of the third over. The score is 22 without loss. Decent power play, if not setting the world on fire for Brescia CC.
I think the main thing with that is they haven't lost a wicket. And they're about on target run rate wise. It's not a great power play, but the egg there of no wickets down, I think, is a big one, especially with the batting to come. And also these two, they haven't taken any risks.
That's the thing, yeah. They've still found a way to get the rate.
That's it.
Yeah. Alistair Bashard, though, pretty good figures, none for 7 off that over. So, you know, if everyone can just go at 7, then you're competitive. But it's just tough to see that happening over the 10 overs. He's a guy, bowled a really good first over as well. Sadakat Ali, he's over. Also went for 7. So let's see if they can keep it bogged down. Now, the field is spread a bit more now, isn't it? So you can have up to 5 outfielders. Yeah, the overs so far, 8, 7 and 7. So it's been like a squirrel gathering acorns at the moment. No big splurges. It's also pretty well bowled. I mean, this is what these batters are good enough to do as well, is kind of just keep ticking the ones, and ones become easy to pick up now with those 5 outfielders back. And then you've just got to put away the bad ball when it comes, if it comes.
The other thing is that this is the first game of the tournament for Brescia CC, and these opening batsmen want to see the bat onto the ball onto the bat. I think it's very clever batting.
Well, there it is.
That.
Yeah, he's waiting for it, and there it was in the slot. And Dula goes large. Maximo! And that is the clear and present danger that Dulu provides. He is so powerful. Fast hands, fast scoring.
Yeah, beautiful shot. And you can see he's just waited for it. You know, waited for the right ball to hit. And I think it's very clever batting, especially in just the first game of the tournament. You know, it's pretty early in the cricket season here in Italy as well, so these batsmen wouldn't have too much competitive cricket under the belt.
A good adjustment though. Oh, he takes off and he shouldn't have. Oh, this would have been out, I'm sure. But he only had one stump to aim at. For some reason he takes off and runs, but I don't think there was a run there. Yeah, direct hit would have got him.
Well, he hit the keeper.
Yeah. Oh, it could have had maybe a rebound off the keeper's pads on the stumps, might have still been out. But yeah, that's one that he probably shouldn't have run, because Dooley saw he hit that straight at the fielder. So that might just be slightly behind point. I don't mind the striker making the call there, but it was just the wrong call.
Yeah, it was the non-striker's call, for sure.
The bottom edge. Yeah, I mean, what I meant was side of the wicket. Yeah, traditionally it's non-striker's call. I don't mind sometimes the striker making a call if they can, because they can see better where if they've hit it straight at the fielder or not. It's just a matter of trust and two-way communication. But yeah, even if he's going to make a call there, that was the wrong one, because he couldn't have hit it more straight at the fielder.
We just took off. I don't think it was a call. It was just he just ran on the shot, and but it did go straight to the fielder.
Yeah. Anyway, survives it. He's on 12. I know him. I just feel like he's getting itchy to hit some more big bombs. He likes to. Gets one on this occasion. So, yeah.
The other thing... Sorry. The other thing with... they're number 30 now. It's the fourth, almost the end of the fourth over. With not getting wickets, it plays in the minds of the fielding team. They're not getting wickets, and they don't know how they're going to get this breakthrough.
Yeah, that's right. And there's also, like I said, 7 genuine bats. This is in the air, and it'll be flying away down to the third man region. Nobody home. So there's a boundary. Ali Raza Islam, again, using the pace. Sadaka Ali, that one spins down towards the rope. And yeah, well, that's just kind of the boundary and over they need to stay ahead of where they need to be. End of the fourth over. It's 34 without loss.
Vinny, you think it's time to bring on some spin?
I think so. I think you need to change something at the moment. Like I said, even if you don't win this game, if you're Trentino Aquila, the longer you can push it, the better. Because that run rate does come into it. I'll tell you something that we're considering, and we'll have to write this up properly, but we're considering a bit of a bonus point system. Okay, so at the moment you get 2 points for a win, you get 0 points for a loss.
Yep.
If it's a washout, you get a point each. So we're considering allocating 4 points for every game. So for a regular win, you get 3. For a regular loss, you get 1.
Yep.
But if you were able to chase the target in 7 overs or less, then you'd get a bonus point. So then you get all 4 points, the other team gets none. So this would be an interesting kind of game for that. This is whacked away, and this will be 4 as new bowler comes on, Jawad Ahmed, and Dulu has 0 chill, and he just stands and delivers this one, cracks it through the offside.
It's pretty amazing hand speed, isn't it?
Yeah, so there'd be 2 ways you get a bonus point. One is by chasing the score in 7 overs or less, and the other would be if you can restrict the opposition to below 70% of your actual score.
Okay.
So, in that second. This is hit pretty well as well. Long chase for Gurpreet Singh, does well, gets down. We'll get an easy 2. So if you scored 100 or whatever, then you need to restrict the other team below 70.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
Because net run rate, don't get me wrong, it's important, but I think that could be a better way of splitting teams because it kind of rewards teams for big wins.
Sure.
And also rewards teams for avoiding getting beaten by a lot.
What about with bowling a team out or getting 8 wickets? Would that be another consideration?
Yeah, I mean, kind of becomes quite situational. I think if we were to do it, that's what we're looking at the moment because it gives a kind of equal opportunity for both the batting and the bowling team. So, yeah, like I said, and also I like it because teams that might not win a game, it rewards them for getting close to their opposition. I hate to see teams with 0 points that sometimes I feel don't deserve to be on 0 points.
It's not a participation trophy though, is it, Vinny?
But I think it's a way of quantifying how, by getting within 30% of your opposition, you're kind of showing you're competing rather than getting blown away.
I think it's a great idea.
And it gives you a bit of a double target, I suppose. So let's say if you get outclassed and you get smacked for, let's say, 140, well, 70% of that's, 98. So, no, if you're not going to get the 140, you probably know early on you're not going to get the 140. Gives you a secondary target. To get a point out of the game, you need 98.
Yeah, I think it's a very good idea. Oh, dodgy edge.
Yeah, this is going to be a teaser. Well, who knows where that ball's gone. But you can see. Oh, now they could have got 3, but they won't. There will be a 3. But, wow, ouch. What's happened here?
It's hit him in the glove, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it when they're going for a 3 here? I mean, if Dulu ran a 3, it would have been the 8th wonder of the world. Ali Raza Islam knows there's 3 there, and Dulu says, hey, there's no 3s. Don't know why Dulu's putting up the stop sign, because it's really not up to him.
Just afterwards, though, the gloves were off. Oh, God!
A bit of karma there for Dulu, I think, because he shouldn't have been at that end, but he wanted it, and now he's going to have to go. And so I suppose that's good reward for Jawad Ahmed as the first wicket of the tournament for Trentino Aquila. The Brescia CC lose their first. It's 44 for 1 after 5.
It's very good catch there. And, good bowling as well. Good reward.
Not a bad effort, though, from Yasir. Good way to start his tournament. Just getting a few balls under his belt. This looks like Baba Hussain coming in at number 3. Nicely taken as well by Chowdhury Adil. Want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hudacek. And, okay, that wasn't a duck. It wasn't even a golden duck or a diamond duck. But I gave Andrus a bit of work. Maybe we can do it while we're on the Comcam here. We now have a diamond duck. That's a huge rock. Well done, Andrus.
Well, we saw a few in the first innings, I think, with the run-outs at the end. So
and at the end, you always get them, like in the 10th over and stuff. So well done, Spring Productions. It's another victory for them. They are the real heroes. Anyway, let's get into the 6th over. I'm a bit worried now that next time I bat, if and when I play, that I'm going to get a diamond duck, so I might have jinxed myself.
Isn't there a platinum duck as well?
There's a few other really rare ones. So they're the ones which I call mainstream ducks.
Yeah.
Duck, golden duck, diamond duck.
Yeah.
You let people talk about royal ducks and platinum ducks and bronze. Yeah, but I think we're fine with the graphics now. I think royal duck is the first, get after the first ball of an innings or a match.
I like a bit of duck, actually. It's a very popular dish in the Czech Republic.
So it'll just be one. So I think Islam is joined by Baba Hussain. And Baba Hussain had a journey to Cricket Stars last year. He was a big recruit for them, but now he's back at Brescia EC, who he represented in the ECL at the start of 2022. And he was the only century holder in that entire tournament. It was a 6-week tournament in Kartama at the start of 2022. He scored that against Satan Bernazafar, the Turkish side.
I'm looking forward to watching him bat again.
Chadri Deal.
For me.
Yeah, just going to say Chadri Deal took the catch, now he's bowling. Did you see the Turkish side this year, though? Istanbul KSK. They were unbelievable. We thought they'd come up being easy beats. They beat Portugal first game. They beat, who was it? They beat Ireland. Incredible. And they carried on like they had won the World Cup and solved world hunger at the same time. And that was the end of day one on a Monday night.
That was a fantastic tournament, though.
It was a Thursday night, actually. First day of Group F. But anyway, they're the stories of the ECL. The ECL is a very special tournament. I suppose they're different in nature, our marquee tournaments. The ECL is the Champions League, but they are genuine club teams. So they have that tight-knit. The groups are tight-knit. You can tell that they've played cricket together at the grassroots. Internationals are great as well, but I suppose there's a bit more professionalism to that. In the air and caught. Nicely taken. And it is the captain, Ali Saqib Ashad, that takes it. So we're just trying to throw a spanner in the works. So Baba Hussain, no luck for him on his return to ECN cricket in a green shirt. And Chowdhury Adil come up with a catch. Now comes up with a big wicket just low on the bat. Well taken him. He moves well for a big man, doesn't he? Ali Saqib Ashad. So that's the second wicket down. 2 in quick succession, 47 for 2.
That was a great catch, and it's a big wicket. And it's exactly what Trentino Aquila needed, is a couple of quick wickets just to get a bit of a roll on, and it breaks up the rhythm of the Brescia CC batsmen, and it really pumps up the fielding team. So even though they've got a few runs on the board, have Brescia CC, there's still plenty of kick in this game. And it's very, very good bowling from Adil.
Yeah, just kind of, it's a fake left armour really. He's bowling around the wicket. Here's the chopper. This one has the roof on the cockpit, whereas the choppers we were seeing yesterday were these strange numbers where people were just flying.
Aluminium death traps.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to stand up and get your head taken off by the propellers.
Well, they did have helmets.
Like a convertible helicopter. Here's Riaz Madassa, who is getting a bat at 4. Not quite off the middle, takes off, and now we'll get away with it because there's a misfield from Javad Ahmed, and they get through for 1.
There's another slip there, causing a bit of confusion in the field. Vinny, going back to that point before with the bonus points, could we start it in Prague?
Yeah, once we get it written up. So the only issue I had is how do you deal with it in rain-affected games? And I kind of ummed and ahed about it, what would be fair.
Toss of the coin.
Yeah, so here's what I came up with. It's quite a simple one. And that you don't do it in games that are less than 10 overs. Because it's rare we have less than 10 over games anyway.
Yep.
And unless it's something consistent like the ECL, for example, when they were all 5 over games, as we get to the end of the 6 overs, scores 49 for 2, then you just allow, just like in a washout, you just split the points 2-2 in a reduced over game, less than 10 overs, then instead of being potentially a 4-0, it's always going to be 3-1. And I think that's the simplest. I kind of mucked around with some ideas, but it kind of works, especially the chasing one, because there's a set point at the end of an over, end of the 7th over. It's a hard point. Whereas if you make it at the end of 6.2 overs, it gets a bit awkward. Yeah. And you probably want a whole over. Pretty close, you know, but where does it pitch? Got it. He's given him. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. I got to say, Javad Ahmed's come on and he gets the big breakthrough of Ali Raza Islam. But my only question is, does it bounce in line with the stumps, or is it leg stump, outside the leg stump? Pretty close. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it's fair enough. Oh, now I'm looking again at the...
I think it's pitched in line. Is it missing, though?
I think it's a fair enough call. I mean, it's not plumb, but it hits him in front of, say, middle and off. I don't think it's missing the off stump, and I don't think it's pitched outside leg stump, and it certainly hits him in line. So it's like, it's questionable on a couple of accounts, but I think it's a fair opinion the umpire holds.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, you got to say that Ali Raza Islam misses a straight one there.
Yeah, I agree with you. It didn't straighten. That was my only concern.
Yeah.
It would have gone on with the angle, but the angle wasn't very much because he is a left armour.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good decision.
And it didn't. It was kind of perfect in that, you've got the width of the 3 stumps to work with, and where it pitched was probably the closest to pitching outside leg stump without pitching outside leg stump, and probably where it was hitting is probably the outside edge of off stump.
Agreed.
But I think it's a fair decision, and no credit to the umpire there.
Well, we've got 2 new batsmen out there, and there's a big spanner in the works here in this game.
Yeah, Chaudhry comes in. So 2 fresh ones, still overrun a ball required. Oh, they like this one. Is there a little feather on it? Umpire says no. And to me, I thought there might have been a little click when it went past the bat. If it is an edge, it's a feather. I mean, there's no real way to tell.
Again, hit the top of the pad. I don't know.
Yeah. I had my suspicions that could have been a little one. They were absolutely sure, weren't they?
Not the bowler, though. Not the bowler. The bowler was... Go back to that.
Nicely played round the corner. This will test the outfield as well. And I think it gets there. So, Chaudhry's off the mark, and he's a pretty experienced player. Gets it back down to a run of ball. But certainly Trentino Aquila giving a good account of themselves here in the field.
Yeah, going back to that shout for caught behind, if you look at the bowler put his hands on his head because he thought that it's just missed the stumps.
Yeah.
And then the appeal was secondary. So everyone else went up, but the bowler didn't. I don't think he was convinced.
And it might have been one of those ones. I went to that in a second. It's David Ahmed. This is cracked square. Then we'll get into the gap, and that's 4. So Chaudhry brutal on anything short. Back-to-back boundaries, just settling the nerves, if there are any nerves, for Precious EC. That might have been one of those ones, if it was a faint touch, maybe the keeper and everyone around behind the stumps kind of picks it up. But obviously the umpire didn't, and the bowler's pretty close to the umpire.
Yep.
So credit to the umpire. I mean, whether there's a touch or not, you can only really go on what you see. And there certainly was an element of doubt there. And so that's what it comes down to. The umpire's been pretty good. And they go with the hit. Tortuga got Ali Sakima shot at the end, and then almost takes the bowler's head off who wasn't watching. But certainly is enough from Trentino Aquila here to say they are going to be really competitive. We know they've won a lot of ECN games, but that's the thing in this series. They're just there's no easy games.
No.
And so, it's going to be tough. You're going to be tested. 5 and over required or so. And a bit of a foot stop, and it'll end the 7th over. The score is 58 for 3 after 7, so they wouldn't have got the bonus point if it was in play. Let's have a look at what's coming up next, and finally we'll get to see Cricket Stars. They're the 11th and final team to arrive here in Milan. And I've got to say, Rajmani Singh Sandhu, watch out for him. He is an absolute gun. He'll be at the top of the order. Atika Rahman, listen to open there. Interesting. Also a really good bowler. Lovepreet Singh leads them. Nasir Ramzan, very good keeper as well. Plenty of great players. Dependra Singh Chakwat in there as well. Trentino Aquila, though, I mean, even if they go down here, they'll feel they're probably better for the run. I think their batting didn't really click. Cricket Stars, I mean, team that made the Championship Week or Super Series last year here in Italy, so certainly a team we expect a fair bit from. Right, this is a little bit short from Chaudhry Adil, and it's going to disappear. Maximo! And Chaudhry to Chaudhry action. He comes down, which kind of tricks the bowler into going short, I think, saying, all right, we'll try and pull this. He said, I will, and gets them into the 60s and gets them close to that target.
Well, those wickets, there were 3 big wickets. Well, the 2 openers also, and also Baba Hussain, thought that the game was turning, but it's been taken away from them by Chaudhry here. And he's really having a go at this bowling.
Yeah, Chaudhry's a guy who is very, very capable. He's probably a bit disappointed to make a few more runs in the ECL, but obviously they still did very well as a team. And you've already seen can be pretty important in the first half of the game as well. Got to say, Chaudhry Adil, his bowling, he's still done a pretty good job. I just think you know, with that angle, he's got to get fuller. Once you bang it in, you just got the batters licking their lips a little bit. Here's Madassa, like I said, previously of Pack Lions Getty that we've seen in Brescia. Drives this back, but doesn't go anywhere. 9 of 15 required. Yeah, so I know it's a bit early for food chat, but all you can eat sushi update. I can see why you wouldn't want to go there for a while after you've been there. That's where I'm at this morning. Yeah, I actually scrolled through our order at the end and it was fairly large.
It's all you can eat. You eat. Always a chance of a run out and a little appeal, but he's home. Yeah, the all you can eat sushi, it is absolutely fantastic. But
it's a mixture of eating and confusion. Like you end up in a haze because you're not really sure what you've ordered. You're not sure if it's come or not.
It's closer than it looks.
Yeah, it was close, but I think that shot shows that he gets back down just in time. But yeah, and then just when you think you've summoned yourself up to eat all this food, and then the next batch comes that you never remember ordering. I didn't get to dessert, which was also included. No chance.
It was included.
I think the dessert's included.
Don't think so.
I think this should be a wide, but he's going to give it a bite. I just think this ball hits the line.
Especially coming around the wicket, the ball's always going away, and that's strictly speaking, it was inside, but that's I don't like. I mean, that angle is so difficult to hit.
Anyway, probably won't matter in the end. 7 off 13. This one really doesn't bounce. That's the thing about this pitch, and occasionally, I'd say one goes through the surface, is what you'd say on like an Indian pitch. But I mean, I know it hasn't gone through the surface here because it's artificial, but it kind of acts that way. It just dies. Now we get to the end of the 8th over, the score 67 for 3. TC. I mean, we thought maybe they would come out and knock them off really quickly. They've certainly had to work for their run standing.
I think it was a good opening stand. It was very steady, and then they lost those 3 quick wickets, and of the big 3 for Brescia CC. And thought, is there a turnaround? Is there a twist in this tail? And the twist has been that Chowdhury Adil, from Naveed Chowdhury has taken it to the bowling and has really pumped up that score.
Maya Patel's got an interesting idea as well. I'll address that in a second, if we have time, that is. Chowdhury wants to finish things in a hurry, and he ties the scores. Maximo! A little bit short from Ali Saqib-Ashad. And yeah, he's very strong in that pull. I think you can see that now. And that puts him within 1 run of victory. So Maya's saying, yeah, what if we did like a 1-over match at the end of every match with some points on the line as well? That would be exciting. And I do agree with that. But I suppose the issue we'd run into, Maya, in our format is that we run so short a time. I just don't think we'd be able to squeeze in a full 1-over game. I say full, the whole thing probably take 10 to 12 minutes, and we only have about 10 minutes between games as it is. Anyway, any score wins it now. Oh, this almost carries. I don't think it quite carries the fielder.
It's a good effort, though.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I love the idea. Again, everything needs to be thought through and written up into the regulations before we employ it. But yeah, I think that could be something that
I do like the idea of bonus points, and I think it's a fair system as well, one you come up with.
Oh, wow. This is going to be game over. It will go for 4. Does this get him on the way past,
definitely got him.
Because it's still gone miles.
That was spanked.
Hopefully he's all right. That's not the way you want to finish the game. It will be 4 runs, and they'll finish winners with 8 balls to spare. But yeah, it certainly takes the shine off a little bit. And it must have taken, I think, was it some of the finger on the way past?
For sure.
Because I thought for a while it might have hit him in the shoulder or even higher. But considering how far that ball still went off the bat.
That was a drop catch though, Vinny.
Yeah, well, that used to be $2 when I used to play. This is what's coming up next. Trentino Aquila back on the park, hoping for their first points. Taking on Cricket Stars, who'll be playing for the first time in this European Cricket Series. Join us in around about 25 minutes. We'll be into the second of 5 matches today. Roll the highlights, and Brescia CC. They brought out their regular openers, Yasadulu and Ali Raza Islam, who just kind of put away the ones they could, but they weren't really in a huge hurry, were they? And I think there was some good bowling as well. There's also some above the shoulder contact. I know in Australian rules football, that's probably a 3-week suspension for the wicketkeeper for reckless and high contact. But really, I just think Brescia CC never really thought they were going to lose this match. To be honest, I didn't either. and just came up with a boundary when they needed it. Chowdhury, I think, was a bit of a difference maker at the end. Look, I mean, these conditions testing even the uber attacking style of Brescia EC, just muting them a bit. Ali Raza Islam wanted a 3. Could have been the first 3 that Dulu has ever got in ECN cricket. And he went the very next ball, nicely taken by Chowdhury Adil, who then came up and picked up the big wicket of Baba Hussain. So some promising signs for Trentino Aquila, but not able to come up with the points here in match 11.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think it was a really good opening stand with Dulu and Ali Raza Islam. Didn't take too many risks, and but then they both fell, and so did the big name of Baba Hussain. Thought that Trentino Aquila had a bit of a sniff, but that was taken away from them. Very good innings from Naveed Chowdhury, who really took on the bowling. Saw a couple of big sixes, and did very, very well, did Chowdhury.
Yeah.
The attempted run out.
Yeah.
Close one.
It was closer than we thought, but wasn't able to get it back on the stump in time. Yeah, as I say, Naveed Chowdhury, really strong square of the wicket. They kept backing into him, didn't they? I think there's a bit of a tactical error. And yeah, well, we won't show you the last shot, thankfully, but they did get over the line with 8 balls to spare. Beautiful aerial shot there. Multi-sports complex here at the Milan Cricket Ground. You can see the baseball there. There's also rugby. And also, there's the potato field right next to us. 26 off 11. Naveed Chowdhury ends up topping the scorers, just 11 balls. He's one guy that didn't have any problems finding the boundary or going over. We saw that Dulu and Ali Raza Islam did the heavy lifting, though. They scored 40 off 34 balls between them. But even that rate showed that they weren't really able to dominate the bowling of Trentino Aquila, who I think competed really well. Liked especially the first 4 overs where they kept things reasonably tight. In the end, Javed Ahmed chipped in with 2 wickets, and Chowdhury Adil with a big wicket of Baba Hussain. But yeah, certainly something to build on. Trentino Aquila, they will be up next, and we'll be back in 20 minutes where they will take on Cricket Stars, who we'll see for the first time in this competition. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you in around about 20 minutes' time, like I said, for more cricket right here on a beautiful, sunny Wednesday morning in Milan. Back soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Great to have your company here on a Wednesday and the sun is out. We are ready to party once again. We have the second match of the day coming up. It's match number 12 between Trentino and Aquila. They're taking on Cricket Stars. Cricket Stars, the 11th team to arrive, but they certainly will pack a punch in this series, I'm sure. Rob Kemming has the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Your call. Head. Heads is called. It is heads. More fast.
So it is Cricket Stars that win the toss and their captain Lovepreet Singh has elected to bowl first. Well, Cricket Stars are a team, they won in Bologna last year. They've got a kind of, bunch of stars. That's why they're called Cricket Stars. They end up making it to Super Series. Didn't quite go their way in the Super Series. I know they were disappointed to not get that ECL championship spot. They don't have Baba Hussain this year, but they still have a lot of very, very good players, and I've got to say that Rajmani Singh, certainly one to watch. I mean, he bowls really well. He's a very elegant and powerful left-hander. He's very good at hitting over the offside as well. They've got a good balance of bowling options as well, and they may be the 11th team to arrive. I don't see them finishing 11th though. I think that they will want to make a run towards the finals, and they are certainly in the mix. But Trentino Aquila had a bit of a rough start, didn't they, against Brescia CC, the first innings of the day. I suppose they're settled a bit more now, getting a game under their belt, so maybe that gives them a bit of a boost. But yeah, Cricket Stars, I think they are a team to watch. Danny Hudacek will take you to the start of match number 12. Cricket Stars winning the toss and bowling first. Danny, over to you. Beautiful day for cricket. Let's play. Let's get ready for match 12.
Well, thanks, Fiddy. You're right. It is a beautiful day for cricket. It's the umpires walk onto their field on this FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan. Match 12 between Trentino Aquila and Cricket Stars. And that's a good toss to win for Cricket Stars, putting Trentino in. And they'll want to get a better start than they did against the very impressive Brescia CC. So for Trentino, they lost two quick wickets early. I think that some of these batsmen, Adil Ahmed and Lovepreet Singh, will want to get a good start for them. Awais was the pick of the batsman in the last game, and as you can see, the expected score is pretty even. Again, at this point of the tournament, it's a little bit difficult. Of course, Trentino Aquila have lost one game. Cricket Stars, well, we'll see what comes out of them. They are very, very well rated, and I'm sure they'll be up in the top few teams in this tournament. But Trentino Aquila, they've travelled a long way to be here, and they want to get some points on the board. They've got their chance. They need a good start though, and they need to get a few runs, more runs than they did in the last game. But they were affected. There was some excellent bowling up top in the last game by Javed Mohammed, with superb swing bowling, unplayable deliveries. But Cricket Stars, they're a different animal. And that's their first game of the series. They have a couple of men back, one at cow corner and one patrolling the offside square. Regular, standard ring field, quite spread apart actually. Plenty of singles on offer. I want a good good start here. Lovepreet Singh and Adil Ahmed. And it will be Shekhawat, the opening bowler for Cricket Stars, as they start their tournament. I said, one of the fancied teams here, but so many good teams in this tournament. Just waiting on, as I mentioned, all the games played in Milan. This tournament, we're not going to Brescia, so it's a concentration of the best teams in Northern Italy. Here's the first ball, well left outside of stump. Good zip from the bowler, good line and length to start with, but well left. And you can see just a great line and length, ball moving away as well. And it will move early, both in the air and off the pitch. It'll be good to get bat on ball for the batsman. And again, this one's down leg side. First run on the board for Trentino Kia. Lovepreet Singh. Yeah. He'll want to get some runs. Got a beauty from Javed Mohammed in the first game, and similar bowler, I think, here. Chekawat as he comes in again. That's whipped off his toes. Lovely shot, and that'll be 4 runs. Great shot there from Lovepreet. Just playing for that swing was the bowler, and it didn't go just too far on the leg side, and it's whipped around the corner. Very nice no-risk shot there from Lovepreet. Good start so far from Trentino. And they, as I said, they were rocked early in their first game. In the first innings, lost 2 in the first over. It's looking a bit different now. Well played. And just look for a single bit of confusion. Nothing in it though, and keeper goes down, throws the ball away in anger. No harm done. It's Nasir Ramzan there behind the stumps. I don't know, look at it. It's a bit of a collision. So here comes Shekhawat again. Bowling to Lovepreet. Just hit back to the bowler. Good tight bowling. It's just that one on leg side and the wide. He was playing for the swing. It was Shekhawat, and it just didn't happen. Of course, the swing is one of those funny things where sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. He's a good bowler, is Shekhawat. Zippy action, swings down leg side again, tucked around the corner. Just a single. Actually went to that short mid-wicket area, which is a very interesting fielding position here in T10 cricket. It's both an attacking and a defending position, I feel. It's a little bit wide as well. Anything that's mishit on the inside edge can go as a catch in that area. It's a bowler again. It's pushed away just down to the gully region, no run. And that's the end of a pretty even over. It's a nice 4 hit by Lovepreet, but pretty tight from Shekhawat. And at the end of the first over, it's 6 for no loss. Vinny, interesting little start there.
Yeah, sure is. Trentino Aquila, certainly better than the start they had last time. And Adil Ahmed survived his first ball. Don't want to put the jinx on any players, but we do have the Diamond Derek Duck ready to go. We haven't seen it tabooed yet. But look, Cricket Stars, always exciting to see them. They've recruited well. Of course, they're led by Lovepreet Singh, a different Lovepreet Singh to the Lovepreet Singh that's batting. But look, again, always takes a bit of time to get into it, I'm sure. Sukraj Singh's going to bowl over number 2. And he's a pretty handy bowler. Again, when I look at Cricket Stars, just see no weak links with what they're doing. But anyway, let's see what happens over number 2.
Just inside edge, bit of confusion on the fielder, couldn't quite pick it up. It's a bit of an uncertainty with the 2 batsmen. It did go straight to the fielder, but some of these other teams, better drilled, maybe would have taken that single.
Yeah, not too many excuses for misfields, I think, on this field. It's pretty flat. The ball kind of slows down on its way to you. Often the misfields come when you kind of snatch a bit. But yeah, this is well bowled by Sukraj. As he just bustles in, gets a little bit out of the way movement. We saw a lot of swing first up this morning, but that just disappeared, didn't it?
It did. So, Vinny, a question I'm going to ask you. I'm sure some of the viewers might be asking the same question. We'll come back to that after Sukraj bowls the next ball. It's hit down the ground. Lovely shot, and that's 4 runs. Very nice shot. Just a half volley. Picked it early. And they're pretty hard to play, those on drives.
He's actually played this shot really well today, and he accounts for the swing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And kind of, accounts for it and cracks it down the ground. Nice shot.
So the question I was going to ask is that a lot of these players have names on their backs that don't match their real names.
Yeah, okay.
Now,
good inquiry.
Just been poked out into the covers. No run again. Some teams would have really gone for that. It's just not putting any pressure on the field, I think. Now, I know that in Prague, Arshat Hayat, who you know well, lovely guy.
Yeah.
He has Yusufzai on his shirt, but his last name is Hayat. All right. Now, is it a tribute? Is it a nickname? It's not really a nickname for Arshat. I know that. This is just going down to third man, very edgy, and ball watching as well. We'll go for 4. Not running the first one hard are the Trentino batsmen.
Yeah, it's interesting. This field's definitely quickened up a touch since the start of the day. I don't think that was going for earlier in the day. I think, look, most of the time, you've got to realise some of these players have got multiple names. So the names they elect to use on screen may not be the same as the name they have on the back of their shirt.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example. Bilal Hamid from Fresh Tropical, he has Chima on his shirt. Chima is one of his names that he uses.
Yeah.
If we get to the end of the second over, score is 14 with that loss after 2. Yeah, sometimes it's a nickname though. Sometimes it's all of those things. You know. But yeah, it's not meant to be confusing. That's the thing. Occasionally we'll kind of cover a name if we think it's going to cause confusion. But yeah, I'll give you another example. Rajmani Singh here often goes by Rajmani Sandhu, actually.
Yeah.
So that's just one of those things. Good observation though. Cricket Stars, the 11th team to play, and they inherit 7th spot on the back of 4 teams below them, having no points and therefore a negative run rate. But you know they'll fancy their chances of getting up there in the top 4. And they've never won a title on the ECN. But they did. I do suppose they won their week, which probably counts, in Bologna last year. We saw them. And like I said, 2 years ago, they struggled a bit when we saw them briefly. And then Lovepreet, the captain, went to work building what he thought was a champion team. And to be honest, they were. But yeah, the Super Series is tough. And they had a few hardships, including all of their kit getting stolen on a Tuesday morning, forcing the postponement of their 2 games on the Tuesday in Super Series.
That's a bit rough.
Yeah, well, it's a bit rough too because this is picked up and it's out of the ground. Adil Ahmed says, well, no more ducks for me, thanks. This is what I can really do. Maximal. And he takes Dipendra Shekhawat deep. What a shot.
That was absolutely launched. He looked a bit late on the shot at the start. He just played through the line, and that's a beautiful shot just to get him settled a bit. So, yeah, it's there's so many good teams in this tournament. I'll come back to it. This one's hit straight again, and that's another 6. That's as straight as an arrow. Beautiful shot. And it's pretty much a half volley from the bowler. Dispatched. Yeah, there are so many good sides in this tournament. I mean, you look at Albano. Albano lost 2 games. They got beaten by Chivadate, who are probably not one of the favoured teams. Yeah. And Chivadate hit 143. And it's anyone's tournament, and it's such a condensed. This one's hit over the top again and should reach the boundary and does. Nice shot.
We said we were missing out from Adil Ahmed in the first game of the day when he got a peach and then a golden peach and had to go for a 2-ball duck. But yeah, now we're seeing him getting to his work and he's looking really destructive.
He is. Just saying that there are so many good teams, and it's a condensed tournament because Brescia not on the calendar this year, so it's 2 weeks of Milan. Yeah. So the better teams from that Brescia tournament are coming in, and also Akia who played in Venice and Bologna. That's a wide there from the bowler, and he doesn't want to bowl in the hitting arc of Ahmed.
He's a good bowler, it's better Shekhawat. I mean, he's getting taken to the sword a bit here, but he's certainly a guy they've relied on a lot. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the pooling of talent, if you like, a 2-week blockbuster, really.
Oh, it's another dodgy edge over the top. That'll be 4 again. Wow, he's riding his luck here, Ahmed, but it's good batting. Just swinging hard at it, and that ball flew to the boundary.
Yeah, sure did. And so it's been a bit of a rough one, hasn't it, at the moment for Dipendra Shekhawat. But you see, it's that extra pace on the ball. But Trentino Aquila needed something, and they're getting it here from Ahmed.
Welcome to the tournament for the Stars as well. And Shekhawat comes in again. Swings hard again, and it's going to be caught. That's a lovely catch out in the boundary. just got under it a bit and made good ground. Did the fielder, took a nice diving catch. They're always difficult diving forward.
Big moment, isn't it? And that's a Tika Rahman out there who takes a really good catch. He gets the jump on it. That's the thing. He anticipates, he sees it. The first 2 or 3 steps are lightning and ends up getting 2 hands to it. Beautiful surface to dive on here as well at the moment. So he just turns his body, protects the ball. And Adil Ahmed was looking dangerous, but he's going to have to go for 20. And the score now is 36 for 1.
Well, the most relieved man on the ground is Dipendra Shekhawat, who finally gets his man after getting a bit of a pasting. And that's first wicket down, but pretty good power play. 36 for 1, still 1 ball left.
So Cricket Stars back in 2021, they were 6th out of 6 in their group. They were 0-5, didn't win a game. Then when we saw them in 2022, they were 3-0 in their group, and then 3-1 through the Super Fives in Bologna. Ended up winning Bologna on the back of a bunch of good performances, particularly with the bat. I mean, they blew some teams away, including Trentino Aquila, actually, who they beat in qualifier 2, knocking Trentino Aquila out of the running in that Bologna leg, and then ultimately Cricket Stars would win the final in Bologna, make it to the Super Series. So it was an eventful 2022 for them. It's 36 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty good power play, 12 and over. It brings Ashik Awais to the crease, who got the majority of the runs for Trentino in the first game. And he had to play very carefully as well due to them losing early wickets. But it's a good little platform here for Trentino to launch a decent score. Projected total here, 120. About 100 is about a pass score here.
Yeah, 100's good. I think if you can get it, and especially if you bowl well.
Well, it puts pressure on. There's a psychological thing of 10 and over, I think, with 100. Here comes Lucky.
Yeah, Deep Singh.
Lucky
that
11.
is probably a nickname, I imagine, down the leg side. Although we had some things that we thought were nicknames and weren't, like Bristow Baby in Malta. And I said, is that really your surname? I said, yeah. He says, my father's name is Mr. Baby. Anyway, Cricket Stars last year in the Super Series, they finished 4-4, which was 4th. And then, of course, they had to play the Eliminator, where Roma CC started their run from 3rd. That saw them knock out Cricket Stars, and then Fresh Tropical, and then Gina Brescia. 3 huge scalps. And the team from Rome knocked all the teams out from the north. That's why we saw Roma CC at the ECL just a couple of months ago.
I'll come back. I'll ask you a question in a minute about that. Amandeep just bowling a couple of wides early. It's a better line. How do you compare the quality of the cricket up here in northern Italy compared to Rome?
It's a good question, because there's good players in Rome and there's good players here. But I just think there's a bit more depth and a few more numbers here in the north. So certainly not a knock on Rome, because in Rome there's some very good teams as well. And I look at, I would say that a couple of clubs kind of dominate the landscape there, like Roma CC, like Rome Bangla Morning Sun as well. Roma Capanelli in a slightly longer form of the game as well, I suppose. But I just think here, as you can tell, because it's a sort of kind of shorter distance, like probably an hour to Brescia from here, there's more good teams playing each other, and the kind of pool is bigger of teams and, I suppose, players. And then also in our Rome series, occasionally we get teams from kind of a bit out of the city, but again in that kind of more central part of Italy. But I think there's no doubt the cricket up here in the north has a bit of a reputation for being pretty hard cricket. That's what made Roma CC's victory even more remarkable, I think, in my estimation. That was a huge upset last year.
Very excited to see how this tournament unfolds, because it's always going to be competitive cricket. All of these teams can beat each other. I think it's you can see Cricket Stars. They're a good side, and they've done well over the last couple of years, or last year especially. And Gino Aquila as well. Only 4 spots up for grabs to the finals too. This one's hit in the air, should be out, and never looks set, but takes the catch. Well, that was the most nervous I've ever seen a fielder under a high ball, but well taken there. And it's Lovepreet Singh.
Yeah, Lovepreet Singh. Well, let's just say he's in the 11 best fielders on the park for Cricket Stars. He was up there. I've got to say, Lovepreet, he's a real character. And he took that away. And he loves a little bit of a celebration. That's pretty low-key by his standards. But Lovepreet does take the catch. It results in the second wicket for Trentino Aquila. It's 40 for 2. So this will bring Chowdhury Adil to the crease. He was pretty impactful in game 1, taking a key catch and then getting the big wicket of Baba Hussain. 40 for 2. And so one Lovepreet Singh catches another Lovepreet Singh. And,
too many Lovepreets. I remember another Lovepreet that we grew to love.
Lovepreet from Jandra Brescia.
Oh, yeah.
Dropped 5 catches in 5 different fielding positions.
In the same innings. Okay, here comes Amandeep. It's a dodgy inside edge. There's a man back there. No run. So they're not putting much pressure with the on the field. Are these Trentino batsmen with their running between wickets, and it might cost them in the end because sometimes those few extra runs do help when, especially in close games. So as we can see, losing a wicket in the last couple of overs, and 40. It's going 10 and over. It's still pretty good. And we're 12 and over in the power play. But there's wickets, and the new batsman now will just slow down the rate. It's a good time to get wickets. In fact, talking about Lovepreet, it is Lovepreet who'll be bowling. Bowling to the right-hander, coming right arm around the wicket. And good start.
Here is Lovepreet now with the ball, chock full of confidence.
Yeah.
Coming on with his leg spin. And he's a sometimes bowler for them. He probably thinks this is a good time to take the pace off a little bit.
I think it's a good idea, and that first ball was right on line. Not much pace through the air. And if they use their feet, the batsmen, if they're brave enough, there's a bit of fruit to be picked. But he's a good bowler, Lovepreet. Coming around the wicket.
He's just trying to cramp him from room, I think, this angle.
Had to wait for an eternity for that ball to get down the pitch.
That's the thing. It gives you next to no pace to work on, to work with. But the thing is that you better be accurate. You know, if you're not accurate, then you're going to have a hard time. I think I might have said hello to Keanu already, but if not, hello Keanu. Hopefully you're well. Hello Nick Devonshire as well. Hopefully you're well.
Oh, a quicker ball. It's in the air, and it is 6. Well, it was just... the first 2 balls, I think, were spot on from Lovepreet, and this one was rubbish.
He runs out of patience, doesn't he? I mean, the leg spinner was working so well. It's one thing to bowl the quicker ball, but yeah, it's a genuine half-tracker, really. And Ashika Wais, he knew exactly what to do with it, put over the fielder.
It's a better ball, cut away though. There's a man back there, just a single.
Interesting bit of fielding from Atika Rahman, but effective. Very good fielder, but too powerful as he gives away an overthrow. And that's never going to be that popular off the captain's bowling. In fact, I think I've just heard his batting position tick down 3 spots in the second innings. Atika Rahman listed to open actually.
Comes Lovepreet again, and that's a nicely pitched ball. It's difficult to do anything with that, really. To be honest, it's dipping a little bit. There's no pace on the ball. And if you can keep it consistent like that, the one he dropped short wasn't great. But apart from that, it's been a pretty good over. There's another one. Good ball.
That's the spot. Yeah, it's a spot. 50's come up during the over, so a bit of a rescue job from Trentino Aquila as we get to the end of 5. And the score is 52 for 2. I want to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Danny Who to check with me. Hopefully you're enjoying the action as much as we are. Now, I haven't done this for a little while. I do this sometimes. I'd love to do a lurker call out. So if people are lurking, then we want you to jump in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from. If you're watching from the subcontinent, you can always send me a message at Mr. Maximo on social media, on Instagram. And because we want to acknowledge you, let us know where you watch from so we can say thanks for watching European cricket And yeah, not everyone's able to chat all day. People are multitasking. Some people are lurking while working. We understand that, but we'd love to hear from you. So jump in the chat right now. Let us know where you're lurking from. Wonder who our furthest away lurker is. And we're going to have some more spin, and this looks like that's Shiraz Afzal. Bowls like a no first up. Doesn't come out right at all. It's no ball for height, so free hit coming up.
Didn't really get that right, and the batsman didn't get it right either.
Yeah, he was kind of beaten for pace, actually, Chandra Adil. That was a bit of a gift. He'll get another one, though. Good news for Chandra Adil, as he didn't get the single, which means he's facing again, and he can't be out to the bowler.
Oh, good bowling.
That's what Shiraz Afzal was trying to do. He's trying to get that drop on it. So, yeah, that one was a bit better pitch. Shiraz Afzal. We've seen him play for Royal Palmer before we saw him playing here for Cricket Stars.
It's been hit straight. Just a feeler out there.
There's a lot of Royal Palmer kind of flavour about this Cricket Stars team as well. Kind of a bit interrelated. And so, yeah, Afzal obviously sticking with spin through his middle overs. I think we have seen that they've had to put the pace on the ball. Batters haven't had too much luck. But if you bowl them a full toss, you're going to have a bad time. As this one is escorted out of the facility. Maximal, 6 runs.
That's another one for the potato farmer, hitting it towards the Alps. And that's the thing with leg spin, is that you've got to land them. If not, it's just baseball. That was absolutely spanked.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's quite tall as well, Shiraz Afzal, so he's got the attributes. But got to find the pitch. I mean, accuracy is your kind of number one priority as a spinner.
It's a better ball. Took that towards mid-wicket. Should just be one, I think. Oh, a bit of a fumble. Bit of confusion from the batsman.
Yeah, double fumble, but I mean, only one batter saw it. They would have got it easily.
I'll tell you what, though, there's no backing up. They're standing in their crease, watching the, just in case there's a bit of a misfeel, and there was, but I think it's poor running. They're not putting any pressure on the fielders at all. And if they would have been backing up a couple of metres, they could have got a single there, quite another run there quite easily. This one's just down leg side. It's going to be a leg by. But I don't think it's great running from Trentino. And then with this sort of format, you need every run you can get. And, you know, if it's only 1 or 2 and over, you look at it and that's between 10 and 20 runs to bump up the score. This one's been hit in the air, man under it, and can't get there. Just clips the tree as it comes down over the boundary. And that's 6 runs.
That's a good shot from away, as I identified him at the start of the day as a player to watch. And yeah, this is not really a bad ball. But yeah, you could tell it hit the trees because the leaves went flying, didn't they? So, yeah, a bit of an expensive over in the end. Afzal ends up going for 15. And the score 68 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, looking at the scorecard here. All the batsmen getting a start. Chandra Adil, just 3 off 7. I need to get a bit of a move on, but Awais, 24 off 9. But also Adil Ahmed, 20 off 6. Did very well up the top, and it's been a much better start than their last game. Trentino Kia, they've given themselves a very good chance of a good score here.
Yeah, for sure. Nick Devonshire saying, can I please give a happy birthday? And I will. So happy birthday to Susan Adams out there as Nick Devonshire's daughter. Hello, Susan. Hope you're having a great birthday. You're just 3 days after my birthday. So almost birthday buddies. Susan, hope you have a wonderful day. Here we go. And it's Rajmani getting a ball, and he gets absolutely cracked. And this is the kind of ball that's kind of fieldable on this field, but some of the fields we've seen over the last month, that would be a real handful for the fielder having to move kind of 5 or 6 metres to his left. Rajmani, really talented player, stylish left-hand bat, hits the ball really well, can hit 6s over point and cover point. And also a pretty handy second half of the innings bowling option. It's got a really good change of pace as well. It's quite a good stock delivery.
It's been hit straight towards cow corner. Picked up there, just a single.
Of course, Nick's watching from Ireland. Hello to Kai Bay, watching from Sydney, Australia, saying looks like a great day in Milano. Sure is. I mean, we've hit the wheelhouse. This is the sweet spot of weather.
Oh, yeah.
We've got pretty much no wind. It's 17, but feels a bit warmer than that. There you go. There's that slightly variable pace that you're going to get from Rajmani.
It does feel a bit warmer in this marshmallow. It's a I wouldn't like to be here in the middle of summer.
That's true. We had a hot time in Italy last year, in 5 weeks straight in July, breathing all kinds of dust.
Comes the bowler again. This one's been hit straight back towards him. Tries to get there, can't. Just a single. But do the sides come off this thing?
They can. Yeah, they can at times. And if it's not going to rain, it's actually normally a pretty good idea. I suppose the issue is on your side that sun might come and we can't see the screen anymore. But
yeah,
right now I feel like I'm in the sweet spot.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah.
There's Rajmani.
Oh, this is in the air. Don't know if anyone will reach it. Could be a collision. Keeper takes it.
Nice catch. And this reminds me of last year where Nasir Rahman took a catch that was skied all the way out to deep square leg, and it bounced off the fielder's shoulder, and he took it on the rebound. I might have to go and find that one because that was quite incredible. This time there was potential collision on the cards, but Nasir Rahman decides to take responsibility, and it's that change of pace, it's that overspinning slower ball. You see, it's he attempted to work it around the corner, didn't he? Ashika Ways, but excellent wicket keeping. Ramzan's a class axe back behind the stumps.
He went straight away, didn't he, Vidi?
Yeah, and so that's the third wicket down, 71 for 3.
Yeah, good catch. So, yeah, still a good score there, mounting up for Trentino Ikea. And but as we said, wickets are dot balls in this format to a point, and then but what it does is just arrest the momentum a little bit. Sometimes you get a batsman who comes in and just cracks a few sixes straight up, but generally it just changes the momentum a little bit, and it's a big wicket. Chaudhry Adil not really getting going yet. It's only 5 off 10. Gurpreet was saw hit a few big hits. Oh, he's got him first ball. Well, just about to say Gurpreet, he pumped up the score in the last game against Brescia. He won't be pumping up the score this time. He's got a bit of a golden duck.
Well, it will be a golden duck, golden derrick. This was about as predictable as the sun rising in the east that Gurpreet was going to go for broke, and Rajmani goes back to the stock ball, and unfortunately is a golden derrick. It's also the end of the 7th over. So Rajmani on a hat trick, but he's going to have to wait. 71 for 4 after 7.
Yeah, good over there. 2 for 3. Let's stem the flow of runs a little bit. And he was spot on. Great bowling.
Yeah. Just didn't really have any patience for whatever was coming his way. He does like to swing. We saw that in the first game.
I felt the breeze off his bat from here.
Just having a bit of a chat to Charlie at the moment as well. So hello to Charlie Hunt, who is going to be in Gibraltar for that T20 International Tri-Series between Portugal and Malta and the host Gibraltar. And don't forget also, we'll have our ECIs here, 6th and 7th of May. So very international flavour to not this weekend, but next weekend. As Lovepreet invents a new type of fielding and manages to give away an overthrow. But what goes around comes around, and we always have more overthrows. Lucky they're a reasonably good backing up team. In the end, it's a long 2.
That was interesting. Lovepreet did try to.
In the end, I think the ball actually fields him because he stopped moving. The ball just knocked into his foot. He'd overrun it.
So yeah, I'm a big fan of Charlie Hunt's work with the commentary, because I remember I think it was a tournament in Malta that he did, an international tournament. It was very, very good.
And a bit of a long slog he had to do that.
Absolutely.
Week as well.
It's hit towards a man deep. Good fielder out there.
Yeah, Tika Rahman took that good catch earlier. Told you he's a very good fielder. Sometimes too powerful for his own good, as we said. Charlie's a really good young commentator, still studying. He's studying business and broadcasting at the moment in the UK, as well as spending some time in Spain, of course, occasionally playing for the La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club, which is it's a very, very famous cricket club there in Spain. Also, they were hosts of the first ever ECL back in 2019. He says Amandeep back. Lucky. This will just be a 1.
I've got a bit of an interest with the international tournaments, having been associated with Czech national team for quite a while, and they're great fun to watch because a lot of these teams we played a lot against Malta and Hungary and Austria, Luxembourg, So it's good to see these players and good to see the teams develop.
It adds another layer of interest, I'm sure, when the ECS hits there and you see some of the players that you know, obviously from the international scene and some other emerging ones, of course. With the international criteria, you can qualify to play for a country once you've lived kind of continuously for 3 years in a country. So you can also see some players in ECS cricket that might not have done the 3 years yet. Yep. So that's always something, I suppose, that we're looking at as well. Hello to Ethan LaRue as well. He's another lurker. He's watching from South Africa. And also Maya Patel as well. Again, loving your contributions.
Full toss, not put away, just hit straight down the ground, just a single. Yeah, these international tournaments it just shows how cricket's developed here in Europe. And I think it was a really good initiative by the ICC to allow players with just 3 years in the country. Of course, they've had to contribute to cricket as well.
Yeah, it used to be 7, I think.
It was 7
at one point, maybe 5 for a while.
No, well, yeah. Oh, that's pretty close, and he's gone. That was pretty straight. Wasn't missing anything, I don't think. The only thing that missed was the bat. And,
yeah, that's true.
That's another wicket down. 5 down now for Trentino.
Gets pretty close to the stumps here. Close-ish, I suppose, but mainly the fact that he's on the back foot, and that is about as easy as you can get as far as LBW decisions go. Again, I like the way the umpire probably knows straight away it's out, but just takes some time, goes through the little mental checklist, and I think that's how you avoid making bad decisions. That was a good one. So Trentino Aquila got himself to competitive land, but they have lost a 5th wicket, 76 for 5. Here comes the captain, Ali Sakib Ashad.
Yeah, going back to that international criteria, it used to be either a passport holder, you had to be in the country for 7 years and contributed, I think, for 4 of those or 5 of those, and there were 2 players who were could been in the country for 4 years, which meant that you get players that weren't very good playing for the national side.
1 second, this is a hat-trick ball for Rajmani, and there it goes. Yeah, so go back to what you're saying there.
Yeah, so what we'd get would be players who'd been in the country for long enough who would qualify, whereas the better players who are playing competitively just were not able to qualify for the teams. So there was competitive cricket, but at a very low level.
Yeah.
And so, but the ICC changed that regulation a few years ago to that 3-year eligibility, and because I mean these players are in the country, they've adopted another country.
Exactly. You know, I think 7 years is a long time, especially as an adult, right? Yeah. If you say 7 years, is a bit crazy. I think 3's about right. I think the idea of picking players that have made a home there, that's important. I mean, even it's quite unusual. Sometimes you get people with passports that never even been to a country. Gustav McCann plays for France. I don't know if he's actually ever been there. As another one goes down, and that time it's the slower ball. He's kind of overspinning a web through this middle order. Isn't he? Rajmani, a 3rd wicket. Doesn't get the hat-trick, but he does have 3. It's 77 for 6.
Yeah, really good bowling, and it's falling apart a little bit for Trentino Aquila. Had a good start and some big hitting throughout the early overs, but Cricket Stars making a real comeback, and it's really turned the tide. And you look at the bowling figures of Amadit Sip for 2 for 9 off 2, and then Rajmani Singh bowled about 1.5.
Yeah, look at his hand here. See how it's not such an obvious back and hand slow balls. Normally they're really easy to pick, but because he does it at pace, I don't know. I just think it's a little bit less pickable than normal, and you can see it's man with Sandhu on his back. Well, I'd be proud of a delivery like that. He pitches it just right, and because it has overspin, so normal pace on deliveries have backspin. It's just how they come out, but the overspin makes the ball drop a lot. So that's why he's thinking that's a full toss. Ali Sakib Ashad, in the end it drops, and Rajmani putting on a show. 3 for 4, 3 to come in this over.
Oh, another one. Well, doesn't get much more bold than that. Middle peg out of the ground, and he's got 4 for 4. The man with Sandhu on his back, and that was just a straight delivery, and the left-hander, he's looking at the pitch, don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to swing. It is a golden derrick, unfortunately. Another one goes. And yeah, Jawad Ahmed, he just doesn't negotiate that. Kind of gave himself a bit of room and regrets it. Middle stump, clean out of the ground. Well, for the second time then, this time we'll have time to put up the Hall of Fame. Rajmani, could he be hat-trick taker number 11 of the season? Certainly he's given himself every opportunity. A hat-trick for the second time. And
second time in the over.
Second time in this over. True.
Yeah.
Here we go, and it's Saeed to face the hat-trick ball. Bilal Saeed. Good luck. 77 for 7.
He kind of deserves it. They bring the players in a little bit. So it's falling apart for Trentino Akia. Comes in and... Oh, he's got him! There goes the off stump, and there's the first hat-trick of the tournament. Rajmani Singh, he's taken 5 for the over, including a hat-trick.
What a movement, what a moment for Rajmani, and he gets it just right. He's been so good at hitting the stumps. Rajmani Singh Sandhu, take a bow. He goes bang, bang, bang. Not only is it a hat-trick, it's a 5-wicket haul as well. And the way he's going, he could get 6, which is pretty rare. That he has been right on target, and this is a perfect hat-trick ball. He goes pace on Yorker, get no real foot movement from Saeed, and then Rajmani is off to the races. There is your 11th hat-trick of season 2023 on ECN.
Oh, amazing. And there's another golden derrick. So, yeah, just that one ball. He could have had 5 and 5, but he's got 4 wickets in this over, including a hat-trick. Got one ball left.
What a performance. Bang. All right, so next, it's Sadiqat Ali and Rajmani on a 6-for.
Oh, it's dodged. Oh, just poked up in the air. Not the most convincing of all shots. And the fielder didn't react. It might have dropped short of him, but what an over that was. Rolled his fingers over that one.
Could have been 4 and 4. We haven't seen 4 and 4 this season. But Rajmani Sandhu, unbelievable. 5 for 4. What an entry. And he's still got a bat. And he's a brilliant batter as well. Surely, player of the match performance, even without the halfway point of this game. 5 for 4 off 2.
If he'd got that, Vin, he could have been on a wraparound double hat-trick.
Would have been on a wraparound triple hat-trick.
Triple hat-trick.
That would have been a double hat-trick.
Yeah, yeah.
What a good effort that is.
Wow, great bit of bowling. Ends up with 5 for 4. Pretty good figures, I think. Here comes the new bowler. Just whipped off his toes by Adil. And they'll look for 2. They'll get 2 pretty comfortably.
Well, do you remember the last time we saw 5 for 4 on the network? I can tell you. Yesterday, that's right. Viboy Yadav took 5 for 4, identical figures. But what an effort.
And still doesn't beat the destroyer, Stefan Gooch.
That's true.
So hit down the ground, play coming around. Don't think you'll get there. Nice shot, 4 runs. Yeah, I was there in Hungary when Stefan Gooch took 6 for 3.
Baggy Blues.
Not bad for a wicket keeper.
Exactly. And then he didn't even bowl next time we saw him. He's part-timer at best, Steph. He'll tell you that.
You know, there's a reason why he didn't bowl much for the rest of the tournament. Or if he did, because I'll tell you in a minute. I don't know if you know this story.
Maybe I don't, which is why I want to hear it.
He did tell me not to tell his skipper, not to say anything about it. It's wide. Between games, he was displaying his fine impressions of different fast bowlers, including Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson, but all through these different bowlers, and he blew his shoulder out.
Is that right? I did not know that.
This one's in the air, and it should be caught. Nice take there, Australian style. That's a very nice catch from Shekhawat. Another wicket goes down. Sukraj gets a wicket. Probably well deserved, I think. And well, 8 down now. Trentino, 84. Got a pretty good score on the board, but it looked like they were going to get a few more. The wheels are falling apart.
Really has. I mean, you can't doubt the intent there.
No, they were Rajmani'd, though.
They were very much Rajmani'd. He said it. But, yeah. I mean, look, to their credit, they have 84, which certainly, you know, it plays here. You know, you can maybe scrape to high 80s from here.
Well, they've only got 1 wicket to play with.
Yeah.
3 balls left.
Burglar boundary somehow. But, yeah. Let's say Mr. Sukraj trying to finish things off.
It's turned around the corner and it's gone. Well, that's it. He's on a wraparound hat-trick. And that's the end of the innings. They lost the last 6 wickets for how many, Vinny? Couldn't be much.
I'll tell you, because they were say cruising, but yeah, they were actually 71 for 2.
Yeah.
So they lost their last 8 wickets for just 13 runs.
But the last 7, I mean, there were 5 taken.
Yeah, no, they include that. So
including
they
that?
fell at 71, 71, 76, 77, 77, 77, 84, and 84.
Wow.
So yeah, they lose 8 for 13 at the end of the innings. And, well, in the end, I mean, it's a score that is competitive. They don't even bat out the 10 overs in the end, Danny. What a great performance, particularly towards the end. Great death bowling from the Cricket Stars.
Got to say, it was a great start from Trentino Ikea, and they were really dominant over the Stars bowling. So you can see that nice straight 6, and it was the openers who really let loose.
Yeah, they were kind of. Yeah, got them off to a decent start, which you kind of need to. Cricket Stars' first game of the tournament, but there are no rookies in this format. Good to see Adil Ahmed kind of showing a bit more of what he could do. I think he becomes a really important player. But a great catch by Atiku Rahman. He finished his innings at just 20. And then Lovepreet, well, it was time to party for the skipper. That one sticks. And yeah, Cricket Stars, like I said, they'll have to work moderately hard, I think, to get these runs. Trentino Aquila, though, they certainly applied themselves when they were defending even less runs against Precious CC earlier today. So they'll feel that even though this innings didn't go quite as they wanted, they'll feel this is a defendable total.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they got the runs on the board early. They did lose a lot of wickets late on, but 84 is a pretty decent total on this ground. And it was Awais and Ahmed who did a lot of the heavy lifting, got about half their runs, just over actually. But then it was the Amandeep Singh and especially the Rajmani show. Amandeep ending with 2 for 9, but man, Rajmani with 5 for 4, including a hat-trick. That was fantastic bowling. That was the second one, left-hander. And next one is the hat-trick ball. Well, actually, it's not the hat-trick ball. Here's the reverse with the lefty. And the next one is for the hat-trick, and there goes the off-stump, and a well-deserved hat-trick for Rajmani. Isn't he happy? He ended up with 5 for 4, including in that hat-trick. And just ended up pretty much being it, apart from that lovely 4 down the ground. Yeah, a couple of late wickets. Neat catch taken out on the boundary by Shekhawat. And this one tried to be tucked around the corner, and a good catch just behind square. So Trentino were well on top at one stage. Cricket Stars, I wouldn't say they were struggling, but then they came back, and it's so difficult to predict this game. And just that comeback, and you see the top of the innings, 14, 20, 25, 16, and then the rest is, well, Kamran Hussein's the only one who scored out of the last 7 batsmen. So Goop started with Gurpreet, and only 1 run off the bat. And lots of little ones there, lots of golden ducks. And here's the bowlers. Shekhawat was good in the first over, and got a bit of a pasting in his second. Sukraj was good, 2 for 15. Amandeep, 2 for 9, but look down the bottom. Rajmani Singh, 5 wickets for 4 runs, including a hat-trick, economy rate of 2 per over. So this is a fascinating game. Trentino have given themselves a decent total to defend against Cricket Stars. We'll be back very shortly from Milan. The second innings of this game, 85 to win for Cricket Stars against Trentino Ikea. See you very shortly.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series match in Milan, Italy, between Trentino Kia and the Cricket Stars. Trentino Kia looking to go cruising at the start of their innings, but they lost 7 for 13 at the end. They reduced to a score of 84. Still a reasonable total, maybe a little bit below par, but a defendable total for them against Cricket Stars, playing their first game in this series. The highlight was a hat-trick to Rajmani Singh, and also 5 wickets for 4 runs. Fantastic figures. But, we'll see what Cricket Stars have with their batting lineup. It is their first time batting here in this this tournament. They might take a little bit of time to warm up, whereas Trentino have had a game earlier today. One they lost. But at least they've got a little bit of experience on this pitch, and Cricket Stars, as we know, this pitch does play a few tricks, and there's a bit in it for the bowling. But, they'll want a good start as well. They'll want to get through the power play without losing any wickets, and it will be Gurpreet Singh to open the bowling. A big wide. He gets a lot of movement out, does Gurpreet. Good pace too, but just losing his radar. Did similar in the last game. Bowled a couple of wides early. So Gurpreet didn't trouble the scorers, as many of the Trentino batsmen did in their final, their previous innings, and that one's a bit short. Slammed down into the ground by the batsman. First runs for Cricket Stars. Just hit to that cow corner area. Man going back on leg side now. 2 fielders back, both on the leg side, actually on the offside for the left-hander. It's one at third man and one at deep point. So right-hand, left-handed combination for Cricket Stars. And it's Rajmani Singh, who's having a pretty good day today, who gets a good one. It's a nice ball from Gurpreet up top to Rajmani. I think Rahman is the batsman, the non-strikers in, who faced the first couple of deliveries. And Gurpreet, he's a bustling bowler. Moves it through pretty quickly, and does get a bit of natural outswing to the right-hander, but he'll be looking for that little gap between bat and pad for the left-hander. He comes in again, and it's a bit full, and that's been slammed into the potato field for 6. Could be called a no ball, and has been called a no ball. It's a bit of a disaster, just over pitching. Let's have another look at it, and it's fair enough. I think it was dipping a little bit, but that one was cut away for 6. So Gurpreet will have to bring it back. Just a pretty ordinary ball. And Cricket Stars got the start they wanted. And Rajmani Singh, it seems to be his day at the moment. I think he likes this Milan cricket ground. We'll see how Gurpreet comes back from this. It will be a free hit. Want to get it on line. Comes Gurpreet bowling to Rajmani. That's not a bad ball. I'll take a single. Hurried him a little bit. It's a little bit short from Gurpreet. So again, nice day today. Perfect cricket, about 21 degrees, nice and bright and sunny. This ground's starting to quicken up as well. As Gurpreet comes in, bowling to Rahman, the right hander. It's going to be wide as well. He's straying him a little bit, is Gurpreet. Not bowling with much control. Good pace though. As you can see, this one started wide, went wider. If he can bring it back. Needs to get it on about that off stump line. Comes in again. It's better. It's hit off the top. It's going towards a boundary. Don't think it'll make it. Being chased down. They'll come back for a second. Better area there from Gurpreet. Right at the toe of the bat there from the batsman. Could have gone anywhere. But with the field up, all the players within that 30-metre circle just managed to get over the top of them. Still got a couple of balls left in this over. It's gone for 13 already. Good start for the Stars. This one is caught. Well, got that one more on line. There's a man short there at mid-on. He dropped it first up, knocked it up for himself. And that's the first wicket down. Very bottom-handed, hit it pretty well. And that is Lovepreet Singh to take the catch. And that's the first wicket down for Cricket Stars. And it's been a bit of a mixed bag here from Gurpreet. So Ramzan is the new batsman, but that's interesting. So Lovepreet Singh caught by bowled by Gurpreet Singh. Hopefully we'll see Lovepreet against Lovepreet a little bit later on. That'll be a nice touch to this game. But glad to see the back of Rahman, who can be a very destructive batsman. So Nasir Ramzan, the new batsman. This was the end of the over. In fact, it's not. There's one ball left for Gurpreet. Comes in to the new batsman, and it's down leg side. He's like he's trying to spray flies here. They're all over the place. The deliveries from Gurpreet Singh. Just not bowling with any sort of control. Comes in to get to Ramzan. Oh, this is in the air, and it's gone all the way, has it? It has 6 runs. Well, a lot of pace on the ball, top edge. And that's an interesting way to get off the mark for Ramzan. Top edge, all the way for 6. Well, that's one way to avoid the slow surface. And that's an expensive over. He did take a wicket, did Gurpreet, but 20 from it. And that's almost a quarter of the runs done in 1 over. Vinny, what do you make of the opening
exchanges? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a magical start, isn't it? Despite the loss of Atiq Rahman. Interesting that he's opening now. I mean, they have lost a couple of the top order batters. He's a guy we normally see probably around the 5 or 6 mark. Still very capable. But yeah, he picked out Lovepreet, didn't he? And so yeah, both Lovepreets taking a good catch in this match. But yeah, I just think when you're only defending 84, you put 20 out of that straight away. Looking very friendly for Cricket Stars. Here's Rajmani Sandhu who's batting. And he gets a wide first up. That's good pace from Ali Saqib Ashad. And looking good with that goal chain.
I was going to say, it's pretty loose bowling though. There's been quite a few wides already in this innings. That one was, well, it's a left-hander, so it does play a bit on the bowler's mind.
Good wheels though from Saqib. This time Rajmani pushes. So yeah, Rajmani Sandhu, he's had a very good game. Now we're seeing him with the bat, but earlier we saw him put on a bit of a show with the ball. He's just the 11th hat-trick of the season, 5 for 4 off 2 overs. And not just that, he also, obviously, by virtue of taking 5 wickets, he joins the 5-wicket Hall of Fame here in match 12. And meanwhile, Ramzan's going to get another ball that he can get away. This time not as much of a top edge on it, but still he'll get 4 to go with his 6 last over. And yeah, Alex Kimo showed he's got some good wheels about him, like I said, but I just think sometimes gets a bit carried away with the short stuff. I'd like to see him try and draw the batters forward a little bit, maybe try and draw a mistake. And that one ends up past the ropes for 4 more.
Well, exactly, especially in the power play, Vinny. I mean, there's not much protection for him. There's a man back at backward square leg, but it's the way he bowls. He does really dig it into the pitch, and he angles it in. So the natural angle of the batsman is to go with that natural shape of the delivery. And there's only one man protecting. So it's a bit too easy, I think, at the moment for the batsman. You see it again. It's probably off the pad. Look for 2, and you can see the difference in the running here.
Well, Rajmani tried to put up the stop sign there. And again, it's not really his role to put up the stop sign here. It's actually not that far away. It's just sliding down the leg side. And you see Rajmani try to put up the stop sign, and Ramzan saying, no, hold on a second. I think there's 2 there, and it's my job to decide. And so they do get back for a couple in the end.
The big difference, I mean, Trentino, I mentioned before, they weren't really running looking for 2s, where Cricket Stars went straight away. As the bowler comes in again, short again, just poked down to forward point, just a single. So they did get a wicket in the first over, did Trentino, but there's just too many runs. It's a good power play so far for the Cricket Stars. I've got to say that's not been great bowling. Brings the left-hander back on strike. Rajmani having a great day today. And again, it's down leg side. Probably caught the pad, I think. So no wide. And of course, anything past that leg stump, someone will look at it. Yeah, it was a little noise. Must have caught a bit of the trousers. It was a stifled appeal. Lucky to get away with it. Anything past that leg stump, Will's a wide if it goes behind the batsman. This one is going to be dropped. Well, it went straight to the fielder there. Pretty hard catch though. Came to him very quickly, but probably should have been taken. Let's have another look at it. Bangs it in again. Drew the false shot and just couldn't hang on to it there, the fielder. Copped it at the end of the fingers as well. I think he might have done a bit of damage to his fingers. The umpire's having a chat. He did cop it, and I think he'll go off and be replaced. As we see the standings at the moment, see Cricket Stars there in 7th, but this is their first game, so no points on the board. They are looking to get their first points of the tournament. And Katrina Akia missing out in the first game against Brescia, so they remain winless if they don't defend this total of 84. Just a little break. Maybe a player come onto the field. And the fielder there for Trentino just gets a bit of attention from the medical staff. Won't cause any delay though, any more delay. And Rajmani.
Kind of hurts more ways than one, doesn't it?
It does.
With the catch down, and also sustaining something there. That's Kamar Razak. Now, this one's a little bit off. Oh, yeah, that could be out. That's really close.
I think it might be, Vinny.
My spider senses are up. And I think it's close, but it turns out to be a good fumble from the keeper. Let's have a look, Ramzan. Does he get there? I don't think he does. Let's have a look. To me, he's just out.
That's there.
Yep, there you go.
That's gone.
Really good piece of camera work.
Yeah, it was an excellent piece of work by the fielder back there. And just flicked that off stump.
Yeah, I think just checking if the bail's up, but I mean, for me, the bail's definitely dislodged before he's made the line. So this is going to be gone, and a really nice piece of work. It's kind of a wicket from nothing, isn't it?
They really needed that Trentino because...
You got to give that out, surely. Yep, there it is. And some delay, but Ramzan probably had a feeling as well. But, yeah, so like I said, kind of wicket from nothing, isn't it? And it's going to be the second man down. And Ramzan looked good, but he runs himself out by a matter of inches.
It was good work from the fielder there because it got past the keeper. And it's a kind of unusual fly slip position. Stuck a mid out and then threw it while on the ground and just flicked that stump. So sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And
I was going to say it was a good fumble, but I don't think he actually really touched it. He may have just got a finger on it, the keeper. But anyway, it works out really well. 30 for 1 off 2 becomes 30 for 2 as we see Memo Javed coming out to bat in the number 4 position.
It hasn't been great bowling, though, from Trentino. It's been a bit loose, a bit all over the place. But they've still managed to get 2 wickets, and it's what you need, just sort of breaking partnerships. But it's been pretty easy so far for the Stars batsmen. It's been quick. Bowling's been pretty quick. It's just been sprayed everywhere. And talking about being sprayed everywhere, it's Gurpreet again, who went for 20 off his first over. Did take a wicket, but it was just a mixed bag. Here he comes again. And it's a short, and it's called a wide.
Let's have a look. This will probably tell us the height.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, that's wide for height, I think. Maybe it almost missed the line leg stump as well.
So, yeah, it's just a mixed bag from Gurpreet. He's bowling pretty quick, but just all over the place. Okay. It's like he's got his blunderbuss out. Just fired randomly. Oh, that's a better ball. It's a dodgy inside edge down to short third man area for a single. And new batsman is Memo Javed. He'll be facing his first delivery. In fact, he won't be. He just faced his first delivery, got that dodgy inside edge, and it'll bring Rajmani Singh back on strike. Left-hander. Let's see what Gurpreet does with him. So, again, didn't bounce much. They'll take a bye. Keeper just getting the pads behind it, stopping more damage. But yeah, it's been an interesting spell by Gurpreet. Just not really getting his radar right.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be disappointed. He hasn't got that control. You don't have too many to play with. I mean, they'll feel, though, if they could grab these couple of wickets, and maybe not as much batting in Cricket Stars as we saw last year. No Abdul Rahman, no Baba Hussain. Although this is going to travel, and it should get across the line, and it will. So Memo Javed, again, he's another class player. They just keep on coming, don't they, Gurpreet? It's just kind of a length ball, not the worst ball I've ever seen. Takes a bit of risk and gets away with it. Good power play batting as well. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. There's no one back there, that area straight. And a bit of an unusual shot.
Yeah, a little bit, kind of like a straight pull, wasn't it? But effective. A couple to come in here in the third.
There could be a chance of a run out. Keeper does well. It would have been gone if he hit.
Yeah, you can see that Javed, when he gets it in the pads, he needs to just look up at his partner straight away. It takes a long time to respond to Rajmani, who was sure, yep, we got one here. And see, then he tries to put a stop sign up in vain. Cameron Hussain had the chance to hit the stumps, but missed out.
You mentioned that the fielding has improved a lot in European cricket at this level, but it's nothing really compared to what we saw in the ECL.
Yeah, ECL marquee tournaments for sure.
Oh, that could be gone. I think he had his bat back. I think he touches it.
Well, I felt he touched it just because his reaction seemed. Well, that's not going to tell us actually. So, does he get a fingertip on it?
He's late back
and
with
if
the
he
bat,
does,
isn't he?
and if he is he out? That's the question.
I think he was late to react. It went back and he's gone.
Yeah, well, he's gone. So now it's up to the umpire to determine whether he's touched it or not. Now, if he has touched it, there's no doubt that he's out. And both kind of cameras are blocked. Well, that kind of shows you there.
Maybe.
I mean, my instinct was he touched it. You know?
he appealed for it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, again, it's going to be up to the umpire whether he thinks the ball's touched or not. And well, seems like a not out calls. There's not a lot happening, but he was definitely out of his crease.
he was out of his crease. So the umpire must have judged that he didn't touch it, and maybe the bowler was one who actually admitted to it.
It's possible as well, isn't it? So anyway, it takes the end of the third over. No further damage. 38 for 2, and Sadakat Ali is going to bowl over number 4. A couple of interesting, well, one run out, one almost run out.
So yeah, new bowler. Oh, big swing and a miss. Not the greatest shot. Chance for a run out again. And keeper misses again. Well, it's didn't get up much, this ball. Nicely pitched up. Keeper couldn't handle it, and he would have been very close to a run out, but got home. But, they're very aware with the running of these Stars batsmen. They're just putting a bit of pressure on the field, and they've had a good power play. 39 for 2 at the moment, almost halfway to the target. So another couple of wickets here for Trentino might make it interesting. Otherwise, well, I think their bowling's just not really been tight enough, not really been good enough at the moment by Trentino. And they have picked up those couple of wickets.
Yeah, it's got to hang in there. It's got Sadakat Ali, talented bowler, big guy.
It's been hit straight, just a single. It's they need a settling over, I think, Trentino. It's something where bowler puts everything on line, and then they cut down the runs to 5 or 6. That would be really what they need. Stars, they don't need to panic. Ahead on the run rate. That's a nice shot there. Good fielding out in the boundary. And just a single. Whipped that off his legs. And again, just a single. They won't mind this Trentino at the moment. As I said, just a settling over, just to get them back on track. It's not really been through lusty hitting, and it's just been through, I think, just poor bowling.
Yeah,
no consistency at all.
They've been okay at times. That's not going to cut it when you're trying to defend 84.
That's not going to cut it either. That's been slammed into the potato field. Just pitched up a bit too much.
That's such a Rajmani special. I mean, he can take it off middle and off stump, and to generate that kind of power over the offside, that's what makes him a bit special. And yeah, like I said, not the worst delivery, maybe a bit over pitched, but just the technique to do that, the power to do that inside out, it just makes him a real difficult customer to bowl to.
Well, especially being a left-hander as well, it just play with the line of the bowlers. And rolled his fists over that one. It's got the gap, and that's another 4. Just got it slightly wrong, the bowler. You could see the rolled his wrist over it for the slower ball, just over pitched. And Rajmani just got it towards the toe of the bat.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Rajmani, he's looking for the leg side that time, thinking, okay, maybe the bowler will kind of spirit it in my body, considering the shot I played last ball. But then he makes the adjustment, makes it really well. Just a correct looking cover drive. Hit well enough to beat the outfielder. 50's up now for Cricket Stars.
He's got most of his runs on the offside though, Rajmani. Let's have a look. This one's beaten him. That's a good ball. Good comeback.
Yeah, really good ball. And of course, there's Rajmani to lose his composure, which has been pretty rare. This one just leaves him off the pitch, I think, a little bit. But it does take us to the end of the 4th over. Cricket Stars cruising at the moment. They are 51 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, it's been a good start. And they look pretty good here, the Cricket Stars. And as you said, they've strengthened this year, bringing in some good talent. Just shows you how strong this league is. Trentino, they were looking good in their batting as well until they lost 7 for 13. So just we'll have to see as the tournament goes on whether they just rely on their top 3 or 4 batsmen, and then it's just a bit of a blip for the lower order. As we have a new bowler, and that is Chaudhry Adil, and becoming around the wicket. to the right-hander. This one's right on line, just poked down on the offside for a single. What do you make of bowlers coming around the wicket, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it for a variation. I think normally something I'd do sparingly, to be honest. I think it does take out a few modes of dismissal. I think probably even more important than the angle of approach is kind of the angle that you're trying to bowl it. So now he's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah.
So he's consistently basically trying to make an angle that he's going to go across the batter. So to the right-hander, he's around. To the left-hander, he's over. And this isn't going to work out too well for him. Although this may not quite have what it takes to go to the boundary. Pulled back pretty well. Zadaka Ali, they'll trot through for an easy 2. Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's important that you learn how to bowl both. I do think sometimes it's overdone. I think, but it also depends on things like the pace of the bowler, kind of what length you're bowling as well.
Yeah.
So if you're bowling short and you're around the wicket right-hander to right-hander, then a lot of balls pitching outside the leg stump takes down a lot of options for you. But like I said, it's all about having tools in your toolbox as a batter or a bowler.
Oh, that's a nice tool to have in your arsenal there. That's a beautiful shot, just straight on leg stump. And Rajmani, well, most of his scoring shots have been on the offside. That one was just taken nicely off his pads, and that's another 6. Well, now he's going to come around the wicket to him. But, yeah, I tend to find, and it was like a trend a few years ago that with the high levels of the game that players were coming around the wicket. As we see, that's a better ball. As we see, that was a little appeal. Nothing on really. Yeah, it was just at a high level. There was a trend to come around the wicket as a right-hander, and we saw a lot of the younger players in the local leagues, and also copying these players. But I don't think they had a real reason for doing it.
Yeah, and the other thing is that how do I put it? If that becomes your habit, you're losing your kind of normal approach. So you're trying to get a bit more advanced before you can do the basics.
Yeah.
I think it's a sometimes tactic. And so, yeah, I'd see a lot of bowlers, right? You say they just copy thinking that's just what you do, but especially in longer forms of the game where you're trying to get wickets a bit more as well and open up wicket-taking opportunities, then I don't know if it's the best tactic.
It's the same reason why you see things like ramp shots and reverse sweeps and things. It's normally not the older players who play that, who play those shots. It's normally younger players who are emulating what they see on the IPL or wherever, and 9 times out of 10 it doesn't work.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
Exactly what we're talking about here. Because, yeah, this probably is hitting the stumps, but as soon as it bounces outside the leg stump, cannot be LBW.
Yeah.
See where it bounces, and then it's probably maybe going to hit, maybe not, but it just kind of eliminates the possibility of it.
So
61 for 2 after 5. And while we're talking about the umpires, which we have been a little bit during this game, I want to say big hello to our Milan umpiring crew here in week 1. We've got Rohan, Shahid and Ali just showing some of their warm-up exercises there under the guidance of Sir Rob Kemming. It's a big job, isn't it? So we really appreciate their efforts, and I think you'll agree, they do a very good job under the circumstances. They make literally thousands of decisions every day.
I think they've been very good so far in this tournament. So ball comes in, down leg side, whipped away, too easy. Don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It has got to the boundary. So nice shot there. Just so easy, right on that leg stump line, and whipped away by Rajmani, who's looking like a player.
Yeah, and he's got nothing to fear here, does he? Just needs 20 more, pretty much out of the second half of this innings. And this is Keebo Shard, last roll of the dice with him coming back.
Short, they'll just take a single, might be a leg by actually.
Moral victory there. That one clunks into the thigh pad, kind of beats him for pace, gets him to the other end. But yeah, just going back to last year when we saw cricket stars, and they were the winners in Bologna. Like I said, pretty high scoring final, 142 to 128. Again, that was a pretty good field for scoring. I know that you've spent some time there. Just looking how their lineup looks different at the moment. No Abdul Rahman here. Well, half a chance there back at Ali Sakiba Shab that gets through him for a single. Had Nasir Ramzan batting 4, Atiku Rahman batting 5. So yeah, probably losing 1 or 2 batters just makes them a little bit more, I don't know about suspect, but you know, if you can get those wickets, maybe you can get in the middle order a bit quicker.
Was it a drop catch then, Vinny?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it was. It just kind of threw him before he knew too much about it. This could be trouble.
And I think he's gone. That's going to go to the replay. I think he sort of plonked his bat over the line.
I'm giving this out, soft signal. And
yes.
it is out.
That's definitely out.
Great work by the bowler actually to gather the throw, then goes a full-on overarm middle stump out of the ground job. So it is going to be gone. And remember, Jarvin's turned around, not for the first time we've seen today. It's, yep, there's the decision. I think it's coming soon, but yep, he's just out.
I tell you, it was good by the fielder just to throw it back to the bowler rather than having a peg at the stumps. And talking about peg at the stumps, he was 2 metres away from it. Hit the middle peg though.
Yeah, that one shows it pretty conclusively. So, well, if the screen's on over there, they'll be able to work it out, and there you go. So a run out. Feels like a consolation wicket, doesn't it? But it is the 3rd wicket for Trentino Aquila. Cricket Stars lose a 3rd. It's 67 for 3.
Look, looking at this game though, Vinny, if Cricket Stars lose 7 for 13, which is what Trentino did, then Trentino win.
Yeah, and not just that. If they lose 9 for 9 from here, then they'll be 12 for 76, and then they'll definitely lose. They'll be thrashed. We saw 9 for 9 by Sri Lankan Lions on finals day in Cyprus. On top side, going down in flames. Anyway, Rajmani will be unfussed. And here comes Lovepreet Singh coming out at 5. And he's got a bit of a reputation as a finisher. And he loves to kind of finish the job, and that's what he's here for.
Well, the skipper
going to be on strike now.
He's captaining the side pretty well. And as he faces his first delivery, and just pokes it down and takes a well-run single. Nice batting. But I think Rajmani is going to be earning the Man of the Match award. 35-21. He did take a hat-trick and took 5 for 4 with the ball. So he's done very well. As you can see the scorecard, Rahman missed out. Ramzan did okay until his run out. A couple of run-outs in his innings.
A couple of run-outs, a couple of strange ones. There was always another run-out where we thought maybe it had flicked off the bowler's fingers onto the stumps, and it was definitely out of his crease, but I don't think the umpire was satisfied that the bowler had touched the ball.
It wasn't Rajmani who was at the bowler's end, was it?
No, I don't think so. But I mean, look, I suppose it comes down to the fact that Cricket Stars, they've got a really classy top order. Rajmani, obviously, being left-handed, he just forces the bowlers to keep changing their line as well. So it's not going to be particularly easy. Here comes Javed Ahmed with the ball.
And he's got him. Well, that's the end of Lovepreet. It's a pretty good ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the stumps. He just kind of gets a bit too far across, doesn't he? Lovepreet is more of a deflector than kind of a brute force trauma kind of a batter.
I think that's what you need at this stage of the innings, and he just walked across it and missed a pretty straight one. You can see him going towards point slightly and tried to flick it around the corner and missed it. Good bowling.
Yeah, so Lovepreet will be disappointed. That's how he does go for just a single.
It's the first of 7 in this over.
Yeah, well, you think there's going to be a collapse on this guy?
Well, we saw
Dipendra Shekhawat, he won't let this happen.
Yeah.
But I mean, dare to dream. We have seen some epic collapse. I actually saw one in Malmo when a team needed, because Malmo CC actually needed 12 off the last 3 overs. They were 2 down. They were cruising, big partnership. Captain got out. They lost 8 for 4, including 5 wickets off the 5 balls of the 10th over. And to lose by think it was about 7 runs. But the last over went wicket, 1 and run out, and that was it. They were done. And that probably is still the most dramatic kind of falling off a cliff that I can remember. It was back in 2021.
Let's go back to this game. It's a good start from Jawad Ahmed. Apart from the wicket, next ball to Shekhawat was right on line. He's keeping it pretty tight. Watching bowl a big leg side wide. Always done pretty well, the slower ball, but that's been nicely hit for 4.
Yeah, he picked it, didn't he? Dipendra Shekhawat, and gets a boundary. Yeah, it's not a bad variation to try. It's that basically quick off spinner. Rolls the fingers down the left-hand side of the ball, but Dipendra Shekhawat, very correct stroke, wasn't it? Over cover, gets his first runs in style.
Bowling the slow ball, I would rather have a batsman watch a couple of the normal pace deliveries to get used to the pace and then bowl the slower ball.
Yeah. I suppose there's a chicken and the egg. I mean, that's again what the batter would be expecting, would be an on-pace delivery. Yeah. So you're trying to fool him up front. So you're always trying to get in your opponent's head, I suppose.
It wasn't a bad slower ball, actually.
It wasn't a badly pitched slower ball. I can understand, I wouldn't be expecting a slower ball. And often batters are a bit jumpy and a bit early when they first get out there.
True. At point just for a single.
Keanu remembers the Malmo collapse, the greatest collapse he's ever watched. And it was Yusuf Sahak who took 4 wickets in 4 balls, and I think that was the first time we'd ever seen it. I think we've seen it twice since then. But actually it was 5 wickets in 5 balls. The 5th one was a run out, and there was a run. But they were out of wickets. We couldn't believe it. It was an absolute miracle match. That was at Lance Corona last year. Or 2 years ago, I should say. Last time I was there. Don't think we'll get down there this year, which is disappointing.
Going to be caught, is it? Yes, it will be. Another wicket for Jawad Ahmed.
That's the big wicket of Rajmani now. Well, Danny, maybe you've sniffed something out that no one else saw. But that's the end of 7 overs, 74 for 5. Rajmani's had a bit of a fairy tale game, though, hasn't he? But he won't see it through to the happy ending because he's going to have to go. He goes for 34. And a fairly solid catch taken there by Adil Ahmed. Makes it 74 for 5.
I've got to say for Trentino, the Jawad Ahmed's over. This is the first really tight over of the innings.
Yeah, he's known what he's doing, right? He's been clever with his pace variations and also his line. Let's have a look at what's coming up, and this should be a good one. Brescia CC 1-0. They took care of Trentino Aquila this morning, taking on Bergamo CC. That we'll see for the second time in the tournament, but the first time today. And that's match 13 coming your way in around about 20 minutes. 2 high-quality teams. Can Baljit Singh fire for Bergamo CC and can Brescia CC continue their winning start? Anyway, it's a little flick away. Could be another one. And it's taken. Wow. Jawad Ahmed takes a catch now. Had a deal with the wicket. Oh, you said we might have an epic collapse. I mean, I suppose it is. I'll calculate it, but I can tell you right now, the score is 74 for 6.
Yeah, well, we saw an epic collapse for the Trentino in the Trentino innings, and then we've just seen a couple of quick wickets.
They were 67 for 2, and so that means they've lost kind of 4 wickets for, what's it now, 76, did I say, 74? So they've lost 4 wickets for 7, but they have lost the last 3 for 5, yeah, with a boundary there, 4 for 7. I mean, they still should get there. But the only way you're going to win, I think, if you're Trentino Aquila, is you've got to bowl them out.
Well, absolutely. There's no way that they won't score these 11 runs off 3 overs.
Right. Over to Shiraz Afzal.
Oh, good bowling.
I mean, you say you couldn't stop them getting the 11, but, I mean, I suppose maybe you could if they got Uber, just because obviously the batting team know, well, the only way we're going to get lose the games if we're bowled out. So, I mean, they might go Uber defensive. I think it's probably a good time to maybe bring an extra fielder up. That's what they're doing right now. And try and build some pressure that way. Because, again, these 11 runs are not going to make themselves.
This game is completely
Jawad Ahmed's still
gone.
Still got the next over as well.
Yeah. This game is completely gone 2 overs ago. That's nice and tight chance for it.
See, that's the sort of one. You'd hate giving away a run there. At least Kebo Sharp was prowling, but he couldn't get down to it. Makes it 10 to win, but I feel like it could be a bit of a nervous 10 at the moment. Harkamal Singh is out there. To be honest though, Harkamal, he only really knows one way. He's a guy that I like watching bat as well. See how he approaches this.
Could be over in 2 balls. Just leaves it.
Yeah, that's fine, I think.
Yeah, well, I don't want to watch too many of those. It's a pretty good ball.
It's a good ball. It's smart. Saying, okay, you want to go for it. They've got kind of 3 infielders in the offside, just trying to prevent that single. Oh, very tense finish that we didn't see coming, really. Potentially tense finish. Oh, boy. Could just be 1, maybe 2. Oh, wow. What a shot.
Late cut.
Better late than never. Oh, it's almost kind of at least stopped by Cameron Hussain, the keeper. So that's why you feel like they have to get there, but it's hardly convincing at the moment from Cricket Stars.
Just very tentative. You can see the nerves starting to come through. Comes in again, and big swing and a miss. Or is it an edge? It's gone. Well, there's a wide one. Got a little tickle on it, and that's another wicket.
A little end of the bat kind of feather, I think. Otherwise, it was potentially a wide. Maybe not a wide, actually. Maybe sneaks inside. But, yeah, you can see he looked a bit guilty, didn't he, there as well, the batter. And so, Harkamal seeing the next man to go. Gets a French 2, but that's all he gets. And 77 for 7, the slot machine. And suddenly, out of nowhere, they're eyeing off the jackpot here. Could they burgle this one, Trentino Aquila? Surely not, Danny.
Well, it's just been a weird game. It was Trentino Aquila cruising until they lost 7 for 13. And now Cricket Stars are basically in the same situation. And it's tighter bowling. Javad Ahmed is going to be taking, I'm sure, the last over.
Here's the...
There's 2 overs.
They should get an extra minute for that. I don't think it's been put on yet, but 3 minutes 30 to bowl the last. To bowl this over, I should say. It's the second last over.
Yep.
Javad Ahmed, though, he's got his tail up.
Yeah,
he's 3 wickets away from victory here. That's the way you could look at it.
Well, he's taken 2 for 5 in his first over.
I like this field. I mean, they're choking the single. Gets through him, though. If he fields that, I don't think they get a run. But having said that, what you've done is you've brought Jabbar Afzal on strike. He's batting with Shiraz Afzal, and he hasn't faced the ball yet. So now I think, you'd rather gamble, especially on this field. If it gets through the infield, it's not necessarily 4. No. So if you can actually just cut it off at the source and keep it at nothing, then you're in business.
That's a king of sweepers. Could be a run out. And, they've managed to ruin that.
Oh, they didn't know what he was doing there. He needed to underarm to the bowler who's in perfect position. But he didn't pick it up cleanly, Ali Saqib Ashad. That's the problem. And so by the time he picked it up, he kind of panicked the throw a bit. They're kind of actually forming an orderly queue here. But what you don't see there is the initial fumble.
Oh, it's just a low throw.
And he hits the stumps with his hand.
Yeah.
So, what a bit of an opportunity missed that was for Trentino.
Oh, that could be close. And it's a not out from the umpire. Might have been a bit high, I think.
Felt it probably pitched outside leg stump with the angle he's coming.
I
thought it might have been a cutter. Let's have a look. It wasn't a cutter, but it does pitch outside leg stump.
Yeah, it does.
Looking at this. Yeah, I think it's a good call. Really good call.
Yep.
Back pad, hitting in line, hitting the stumps, but for me, it bounces outside the leg stump. All right.
Dot ball.
6 off 9. They almost called a run out there as well.
Oh, it's another good ball.
Wow.
This is getting tight.
And you can see they're looking for runs that aren't there now. Shiraz Afzal back on strike. Oh, wow. This has come out of nowhere.
Well, they're not the quickest between the wickets as we saw before.
This is what we love about the European Cricket Network. I would have put my house, your house, the whole company payroll that they would have done this easily.
It's a full toss and it's dropped.
Oh, pick it up and run him out. Oh, all right. We didn't do that either. At least Saqib Ashad's had a bit of a shocker in the field in this 9th over as they literally are creeping towards this target. I mean, it was a catching chance first. If you drop that, and then it fell closer to the stumps. And he says, well, if you're not running, I'm going to throw it. It still would have been gone if he hit,
He's nailed the bowler, though, in the knee.
Wow. All right. Last ball of the night.
Oh. Dot ball is...
Even that was lucky. The keeper missed it, but he kicked it to the fielder. We got to finish on here with an over to go. His score is 80 for 7.
How did they miss the stumps?
Wow. And if they were to defend this 84, it'll only be, I think, maybe the 8th time a team's been bowled out before the end of the 10th over and won the game. If we only get 4 of this over, and I wouldn't count it out the way things are going, then we'll have a golden ball tiebreaker. This is really, really tight. Oh, boy.
Sadakat Ali is the bowler.
All right, yeah, well, beg, borrow or steal. You need 5 runs, Cricket Stars.
Start. This could be out, but it won't be. It'll just be a single. They'll look for 2. They might get the 2, actually.
Should be gone.
Yeah, it will be gone. Great throw. What a great throw.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. He's out if the ball hits the stumps, but I'm not convinced that Cameron Hassan has got the ball on the stumps cleanly. What happens? This will tell the story. Oh, the ball hits the stumps. So he has hit the stumps with his hands, but the ball's hit the stumps first. So it's going to be out. So he looks like a genius, basically. Let's have a. Or is it the elbow that hits the stumps?
Oh. Yeah. Well, the ball.
Is it the elbow, or is it? Look at the base of the leg stump, though. Oh, I can't really tell.
Maybe from front on, we could see if it hit the. But it's been given not out.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I thought the ball might hit the stumps as well. Obviously not. And I guess if there's doubt, you kind of got to give it against the keeper in that situation. So They do get 2 out of nowhere. So 3 to win now. And now he's gone. He is gone. So Afzal does get the strike back, but an 8th wicket falls. Danny Hudacek, you are visionary because you saw something coming that I didn't read in the tea leaves. It's Sadakat Ali with the breakthrough. Little edge, handled this time. No problems from Cameron Hussain. And it's 82 for 8.
Oh, what's going on, Vinny? They can't possibly lose, can they? They can't lose this, the Stars. There's no way.
They're 2 runs away from tying this game. The thing is, if you had a golden ball, I mean, they're making ones look so hard. How are they going to get 2? Anyway, Lucky comes out looking like a Bollywood star, doesn't he? He's got the big earring on. He's hatless, showing as much of his head to the world as he can. And Amandeep Singh, he's crowded. He's got company in the infield. Just got kind of 3 outfielders on the leg side. 3 to win, 4 to come now. Wide. Now they could throw away a wicket here. They go to the bowler and they mess that up too. This ties the game. Wow. And they've worked so hard to work their way back into the game, but then Sadakat Ali gets it completely wrong to the number 10. And I mean, what's Jabbar Afzal doing? He's just running no matter what. He ran to the keeper, but the keeper couldn't hold on. Wow.
A huge wide as well, Vinny.
All right, well, now, I mean, 2 wickets away from a golden ball.
Yeah.
And I think fielding team huge favourites in a golden ball. But any score wins it for Cricket Stars. Score's tied 84-84.
Oh, got in! Oh, Vinny, what's going on?
Oh, my word. Wow. It's 84 for 9. Scores are still tied. The number 11 is going to have to try and come out and win the game. Sukraj Singh has been waiting in the wings. He just tries to pull across the ball that's not even that short, I suppose. Doesn't really bounce. Off stump is out of here. And so is the batter, Jabbar Afzal. He was desperate to get down that end. I mean, I'd love to know exactly what's happening right now for Sukraj Singh in his body as he's walking to the crease. Again, now it stops you kind of taking a super risky run.
They'll go for it.
You've got 3 chances to win the game, right?
Yeah, true. But I still think they'll go for it.
I think they will because they'll panic. And there's a proper Lance Klusner, Alan Donald 1999 job on the cards here. And yeah, so I mean, I would say first ball, I'm just trying to make good contact, hit it through the field. Second ball, it's only the last ball I'm running no matter what, I think. Second ball, I'd probably take on a bit more of a risky run. But we have 8 infielders, just a deep mid-wicket, not even all the way back, just floating back for a possible catching opportunity.
It's going to be a dodgy edge through the vacant slip area, Vinny.
What a finish. Danny Hudacek, I still can't believe that you've seen this coming. All right. So, this is going to be Sukraj Singh, the number 11 for Cricket Stars. He has 3 chances to win this game. Any score will win it for the batting team.
Bowler comes in and it's, good ball. Really good ball.
Remember, wicket forces a golden ball, and even if you're bowled out, you can still have a golden ball because the not-out batter faces. We have seen that a couple of times. Oh, this is what I love about cricket. I mean, sometimes we see runs so easy to come by. People that say it's a batter's game, just have a look at this right now. This is one time the bowlers and the fielders there. And look, are right on top. But look at everyone how tense they are, because all these results matter in the table. Here we go. Second chance for Sukraj. As for Sadakat Ali, can he hold on?
It's a bit of chatter, I think, from the fielders.
I think he is thinking of the little dab, though. That's an easy way to get one, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you get a little one past the keeper, it's a fairly low-risk way to get one. But then it's high risk that you might miss the ball completely.
Here comes a bowler. Coming in. A couple of balls left. And he's gone!
Oh, it's a golden ball! It's a golden ball. Can you believe it, Danny?
That is a fantastic effort from Trentino after a terrible start with wayward bowling. They've come back and they've bowled the cricket stars out for 84.
Oh, my word. 84. Now, we've had 20 wickets. I think this is the first time we've seen a golden ball in a match where 20 wickets have fallen. I think it's only the third time we've seen 20 wickets fall in a match anyway. So, what does this mean? So it means Amandeep Singh, lucky, who has not faced a legal ball. He faced the ball when it was a wide and they scrambled it. He needs 2 to win off the golden ball.
Who would you bowl?
Good question. I think I'd stick with Sadakat Ali. He's got 3 for 16. What are your other options here?
Jawad Ahmed.
Jawad Ahmed's be tempting as well.
I would bowl
armour.
Jawad Ahmed for sure.
Yeah, maybe Jawad Ahmed. Wow, this is going to be huge. So here we are. If you're new to ECM, we've broken the golden ball streak and we've broken it at 40. So we went 40 matches without a golden ball, and we're about to see golden ball 45. You can see we last had a golden ball 9 days ago. This is the timeline of golden ball wins. Batters had a great start. We can see the bowlers have had the better of it, and you've got to favour the bowling team because you cannot face a golden ball if you're out. So there's only one player in that batting team that's not out, and it's Amandeep Singh who's going to have to face. This year it's 3-4. These are all the golden balls this year. So we had 5 golden balls in Malta. The first one was actually same situation. They were bowled out, and it was an LBW. And we've had 3 wins. Twice, it was actually, I think, drop catches that caused the win. We had a 6 win the game for the Majuba Blasters back in golden ball 42. But since then, we've had wickets on golden balls, a catch and a run out in the last 2 golden balls. One of them was in the ECL. Hornchurch versus Bevan, and then most recently Limassol Limassol's Army versus Nick C Fighters. That was a crazy one, whereas a drop catch, he threw at the stumps when he didn't need to at all, but hit the stumps and it didn't matter. So let's get back to the action here, and here's the question, like you said, do you bowl, you stick with Sadakat Ali, do you go back to Jawad Ahmed? And we're about to find out. But I tell you who the most nervous man on the field is Amandeep Singh. Because he's going to have to face it. And look, they've gone for another option. No, they have gone back to Sadakat Ali. And again, well, you know what? One thing I'm gonna say this: we've never seen a wide or a no ball on a golden ball, and this is now golden ball 45. So we're talking like 7.2 overs without a no ball or a wide.
That would just get the ball rebowled, right?
Yeah,
and then it'd be 1 to win.
Correct. Yeah. So, wow, this is crazy, really.
I do feel for Amandeep. He's come in he came in at number 10, I think, right? And he hasn't faced a ball. Well, he's faced 1. He faced the wide. And none of the previous batsmen have really got bat and ball apart from that court. So, it's interesting field. They've got a sweeper.
Well, the thing is, you can
afford
to have everyone back on the circle at least because it's only a 2. But the thing is, they're going for 2, so you need to try and you probably have to pinch a bit more because the non-strike, he's going to be going on contact or anyway.
Yeah. Mancad.
Yeah, Mancad. I mean, you only have 1 wicket in hand. If you Mancad someone, you win the game because a wicket finishes the game as well.
I know you're a fan of the man, Cad, to level things up, but I'm still not a fan.
I mean, you'd back yourself. You've got a guy that hasn't faced a legal delivery. And so, yeah, here we go. It's going to be a big finish, to say the least.
What a game, Vinny.
And Amandeep Singh, the pressure on this guy. Sadakat Ali, the pressure's on him too. It is going to be golden ball 45, live from Milan. Here's Sadakat.
Oh, don't do it to us. What are you doing? Sadakat Ali. Bowl it. Come on, bowl it. Let's see what happens. Sadakat Ali bowling to Amandeep Singh. Final ball, golden ball. And it's short.
Oh,
and
it would have been wide. And that's going to be it. And they're going to try for a second. They're going to try and work it out. As long as they get this, it's done.
That's it.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was going to be a wide. It wasn't. He hit it anyway. Didn't take his chances. And, well, can you believe it? Trentino Aquila have stolen a victory from nowhere. And they do take points away from their first day in the competition.
Oh, it's a fantastic finish. Trentino Aquila, this game had a bit of everything. Had good partnerships, had good batting, had terrible batting, had fantastic bowling, had terrible bowling, and a golden ball. So, got a feel for Amandeep Singh and the cricket stars.
Do you want the final note on the collapse? We talked about it. They were cruising it at 67 for 2. They lost their last 8 wickets for just 17 runs. And just like that, golden ball 45 is won by Trentino Aquila, a team that have so long been so close on ECN. Now they get the big scalp of cricket stars. And cricket stars, I mean, I'm kind of happy for them that they've got more cricket to come today. They've got 2 more matches, and that'll be a distant memory, because that is the kind of soul-crushing, I hate to use the word choke, but it's the soul-crushing victory denied that could just set you back in the tournament.
Have we seen 2 such epic collapses in ECN history?
I don't think so. This is what's coming up next, and we'll probably have a bit of a delay. In fact, it'll be delayed by 10 minutes due to the golden ball. So that's coming in about 15. Pressure CC taking on Bergamo CC live from the MCG. Over to you, Danny Hudacek. Let's have a look at this start, and it really was an innings in 2 halves, wasn't it? I mean, Rajmani dominated the first half of this.
Absolutely. It was a really loose start from Trentino Aquila and Gurpreet Singh especially. He went for 20 off his first over. Did take a wicket, but really was loose, and it was loose from the skipper as well. And they were pretty much cruising with the cricket stars. Did lose a couple of wickets, but I know they went down there. Hope the fielder's okay. Did take one at the end of the fingers. And here was the run out. So a couple of wickets went down pretty early, but they were really cruising, were the cricket stars. And then it just all fell apart for them. That was the controversial one where this was just to be not out. And it was fantastic batting from Rajmani Singh, the left-hander, who is definitely the man of the match, even though he's on the losing team, taking a hat-trick in the first innings and 5 for 4. Also the top scorer with 34 off 22. And some lovely 6 on the leg side. And clipped another one away. But then he fell. It was the chance for the run out, and it was the run out. It was launched by the skipper in the middle stump. So that's the end of Lovepreet, the skipper, and that was the start of the collapse. That's Rajmani, who hold out there. I think this is the one. That's it. And that was the last of the recognised batsmen, really. And then just the wickets kept on falling for this Cricket Stars team, much like the first innings. That was the one out wide, the little bottom edge. And then an LBW. That wasn't given. But didn't really matter. That was the drop catch and then a missed run out. But it was all happening. There was a pressure on both sides. And it was Sadakat who ended up getting a couple of wickets late. that brought it back. That was again, just another opportunity missed for Trentino. You think they were gone. Only a couple of runs needed. And that was the wide that got them an extra 2 runs there. And that was lucky. The only ball he faced before he faced the golden ball. And wickets just kept on going down. And not enough runs on the board for the cricket stars. And you can see them there. Okay, we'll be fine. And then this one, the final wicket. It's the skipper who takes the catch of Sadakat. And it went down to the golden ball. And it was Amardeep Singh who had to face it. And he chased a wide one. And then they tried all sorts to try to get that 2 they needed to win. And finally, run out. And a big win to Trentino Akia. What a fantastic game. 2 epic collapses. Some very good cricket, mainly from Rajmani Singh. And a win for Trentino Akia, who put their first points on the board. Well, let's have a look at this scorecard. It looked much the same, I think, as the Trentino Akia one. Rahman at the top, missed out a little bit. Good catch by Lovepreet. Rajmani, 34. Ramzan, run out for 11. A couple of run outs up top. And then it was all in single figures. Shekhawat with 5 and Afzal Sherazal fell on 5. But not quite getting there. Gurpreet very loose with the bowling with 26. Took a wicket. But Sadakat Ali, that main man in the end, taking 3 for 16. I think Jawad Ahmed also made a huge difference to this game, taking 2 for 8. So, what a game. I think I need to get my breath back. Trentino Akia winning on a golden ball. Both teams being dismissed as well. Bit of a rarity here in match 12 of the European Cricket Series in Milan. Fantastic game. I'm sure we'll have more to come. It's Brescia CC against Bergamo. Brescia CC we saw this morning. Bergamo we saw on day 1. They didn't quite fire. See if Baljit can get some form up. I'm sure he will. He's a quality batsman. We'll be back with that game in about 9 minutes' time. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. This is the real MCG. Cracking day for cricket. I don't think you could get more perfect weather, and it's a beautiful part of the world to visit as well, right up here in the north of Italia. Now it's time for the third match of the day. It's match 13. We know that some spooky things can happen during match 13 as well. Brescia CC taking on Bergamo CC, two really high quality cricket teams going head to head. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Atam Javed and Club Sajjad are there with Rob Kemming. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in match 13.
Your call. Heads. Tails is called. It is tails.
So the news from the toss is that Bergamo CC have won the toss and they've elected to bowl. So they're going to put in Brescia CC, who we saw for the first time this morning. So they've only played the one match, a fairly comfortable win over Trentino Aquila. But they did have to chase that occasion. Don't think they got off to a rocketing start. We thought with their batting lineup, maybe they would just kind of go full throttle, but they took an opportunity to play themselves in. You've got Yasadula up there, you've got Ali Raza Islam up there as well. Baba Hussain went cheaply in his first innings. We know Brescia CC, they were all Italy champions way back in 2021. That's why we saw them at the ECL in 2022, and they'll be hoping to make it 2 out of 2. Having said that, Bergamo CC are a very good cricket team. They did lose their first game of the tournament. It was match 1 of the tournament against Cina Brescia, but they replied with good wins over Albano, then Cividante. I think the big question is, will Baljit Singh be able to fire? He has captained Italy at the ECC before, and obviously he's a really important player. So if he gets cracking, anything's possible. I think it's going to be a really good one. Danny, no surprises there. Over to you in the commentary box. Match 13 is on the way, and it is Bergamo CC who've won the toss. They're going to field first. So Brescia CC, they'll get the chance to bet the 10 overs. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of the third match of the day.
Thanks, Vinny. And this will be a cracker. Brescia CC we saw this morning. Quality side, packed full of talent, as are Bergamo CC. You're going to see Darashiko and Baljit Singh, Jasprit Singh with the ball, and also Atasham Javed. But we'll see. Also Dulu, Ali Raza Islam and Baba Hussain for Brescia CC. Their top 3 so vital. It's going to be a great game. Bergamo did go down in one of the games on Monday. Brescia still undefeated, only played that one game this morning. Here are the expected scores. Again, don't read too much into that, because Baljit has not fired yet, and he is the star of this Bergamo side with the bat. But Darashiko, he's been handy with the ball. There's a lot of options for Bergamo. At the bowling, no doubt it will be Jasprit Singh who will open for them. As for Brescia CC, probably going to be Yasidulu and Ali Raza Islam, the 2 openers, as the players are on the field now. And this will be a very interesting contest. As I said, because of only having the Milan tournament this year rather than Brescia, all the top teams of Northern Italy are playing in this tournament. So every game is of high quality. We saw the last game with 2 epic collapses and the golden ball. In fact, it will be Baljit to open. The skipper. Normally Jasprit comes on with the second over. Very consistent performer is Baljit. But now the field restrictions. You get a lot of movement away from the right-handed batsman with Baljit. That's why there's a man on the deep cover boundary. Also Jasprit here in his usual position at long on. Everyone else in the ring. Of course, there's a 3-over power play in T10. And Baljit will be bowling to Dulu. Yassi Dulu. Here comes the first ball of the game. And it's a good one. And it's well struck over the covers for 4. Lovely shot by Dulu. He knew that that Baljit was going to be bowling outswing. Waited for it, and then cracked it over the covers for 4. Great start for Brescia CC and Yasadulu. Baljit, he'll come back from this. And it's a similar ball. Again, nice shape. And see, he gets good swing, and this ball will swing early. And there shouldn't be any moisture on this surface as there was earlier in the day with the dew. So this ball will swing for quite a few overs. Good contest between these two. Baljit bowling again to Dulu. And a little half volley, hit down the ground to Jasprit. Just a single. And that'll bring Ali Rasa Islam onto strike. He's a powerful hitter of the ball. We saw that a little bit in the last game. So, big cheer there. I think that came from Trentino Akia winning in that power, that golden ball. What a match that was. As Baljit comes in, bowling to Ali Raza Islam. A bit short, tucked away around the corner. Don't know if it'll make the boundary. It's being chased out there, and it will. It's 4 runs. You can see the ground is starting to quicken up a little bit. And it was Javed chasing, couldn't make up the ground. That's another boundary. First one to Ali Raza. And it's a bit short. Can't afford that with the field restrictions. In fact, that man's gone back. Jasprit's come up, and there's 2 men square. This one's down leg side. It's in the air, around the corner, and it'll be another 4. Tucked it around the corner. Full toss there from Baljit on leg stump. Got what it deserved. This is a loose start from Bergamo. Vastly experienced Baljit Singh. It's not quite getting it right. Let's see what he's trying to do. Trying to board that Yorker length outswinger. As we hear another big scream in the background from Trentino Akia. Go back with 1 win and 1 loss today. Baljit in. Just hit straight. There'll be no run. Just a little bit over pitched, but a low full toss produces nothing. So at the end of the over, pretty good one there for Brescia CC. 13 for no loss. Both batsmen getting off the mark. Both batsmen hitting boundaries. And Baljit won't be too happy with his opening over. Important to get wickets early. Very talented Brescia CC batting lineup with Dulu and Ali Raza Islam, and also Baba Hussain coming in at number 3, who missed out this morning. But you can't keep a good player down for too long. And it will be Jasprit Singh, who's probably the main man, I'd say, with the bowling for Bergamo. Played for Italy in the ECC. It's a good ball first up. This pitch will keep a little bit low sometimes. This one just probably not the right shot to play. Just a bit of a swipe outside off stump by Dulu. Again, the man back. It's only one fielder back. I know there's a 3rd man hiding out in the distance. And it's a good ball again. Good pace there from Jasprit. And starting to bring it back a little bit. And Bergamo. A couple of swings and misses from Yassir Dulu. Hits the ball very cleanly, does Dulu. And Jasprit, while he gets a bit of swing, he's a more dangerous bowler. When he comes back for his second, sometimes doesn't swing as much. Saw him on the first day. Get a few runs hit off him. That was a wide. Happens sometimes with outswing bowlers bowling a good pace like that. Just started a little bit too far outside off stump and continues with a swing and then a little bit off the pitch. This pitch is a good one for the bowlers as well. Comes Jasprit again. It's right in the block hole. Squeezed out by Dulu. The man at deep square leg. Good throw in. Just a single. And bring Raza Islam back on strike. 8 off 3. Got a couple of gifts there in the first over from Baljit. He put him away for a couple of boundaries. Did Rasa Islam, facing his first ball from Jasprit. Bit of tension in the ground, two good sides. And this one's wide outside off, gets a little dodgy inside edge. Good work by the keeper to get something behind it. Saved a few there. Let's have another look. It was a weird one. Looks like it hit the back of the bat. And Jasprit. It's been a good over so far, only 2 from it. And I said he does sometimes take a bit of a beating in the second over of his spell. And he takes a beating here. It's a full toss. It's over the top, and it will be 4 runs over cover. It's just over pitched slightly, as you can see, and he doesn't miss out, does Rasa Islam. Just as I was saying, he was keeping it tight. Jasprit, they want to come back in the final ball of this second over, just to keep things quelled. It's a good start from Brescia CC, going at about 10 and over. Here comes Jasprit. And just pushes that just a square leg, a little inside edge, just for a single at the end of the over. Brescia CC are 20 for no loss. 10 and over, it's a good rate. As I said before, even though we haven't seen it today, 100 is about an average score on this this ground, and it'll get closer to that as the weeks go on. Here for 2 weeks, as you see the table, Bergamo and Brescia CCs are 4th and 5th on the table. Bergamo with 2 wins on Monday. Brescia CC with their first win today and their first day of the tournament. They'll both be looking to get into that top 4, get into finals Friday next week. It'll be Bulgit to continue. He'll be bowling to Ali Rasa Islam. And that's weighted on that. Little chance for a run out. I think he would have been gone if it hit. Took on the fielder. And you see the ball come in. It would have been gone by a mile. He did turn in his crease when he played the shot, so he started from his back foot. Bit of luck there maybe for the batsman. That's a good ball from Baljet, right up in the block hole, and good fielding as well. It's a better start from him. First over went for a bit. A couple of loose deliveries on the leg side. And he's brought it back. Bowling to Dulu. Comes in again. And this is in the air. It's coming towards me. Vinny Sandhu doing the doing the fielding. He didn't hit it quite hard enough. Yeah, Vinny Sandhu saying, glad it was here, not in the side, because that would have gone through our monitors. Just holding up a little bit. Comes Belchett again. It's just prodded down on the leg side for a nicely taken single. If you hadn't noticed, that was 6. I was concerned for my computer and my health. But it did hold up a little bit. And all the hardware was saved by the good thinking Mr. Maximo, who's just next to me doing some work. Oh, big swing. He'll be joining us in the commentary. Well, on comms in just a few minutes' time. That's a better ball there from Baljet. So these two, Dulu and Rasa Islam, on 13 and 14 respectively, doing very well. Good start. I'll end up this power play on around about 30. Keeping up with that 10 runs and over. Big swing and a miss, and a good end of the over from Baljet. 21 off his 2 overs. And at the end of the power play, Brescia CC are 28 for no loss. Pretty good start for them, not a bad power play. The main thing is that they haven't lost a wicket. And some pretty decent bowling for Bergamo, though. And it probably will be Dara Shiko to come on to just take the pace off the ball a little bit. He does a fantastic faster ball. Does Darashiko, comes in a bit like a fast medium pacer with just the occasional ball. Got a few wickets on the first day with that delivery, but generally very accurate, quality cricketer is Darashiko. He used to play for Chivadate. He's jumped ship, come to Bergamo. Field restrictions eased. And this one's just squeezed out towards deep mid wicket for a single. So what this does is it allows the fielders to be on the boundary, and if anything's not cleanly hit, it's usually really restricted to a single because the ground is a little bit slow. That's just pushed down into third man. They look for two. It'll be a tough one. They've gone early, and it's a well-taken second run. They went straight away. They called two. Might have been a bit closer if the throw was better. In the end, comfortable two. Darashiko, he'll start with a bat also for Bergamo CC. And that's a good ball in the air, and gone. Well, just took the pace a bit off the ball, and it was probably a sort of semi-defensive shot there. And the batsman will have to go. Roll his wrists over it, as you can see. Just popped up. A good catch taken in the covers there. And that's the first wicket down for Brescia CC. And it's Ali Raza Islam will have to depart. Bit of a nothing shot, really. Bit of good bowling, too, from Darashiko. And the new batsman is Baba Hussain. We saw him miss out this morning. He is destructive when he gets going, Baba Hussain. Darashiko 1 for 3. That was a nice catch taken by Mandip Singh there in the covers. Well judged. It's a strange one. There's strange ones in the covers because normally you get the ball hit pretty hard to you. This one just popped up. He judged it well. Comes Darashiko bowling to Baba Hussain. Oh, it just turns it around the corner. It's a full toss. Not hit too hard by Hussain. They'll get two. Yeah. He picked it early, went down on one knee. It was like a little sweep shot. Flicked it round the corner, clever batting. Shiko to Baba Hussain again, good ball. Oh, good running there. And a big throw into the from the keeper. Well backed up. That was well planned. Just little dab on the offside. It's frustrating for the fielding team when that happens. Singles aren't too bad though in this format. Big swing and inside edge. This one goes back to backward square leg just for a single for Yasadulu. I think Baba Hussain is going to play himself into this innings. I've not really seen him swing at anything yet. He's only faced 3 deliveries. 2 deliveries, in fact. One of them was a little paddle behind square. The other one's a dab on the offside. So I think he'll want to get a bit of form. This is still very early on in the tournament. And these batsmen would like to get a bit of a view at the ball, get a bit of an innings up. Not a bad over there from Darashiko. Successful one, 1 for 7. And it'll be another very good bowler, Karam Shahzad. Will be taking up the attack. So it's just a little lull after that first Baljet over. It was quite expensive. It's been a pretty good comeback from the Bergamo bowlers. 1 for 35. 35 for 1, I should say. Here is Karam Shahzad. This one's hit well. And that's 6. Nice shot. Good crowd catch taken there by one of the Brescia CC players in the dugout. And that's not the start that Karam Shahzad would have liked. Yasadulu, I think he's the one who's going to take on the attack. Baba Hussain's going to play a secondary role for the moment. It's a bit quicker, that one. And a good throw in. It's just a single to point. Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, well, Yeah, Brescia CC not having it all their own way. And Dulu seems to be hitting the ball a little bit better. But yeah, Bubba is saying he'll be keen to get some runs. Otherwise, Islam, the amount of fall so far. Yeah, from Shazad just trying to keep things quiet after a bit of a tough start. I'm still kind of in recovery, a bit like everyone else, I think, just looking at the chat as I've come back to into that about what we just saw. It's a case of mine is bigger than yours, collapse-wise, a tale of two collapses. So to give you an idea, in the first half of that game, Trentino Aquila, they lost 8 for 13, so 8 wickets for 13 runs to be bowled out for 84. Not far off that. In the second half of that game, Cricket Stars lost 8 for 17 to get bowled out.
So that's, if my maths is right, that's 16 wickets for 30 runs.
16 for 30, yeah. So it's pretty insane, isn't it? But that's what pressure does, especially here where you can't just pick up easy singles.
Exactly.
And if you really want to drive runs, you probably can. Anyway, good luck. Who wants this? I think it's going to fall safely. I find that hard to believe, but it just went into that pocket of space. So Dulu gets a single, and it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 44 for 1. I want to say a big hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. Again, wow, I mean, you see it all here on ECN. To be fair, you picked it. I think that maybe you had stolen the DeLorean because you saw that collapse coming when nobody did when they were cruising at 67 for 2, only needing 85 to win.
Yeah, it happened in the first innings. The logic is that it could happen in the second innings. And I don't know. I'll take credit for it.
That would have been the first wide ever on a golden ball, but it was hit, wasn't it? I mean, that's the beauty of ECN cricket. You never know what you're going to see. As it looks like Darashiko is going to bowl over number 6. And so, yeah, Bergamo CC 2-1 on opening day. Did lose a fairly narrow one to Gina Brescia. That was the game, though, where both teams scored over 100, which hasn't happened that often, has it, in these conditions and with this outfield.
They won both games without really ever playing too well. I think this man, Darashiko, is a bit of a star with the bat and also with the ball. He comes on bowling that 4th over.
Well, we saw him playing a kind of player of the week role for Chivadate when we first saw him, right, in 2021 in Brescia.
Yeah.
That's the kind of quicker one, but that's a really good cricket shot, isn't it? Just throws his hands at it, and he gets a boundary, so a bit of pace on the ball. And Dulu, he just generates so much speed through that bat swing. That one crashed into the wall.
I've been impressed with Yasa Dulu. He hits it very cleanly. 28 off 18 so far.
50's up for Brescia CC. It wasn't a big mistake from Chico, even if it was a mistake. Now that's clever. It kind of lures him into overswinging by slowing things down. And that variation is just so important as a slower bowler in this format, isn't it?
We haven't seen his faster ball yet because it is fast.
I actually think it was a slightly quicker one that went to the boundary, but he picked it. That's what was quite remarkable out from Dulu. So it was fast in his stop ball. But Darashiko, you're right. He's such a great pickup for Bergamo CC. And yeah, we look like we could be headed for another one of those kind of 90 to 100 kind of scores. Maybe not even that much the way they're tracking for 86. Yeah, this one gets through everyone, including the keeper. But it'll be a dot ball to finish the 6th. So Chico, good effort from him, 1 for 13 off his spell. And he's 50 for 1 off 6.
Yeah, he was a star for Chivadate a couple of years ago when I was here, and he's very memorable, and he's a quality cricketer. He just sort of lifted that team. And as I said, they're a pretty modest side, Chivadate. But to be honest, they look very impressive on the first day. I was really quite happy to see that they've got a good, solid team, and they come in with a game plan. I'll see them again soon.
Keanu says it in the chat. The Italian selectors, they're going to have a hard time trying to pick a team for the ECIs. And well, that's for sure. Also, you normally have to nominate that team before the end of this series and well before. So certainly whoever plays well in this in the frame for maybe some future ECIs during the summer, but then also obviously that ECC, which is coming up in September.
It's a great initiative, I think, having those international games, the ECIs during weekends, gives us a lot more work though, Vinny, but they're fantastic to watch, and it sort of prepares everyone for that ECC at the end of the year.
Yeah, it gets you to play a bit more as a group. Obviously allows you to try people out as well without kind of committing to having them for the whole ECC. Well, this is a powerful strike, and that's out of here. Maximo! Bubba Hussain hits his first 6 of ECS 23, and you feel like it won't be the last.
He's just eased himself into this innings, and then now he's thinking, all right, if there's something to hit, I'm going to have a go at it. Because I think he's given a lot of the strike to Yasadulu, who's trying to force the pace.
These two were both stars of the ECL last year. Yeah, he lures himself into another shot. You can tell he always waited for a second in the middle of that ball thinking, look, am I going to go for this? And he goes, yeah, I'm going to launch it. And that's exactly what he did. Back-to-back 6s for Bubba.
He hits the ball so well, doesn't he? Powerful man.
So he just propped there for a second. He had a second to kind of just either take the easy option, kind of drive it on the ground for one, or give it both barrels. And he sure did. Now, goes and finds this one from outside off and gets a single. Yeah, but I think it's really true what you say about the opportunity to give more people international exposure and kind of tune them up. And we saw the Netherlands 11 winning it last year. We saw the Netherlands in the Portugal ECIs. They did kind of dominate, but again, you could just see how much that potentially improves Portugal and Gibraltar that also played in that series, and yeah, certainly had their moments where they were tested in the Netherlands.
On paper, oh
wow, this one's going with the rest. That is flying. Dulu says, me too, please. He goes large as Shazad has taken to the cleaners. 7 overs down. It's 72 for 1.
I don't know if Shazad's getting another over. He was really good on Monday, was Shazad, but he just got slammed for 30 off those 2 overs.
Guarantee you won't, yeah, because that...
Oh, he's his second over.
That's his second.
Oh.
But look, you're right, his first over, then he went for 9, did go for a 6 first ball, but 22 off the second. This is what's coming up, and we talked about the ECIs, so here we have ECIs here to finish this 2 weeks, 6th and 7th of May, ECIs in Austria. I think you might have mentioned the Czech Republic, might be playing in that one, 20th and 21st of May, and then ECIs in Bulgaria. 3rd and 4th of June. That'll kind of be the trend. And a 14-day period, 12 days of ECS cricket, finishing on the Friday, and then Saturday, Sundays with ECIs. I mean, it does mean it is quite ambitious, basically. The fact we've gone from 24 games a week to 68 over 2 weeks, so 34 games a week. Extra 10 games a week. It's, yeah, like I say, it is challenging, but we're finding ways to make it work, and we know that the output and the result is really good. People are loving it. Anyway, here we go with the start of a new over, and it's going to be hoiked away. And Jaspal Ram comes back into the attack. But, yeah, first ball, a bit of a half tracker, and it disappears for 4.
Oh, it's a nice shot, that. Just turned on it, and there's no one back there. Very, very safe shot. And you can see the class of Bubba Hussain, he was 5 off 5, and now he's 22 off 9. So you can see how he can accelerate and pump this score up. It's over 10 and over now.
Oh, takes it on. Well, living dangerously. I mean, really put those pads in front of the stumps. And then glanced it hard and up into the fielder's right. Couldn't hold on. Does save the boundary, but that was a chance to get rid of Bubba Hussain.
That was a chance, but it was a great stop. It came quick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, probably then that's what you got to call it. Raheem Qureshi, the man in that position. Oh, big swing and a miss that time. As these two continue to build this partnership.
Yeah, it's a good little partnership here. 71 for 1. We're in the 8th over. As Vinny Sandhu says hi to Bulgit out on the field. That's one of the pluses of going out and commentating all around Europe, as you get to meet some really good people, and Vinny knows a lot of these players personally.
Yeah, I'm really lucky to have met so many great people in my ECN journey. Well, who wants some of this? That's going to tease the field up, and it's a fence buster. Dulu up into the 40s. Maximo. Pressure CC turning it on here in match 13.
It's been a really good innings so far from Yasadulu, because he was asked to take on this bowling attack, and he's hit the loose balls superbly.
Thing is, you're going to come in against some good attacks in this series. We know that. But Dooley's done it to good attacks in the ECL. That gives him a lot of confidence, I think. Ram's got to find the Yorker and quick. Gives him length again. This one isn't really timed. Not sure you'll get a 2, but you will with a fumble. Rare fumble from Baljit allows a double.
That's a well run.
Partnership's gone past 50 in this over as well. So, I mean, that's not that batted them out of the game yet, but yeah, certainly I think that it's raining sixes and you feel like Brescia's got all the momentum at the moment.
They do, but Bergamo CC have got such a dangerous batting attack as well. So they're very evenly matched sides. So even if Brescia get over 100, 120, Bergamo is still well in this game. This is just over the top.
Should get 2 here fairly easily. That's the thing. You might be saying, well, how come there's all these 2s? And one of the reasons is a lot of these, what would be 2s, would be 4s on those faster fields because they basically hit into gaps. But here, because it pulls up, and if you go straight away, you can normally get back for a second if it's not straight at the outfielder. 87 for 1 after 8. You see that a little bit of an uptick in the last couple of overs in that run rate that was kind of nestled around the 9 and over mark or so at over 6. But now on target for something around the 110 mark. And, yeah, I just love to see these 2 teams tussling.
Yeah, both very good sides. Just going back to that point with why we see so many 2s, it's because the batsmen are running and turning early. They're just they know that it's going to hold up in the outfield. They know that the fielders have
to. A bit more, right?
Yeah. And they're going early. They're challenging the field. It's really good running between the wickets.
Here's Jaspreet, a very good bowler. Back and over number 9. His first one chopped into the floor. Sadida, make sure there's no run. Yeah, Jaspreet's another guy we've seen at the ECC, the Euros of cricket. And might just have a little peek, because there might be provisional squads in for those ECIs. And I'd love to see. And they might say, well, why is that necessary? But, because the other countries have to nominate their squads kind of in advance to allow for travel arrangements and things like that. So even the home countries asked to nominate their squad a bit in advance. So it might mean someone might have a great series and not be able to play ECI cricket in this series. But of course, if you play well in this series, it does put you in the frame for further ECIs and obviously the European Cricket Championship in September, October.
Well, there'll be a chance for Italy, apart from being the host nation here, to travel. And normally 3 teams in the ECIs, just played over a weekend. This one's a full toss, didn't get hold of it. It won't be a wicket.
Yeah, it's not the easiest ball to put away, the low full toss, because you have to generate all the pace bottom hand. Say it's a low full toss, it's probably top of the pad high, not quite high enough to be called a no ball, but almost brings about the downfall of the batter.
It happens sometimes. Just surprises you. Sometimes full tosses get wickets, sometimes they end up in the trees. Oh, there's another full toss. It could be a no ball, actually.
And that's going to go to the boundary as well. I mean, that's a 5-banger, isn't it? And Jaspreet, I think, he's just going for that really full ball. And it's a nightmare one for the keeper, Sadida.
He might have rolled his wrists over it. Just a bowl of slow ball, maybe.
Yeah, but he just completely lost the handle, didn't he?
It's not what they needed at this stage, Bergamo. They needed wickets just to break this partnership up. They've only lost 1, have Brescia CC. I've got 94 on the board.
We'll probably look at these squads a bit more next week, but I haven't got an Italian squad yet. I do have French and... Oh, what a shot that is. It's going to be a good shot for 1, I think. Do have the French and the Romanian squads in. And there's a fair few familiar names. Charanjit Singh, of course, playing for Romania.
Great.
You got Vasu Saini in there, Sivakumar Perialwa, Ramesh Satheesan, I'm sure he'll be leading the side, Raj Kumar, Manmeet Kohli, who we saw recently for United CC Bucharest in the ECC. Satwin Adegodla, Cluj players, played for Romania a fair bit as well. And then Rajshekara played real of Cluj in the ECL last year as well. Safi Ahmed, good youngster. Gaurav Mishra, he's a bit of a stalwart of the game there as well. Yeah, plenty of good names in there.
No Pavel Florin?
No Pavel Florin at the moment. I believe he's retired from international cricket at the moment. Concentrating on a few other things, but I do think we'll see Pavel in ECS.
Good.
Which will be in June.
So going back to Pavel, I mean, I know you're good friends with Pavel.
Of course.
But also just what he did for the game, just for being Pavel. You know, what he did for for that first tournament, bringing exposure to European cricket. It's fantastic.
This should be out, I think. Or maybe not. Kind of held up. I think the bowler's saying, hey, want to catch that? Mandeep says no. Takes it on the bounce. And Bubba Hussain will retain the strike. Moves to 26. It's 97 for 1 with 1 over remaining.
That was definitely a chance. I don't know why he stopped.
Yeah, almost like he was running into an imaginary wind. Darashiko 1 for 13. Best bowling figures, but Jaspreet not far behind him when you consider, well, that's kind of a fake none for 13 because really those 4 byes were his fault of the high ball. So maybe none for 17 morally. But still, that's pretty decent against Precious EC. And yeah, it looks like it could be around the 110 mark, which will challenge Bergamo CC. But as you said, they have some very good batters of their own. Darashiko likely to open up.
I think it's going to be more than that, Vinny. I think they're going to launch. It's the last over. They're both in. Dulu's on 47. Bubba Hussain, I think he's going to launch an attack here. Let's see this first one fly into the potato field.
Yeah, well,
not being the the Nostradamus or as it was
you
last game.
I mean, you're the prop. I'm going to have to get you a crystal ball. Give you something to rub over there.
Oh, good ball. First up.
Must have been broken. Only your predictions only work once a day. Can't believe you saw that collapse coming. That was something else. And even I thought with the steadying influence of Lovepreet there, I thought that he might have been able to just kind of manoeuvre them over the line. I think that was the tactics, but it just all went wrong, didn't it?
Well, Lovepreet, it was perfect for Lovepreet just to push singles, and then he just walked across his stumps and got bowled around his legs.
He hit middle stump, I think, in the end. Anyway, well, back on 106 pace now. I think Bergamo CC will be happy with that, all things considered. He launches this straight. This is high. I think it's catchable, though. Baljit Singh's got room to move, and he takes the catch. So Bubba Hussain going for it. You know, credit to Jaspal Ram. Might have been a little bit slower, held up in the pitch a bit. Bubba tried to go with his shot anyway. Got the elevation, but he didn't get the distance. Baljit does the rest, and the partnership is broken. But it's a good partnership, wasn't it, between those two? And they get the score moving to 97 for 2. Remember, they came together at 31. So they end up putting on 66 for the second wicket. That
was a really well-judged catch out here. He had to make a bit of ground there to Baljit and then just took it really comfortably in front of his eyes.
Just go back to Pavel, what you're just talking about there. I think in a way he represents the struggle of a lot of European cricketers. I mean, take Trentino Aquila. We saw won that golden ball last game. I mean, they had to play first up this morning at 9:30. But, man, they're a 4-hour drive away. Yeah. You know, so if they've travelled this morning, they've probably left around 4:30 in the morning or something like that from their homes to be here, play 2 games, and then they'll be headed back. A lot of them have jobs. Obviously, this could be another one, but Baljit's not going to get there on the full. Now another fumble, but luckily it doesn't get too far away. And I think that Dulu has pulled rank and said, right, I'm going to face this. Chowdhury's off the mark, but Dulu will be eyeing off a half century with 4 balls remaining.
You're right, Finny. I mean, some of them have jobs, but everybody has a job here. Yeah. European cricket, like it's there are no professionals, and it's really just for the love of the game and also just love of competition.
In the air, again, this is a bit of a tease over the fielder. Gets there in the end. They're going to go for 2, throw to the keepers on, but it bounces, which takes the velocity out of it. So Dulu gets ever closer to that half century, moves to 49. The bounce, their long grass works both ways. So obviously it holds up the ball, but when you hit it, but also when people throw in a bounce throw, if it doesn't get to the keeper on the full, it kind of gives you those precious fractions of the seconds to get in.
Just diving on it will be more comfortable than diving on that Cypress.
That's true. 100's up, wants his 50, gets his 50. Dulu, well, he's turning the clock back to 2022 with this innings. Maximo moves to 55, a half century off 31 balls. Yasir back in business.
He deserves it too. It's been a really good innings, and he was asked to have a look at that.
Yeah, look at all those. They're only 1 scoring shot behind, or maybe 2 behind point technically. 1 behind point, 1 behind square leg, but pretty much everything in front. He's a bludgeoner, isn't he? He loves to hit straight and put it back over your head. That's exactly what happened there. 106 then, last ball. And the curtain call for Yasadulu. Hits it hard, but hits it close to Baljit, who takes the catch. It's a really skillful piece of fielding. So 106 and no further. Jaspal Ram chips in with 2 for 24 in the end. And well, anybody's game. Brescia CC got the runs on the board, though. 106 for 3 off their 10 overs.
That's a pretty good last over from Jaspal Ram because he had 2 set batsmen and not any 2 set batsmen, but Yasadulu and Baba Hussain, and he managed to dismiss both of them. So very good last over from Jaspal Ram.
Yeah, I think he'll be really happy with that. Yeah, just 9 off that. They were only 50 off 6, and so the fact that they were able to get 56 off the last 4 overs, though, but yeah, it was 7, 8, 9 where the damage was kind of done, 22, 15 and 10. But early on, as we know, Brescia CC, very experienced opening pair. Ali Raza Islam did strike 3 boundaries in his innings as well. Didn't really get going as Darashiko just was a slight error of judgment. Mandeep Singh took the catch, but then this partnership of 66 built the backbone of what I think is a very respectable total for Brescia CC.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And it was that partnership. Yasadulu ending up 55 off 32, Baba Hussain 26 off 17, and it was really a well-structured innings. 106, pretty good total. As we see more 6s hit, and really, apart from a couple of loose overs, maybe the first one from the skipper Baljit, it was pretty good bowling from Bergamo. Just couldn't make the breakthrough, and that's what we get when you get quality batsmen like Dulu and Baba Hussain. And as we see, that was the end of Baba Hussain. And there was a couple of catches went in that last over. Baljit, it's the big 6 to bring up the 50 for Yasidulu. And then there's a flat hit, another really good catch from Baljit. So it's a good innings, all up from Brescia CC. Very well judged. 106. Bergamo, they are still in. Well, they're not just still in this game. They were very much in this game. 106 about a pass score, maybe a little bit above. As we see the scorecard with the Yasadulu on 55 from 32, and Ali Raza Islam did well, 16 off 11. Just when he thought he might get going, he lost his wicket. Baba Hussain, very good, 26 off 17. Naveed Chowdhury, just a single. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. You can see Baljit Singh was expensive in his first, came back in his second. And Karam Shahzad did take a bit of a pasting in his second over. But good overs from Jasprit and Dara Shiko. Shiko taking wicket, and Jaspal Ram in that final over taking those big 2 wickets. Just restricted the runs a little bit. So it's going to be a really interesting run chase. We'll look at probably the top 3 of Darashiko, Pramod Sudhita and Baljit Singh, with Adasham Javed also a very, very handy bat for Bergamo CC. See if they can get the 107 they need for victory against Brescia CC. It's going to be a cracker. They're going to be back here in just a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game, match 13. From the Milan cricket ground in the FanCode European Cricket Series. See you very soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan, a game between Brescia and Bergamo. Brescia CC with a pretty reasonable total of 106, losing 3 wickets. But a very good partnership between Yasadulu and Baba Hussain pumped that score up to just over 10 and over. Bergamo will have to bat well, but they are very, very capable. They can get this total, and they'll have to rely on their first 4 batsmen, I think. Dara Shiko and Pramod Sudhita. Shiko, we saw already batting very well in this tournament. Sudhita not really getting going yet, the keeper. And then the big name of Baljit Singh. He hasn't hit form yet. If he does, I think they'll get very close to this total. To see the first ball of the innings. And it's been whipped off his toes. It's a beautiful shot. Not a bad effort first up. That's Dara Shiko, who's been in good form. Quality cricketer. Just on leg stump. And picked up and launched over the backward square leg boundary for 6. Great start for Bergamo. Dara Shiko. He's as I said, we saw him a couple of years ago with Chividate. He was the star of that team and really held them all together. And just something special about him, both with the bat and the ball. He was in pretty good form on Monday as well. The opening bowler, Javed Mohammed. We saw him in the first game with a couple of absolute peaches. That one is going to be plucked out of a tree. That's a wide. First 2 balls he bowled this morning were 2 of the best balls I've ever seen in cricket. Just unplayable. One that beat outside edge and just missed the stumps, and the other one that took the off stump but swung from leg. Not quite on target yet. Here's Javed Mohammed. Comes in again. Hit the toe edge of the bat, gone to slip, no run. It's getting more to the area he wants to bowl at. Again, perfect conditions for cricket here in Milan. About 21 degrees, nice and sunny. A little bit of cloud overhead, but just wispy cloud up high. There's a man who was at deep square leg has been moved into the circle. There he is, bringing a fielder back. It's a long on. Bowler again. A lot of outswing there. Swing and a miss from the batsman. It's a better line and length. I think the first one he overpitched. Tried to get a bit of swing. And just didn't move. This one moved a long way. Darashiko, 6 from 3. 7 the total so far with that wide. In comes Javed Mohammed again. Another swing and a miss. Again, that's what happens if you're bowling good line and length, especially at a decent pace. Get a bit of movement on the ball. Let's have another look at this. So it cut away a long way. So it swings late and just cuts off the seam. Really good bowling from Javed Mohammed. Couple of balls left in this over. Comes in again. And that's another swing and a miss. That's what happens sometimes when you get a batsman just missing outside off as a swing bowler. It's what you like to see. And then quite often there's a wicket and the frustration of the batsman not being able to reach the ball. Comes in again. And oh, that could be close. And that's gone. There you go. That's that frustration of missing the ball. And Darashiko is gone. Big wicket there. Javed Mohammed just bowls one a little bit straighter. Shiko misses it. And Javed Mohammed picks up the first wicket. And that was from pressure. Really good. I think probably hit him in line. Let's say. I think it's a pretty good decision. He's going to hit the stumps, I think. So he would have been run out anyway. Let's have a look. Pitched. Well, cut away. Might have been missing off, actually, to be fair. Not sure. It's a bit of a tricky one. But then, if you have a look, he was out anyway. So, Vinny, what do you make of the start?
What a start. I mean, Javed Mohammed's a real action machine, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, I think, look, you could kind of see, I think it hit him in front of off stump. You could see a kind of a tiny sliver of off stump behind his pad, which shows me hit him in line. And I think it's hard for me to believe it was swinging so much it was going to miss off stump altogether. So I think the LBW call was correct. But like you said, he took off for a run, which is the classic run because you're not worried about the appeal. But the problem is with taking runs when they're not real runs. They don't exist, and he got run out anyway. But he is LBW, so one way or another he was gone. Anyway, here's Hassan Naveed. He's going to bowl over number 2 and starts with a good one.
Yeah, that's a great line and length there from Hassan Naveed. And really, apart from the first couple of deliveries from Javed Mohammed, it was a 6 off his legs.
What a shot that was first ball,
That was beautiful. And then the wide, that was probably the perfect over.
And Hassan Naveed comes into the side. He didn't play in the 11 this morning. He's 12th man. Comes in for Nasir Hussain, who had the gloves in the first game. That's why Dulu has the gloves in this game. Another lovely outswinger. They're really getting this ball to talk early. Apart from that 6, it's been very, very quiet so far. And guess what? We are at golden ball 0, Danny. This is not a drill. We're at golden ball 0 because the last match was a golden ball.
That was a great match, wasn't it? Just a very weird game of cricket, but fantastic. Great finish and a good win to Trentino Akia.
That was crazy. It was crazy. Oh, good one as well. Man, that one doesn't really shape out, but it's a perfect length. And Sadida can't get bat on ball.
Jeez, Hassan Naveed. This is perfect bowling. A little bit of cut off the pitch, but it's just that perfect line and length. And it's Sudita who can't find the white thing at the moment.
Yeah. Good effort.
Really good bowling from Naveed. Coming again. I'd keep it in that same area. Don't do anything different.
No, don't have to be too cute here. Getting on top in the game. One thing you will have to do is bowl it at some point, though.
So if you look at the, well, they needed around about 11 and over. It's gone up a bit. Now it's only early. Wouldn't read too much into the run rate yet.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's not an easy ground to score double digits and over on, especially against good bowling attack.
That's a nice shot though over the top, and it beats the fielder who overruns it.
Do you want me to try and scientifically explain what's happened here?
Sure.
So here's the thing. Here's Madassa. He's expecting the ball to continue at the same pace, but because this field's so slow, it actually slows down that first bounce so much that he can't correct himself. So, yeah, he can't slow down as quick as the ball did, and he's too slow to react. And that's why we will see that happen on these fields where the ball holds up on the first bounce. This ends my TED Talk. His next ball whistles past the outside edge.
You've seen there's a weird phenomenon where the second bounce will take a kick one way or another. It's happened to me on a really nice ground, and but it happens at any level.
I think what that is that the ball's travelling too fast to really grip, so it kind of wants to. Have you ever mucked around with a ping pong ball or table tennis ball? And it more skids on the first bounce, and once it kind of settles down, slows down a bit, then it actually does turn with the rotations of the ball. So I think the ball's always spinning that way, but it's the second or third bounce where actually enough velocities come off the ball that it actually does kind of actually turn sideways. That ends my other TED Talk. That's a bonus. That's bonus footage.
We did the.
If there's any real scientists out there and physicists that want to prove me right, kinetic physicists, then I don't mind being corrected. Anyway, it's 12 for 1 after 2. And after a very good start of 6 from Darashiko, since then they've only scored 6 in the remainder of the first 2 overs.
It's on the back of good bowling, though. Let's have a look at the table. Chandra Brescia, 3 from 3. Did very well yesterday, did Chandra Brescia. And Brescia CC, they've won their only game so far. Bergamo have won 2. They haven't looked very convincing yet, but they did get 2 good wins on Monday. Up towards the top of the table. Remember, the top 4 get through to finals Friday, and it will be very impressive. Javed Mohammed to continue.
See if we can get the ball swinging in his second over this time, which is something he struggled with last time. But this is nice little open face, little kind of drive, deliberate, I think, from Sadida. He uses the pace and gets a boundary. What I was going to say is now that you don't have that dew factor, you don't have that moisture, I think that's the reason. He still is getting that movement. Whereas the first innings of the day, you could see that the ball was kind of dead straight at this point of the innings. So, yeah, that's the difference between the ball, because the ball's not waterlogged at the moment.
Well, you saw him bowl 2 of the best balls you'll ever see, and swinging and cutting with the swing, and then the first 2 balls of the next over were wide down leg side because it didn't swing, and it was to do with a little bit of moisture on the ball. As he comes in again.
Able to do his own fielding this time, but Brescia CC, obviously a team we love to follow. They've had a lot of success. Obviously, they won the Super Cup in 2021, which made them domestic champions. That meant that they went to ECL in 2022. And last year, it was decided on who won the ECS Super Series, which turned out to be Roma CC. Well, this is back to the first ball now, isn't it? That's a tree topper. Maximo Sadida hasn't had it all his own way. But this time, hoping for a bit of swing. And to be honest, it was there, but Sadida is too good. And he smacks it away over the leg side for 6.
He's played some very nice shots in this innings. I mean, he did play and miss a few times to some very good bowling. But he missed out a bit on Monday. I think when you compare him to Darashiko, who was probably the star of the mainstay of the batting, So he did have missed out a bit, but there's a reason why he's at the top of the order for this Bergamo side, and he's proving it now. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, new balls, please. Yeah, I suppose the thing with Javad Mohammed, he does kind of swing it from the hand a bit, so you can kind of account for that movement that you're expecting. It's right in the front foot, though. Batting 2 feet out of his crease. Doesn't quite get a lot on this one, but we'll get a single. So, yeah, just got to try and stay as close to that rate as you can. They want to be around about the low 30s at the end of this over, so probably one boundary behind where they want to be. But here is the playmaker, Baljit Singh, coming out at number 3, about to face his first ball. And the way he bats could have a huge bearing on this result.
Absolutely. And again, he missed out on Monday. But as the tournament goes on, once he gets there, feel the leather on the willow, he'll come to be a very influential member of this team. Probably the quality batsman within this lineup.
Yeah, that's a really typical Baljit shot, actually. I just noticed this, and when I was watching him a bit on Monday, I was watching him on the plane, actually, and you could cover his face and change his shirt and everything. He has a certain style, a certain gait about the way that he bats.
Yeah.
That's kind of traditional, but also a little bit unique. He's got his own little signature little mannerisms, even the way he drives. That's really nice to watch. But now this is a chance, surely. It's just hold out. The captain's under it, and he'll take it. So Sadida does whack one into the forest, but the replacement ball doesn't agree with him. Kalab Sajjad with the catch. Muhammad with the wicket to close out his spell, 24 for 2.
Yeah, it's not a great shot. Let's have another look at it. And he did slip a little bit, probably affected him. But to be honest, they'd been playing pretty good cricket shots until then, pretty orthodox. And that one tried to charge it, slipped a little bit, and went up in the air, and it's a second wicket down. And you've got to say that probably pressure ahead after the power play with 2 big wickets down, 24 for 2. Bergamo.
It's a win for Brescia CC in the power play, isn't it? But having said that, you need a big partnership. They had a big partnership in the first innings, didn't they? With Dulu and Baba Hussain getting going. And can Bergamo CC match it? That's the question. This is Mandeep Singh coming out in the 4-hole. And it's going to be Hassan Naveed who's going to get a second over. Why not?
That wasn't a bad first over.
And so continuing with those kind of out movement bowlers while the ball's fairly new. More or less goes fairly straight. Another factor which we probably don't think about too much is if the ball's swinging around is the actual particular ball that you're using. So if that ball gets lost, it gets hit for 6, they might still be in really good condition to swing, because some balls just swing more than others. No one knows why. But if you can't find it, you can't use it. And then the replacement ball that comes out might be in a similar condition, but it just might be one of those ones that doesn't really wobble. He's just trying to describe it in words what his style is. But I'd call it a bit laconic. The way, not necessarily a lot of foot movement, but he's just got a kind of free swing of the bat. He kind of backs himself to drive down the ground. If he gets the kind of right length, then he'll elevate and hit straight out of the ground. Played some really good innings at the Carter Oval, of course. Captain Italy in the ECC.
Do you think he's more an eye player or a technique player, or a bit of both?
He's slightly got his own technique, but it's based on a traditional technique. But I think he does have a really good eye when it comes down to it. And he's a little bit uncomplicated, is how I would put it about his batting. Most of the time, he's trying to look to hit the ball down the ground and get on that front foot. And he does have a good eye, essentially. So it's probably a combination of those two. But he's strange. He's one of those players that I find that I can really identify him in a lineup.
Yeah.
Sneak an extra one here, maybe an extra couple. Just the one extra, so it'll be 2 wides, and we'll get Baljit back on strike.
Yeah, that one was just in the wrong channel. And just let that down that leg side. And Naveed's been so good just putting it outside off. And on a very good length. It makes it tricky for the batsman. Just lost it a bit that time.
Naveed is going to run a ball of pace, which isn't too bad from the opener. Short. This is the alternative where he kind of pulls on a ball that's short enough to do so, though he doesn't get that one quite in the middle. Wasn't that short from Hassan Naveed, who certainly impressed me on his entry into the 11.
Yeah, he's been very good. And very little difference actually between him and Javed Mohammed. They both bowl a similar line, pretty good pace, and just get that out, that movement away from the bat from the right-hander.
He played 5 matches last year for Pack Lions Getty. Hassan Naveed. First time we've seen him playing for Brescia CC. Picked up 7 wickets for 62 in that series, including 3 for 16 against Challenger Brescia. So pretty good numbers. He's still fairly young. Well, I think he's young. He is actually having a birthday in 3 days' time when he'll turn 26.
By the way, happy birthday. I don't think I've wished you happy birthday since you've been back. Should have done that a couple of days ago.
No. Well, technically, my birthday was already done by the time I got here. You were busy commentating 5 games while I was travelling.
Yeah.
I had my birthday on Sunday. So thanks again. I mean, it's amazing how many platforms there are now. I'm trying to not ignore anyone that wished me a happy birthday. But yeah, I do appreciate it. And if you did wish me a happy birthday and you haven't said thanks to you yet, thank you.
I'll buy you a Moretti tonight.
Yeah, well, we did drink him out of that. Although, I'm going to try and maybe cut back on the Morettis for the rest of the week.
They ran out of Morettis at the bar last
They
night.
did, and that was a sign.
Yeah.
I think when they did. That's the local beer here.
I did want to pay for my 2 beers. Ended up paying for 2 rounds.
Did you really?
Yeah, well, a bit of a communication error. I just said 2. Like I'll just pay for 2.
I
and
know
he
it's not the last game, but we have to talk about that. Oh, this one's not really short enough to pull. So, and Andrus is saying in my ear right now, the same thing happened to him. He ended up paying for double gin tonics. Yeah, so there were probably 3 or 4 of us. Just not having a lot of drinks, just a few. You might have had 2 beers, so yeah, you just wanted to pay for 2 beers, and they made you pay for 2 rounds. He paid for 8.
The other thing was, I think he charged me for an extra beer as well. So I didn't check what I signed.
They did ask the last time, do you want 4 or 3? So I think they ended up giving us 3 and charging for 4. Anyway, thanks for the beers, Danny.
No worries.
Only had 2 of them. In the air, and I think this is a chance. Imad's got plenty of time to get under it, and it's taken. So Mandeep can't really move the game forward, can he? Naveed gets his first wicket of the series. First in a Brescia CC shirt on ECN. And the 4th over concludes with a wicket. It's 31 for 3.
Yeah, very well-deserved wicket there from Hassan Naveed. It's been a really good spell. Javed Mohammed's picked up the 2. But I think that Hassan Naveed's been the pick of the bowlers for me so far, out of the 2 we've seen.
That rate's just quietly crept over the 2 ball. And it's hard to say the point of no return because, I mean, it still is a ground you can hit a bunch of 6s on. It's no bigger than a regular ground here on ECN. It's just quite difficult to hit along the ground for 4s. Having a look at that innings, you can see how they kind of got things moving in that 7th over to get them up to that score of 106. Brescia CC, Bergamo, never been up with the rate yet. But at this stage, you'd want to be around about probably, what's the pace? Yeah, 42 or so. Here's Sajjad. Comes on and, he could be gone here, you know. I think he might be stumped or he might be bowled, but I'm worried either way because that's a very confident wicketkeeper, Yasir Dulu. Baljeet was in my way, so let's see what happens. It's bounced off the keeper and he's taken off and he's stumped.
Yeah, he is.
If the bail comes off, which it does. So, unbelievable work. Baljeet's going to be stumped in unusual circumstances. And yeah, just, I suppose when bad keeping goes good, because I don't really think it's bad keeping because it actually hits Baljeet first, and that's why Dulu can't glove it. But it goes pad to stumps. And yeah, Baljeet kind of falling over in the stroke, I suppose. Yeah, to me, that's stumped. Some people might say, well, is he looking for a run? I don't think he really is looking for a run. I think it's immediately after the stroke, so that should be stumped.
So there's no way he's running.
Yeah, it's not a run, so it's got to go as stumped. And so it'll be a wicket for Sajjad first up. What a performance. And Baljeet, well, he'll feel like he's walked under a ladder while stroking a black cat, because he's gone. And it's 31 for 4. Baljeet, well, can't take a trick so far in this series.
Well, this is match 13, Vinny. So
match 13. Yeah, as you know, strange things happen in match 13. That's when we had the 13 minutes of madness with Drur beating Tunbridge Wells in Group A of the ECL 22, 88 in 3.1 overs. Sign of what was to come. Anyway, Arsham Javed, the new batter, It's the one that Sajjad kind of pushes through. I said to Club Sajjad, I was really happy to see him bowling himself because I just think he's a really handy spin option. Sometimes he's a bit too unselfish, I think, as a captain. But he's doing a good job in these middle overs. Jaspreet's out there. He does give the ball a crunch. Careful first ball.
Jaspreet didn't get a bat on Monday at all. It's wondering what he was doing when he was going to come in, and he just never did, never needed. So, but it is a bit unfortunate for Baljit.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he's a recognised batter, but he does average around about. Oh, he's bowled. What a ball this is from Sajjad, and Archazam Javed plays all around, and it's kind of top spinner from the skipper, and it goes through the gate and splays the stumps. We're actually seeing a lot of trouble now. That makes it 33 for 5.
Yeah, Kalab Sajjad, very, very good bowling. Look at this. It drifted in. It's a bit of a Shane Warne.
It's a slider. You know, it's not one that he's really trying to put a lot of right to left spin on. He's just wanting to get the batter to play for it, which is exactly what Javed does. And Sajjad just keeps on performing. Bergamo CC in a hole that you can't see them digging their way out of. 33 for 5 as Sonu Lal comes to the crease.
He should be bowling more, Sajjad. The way he's bowling with a lot of control. And that's with a leg spinner. When you're bowling with control, you get that confidence of being able to try things.
Well, no patience. This should be 2 in 2 and gone. So Sonu Lal goes next, and this innings is off the tracks at the moment. Sonu Lal goes for a golden. Golden, Derek, please. 33 for 6.
Yeah, not the best shot to play to a leg spinner, especially the quality of Sajjad. And, well, he's 3 for 2 at the moment.
Wow. Well, matches his outfit at least, but that's probably not what you're going for. And didn't want to have a look at Sajjad. I suppose you can understand that as well. Is it drivable? I guess, but he kind of loses his shape. You'd have to absolutely nail that to get it. But first, yeah, hat-trick ball coming up. We already had a hat-trick today, haven't we, Rajmani? With one in match 12, the last game. Could we get hat-tricks in back-to-back matches? 5 for 4, pretty good figures. And this looks like Guram Sajjad coming out with the ball remaining in the 5th over.
I think he deserves it too. It's been very good over so far. And just keeps a bit low.
Again, I think that bounces off two of one of the stumps, but I don't think the difference is this time the batter never moves his back foot.
Uses his pads well, I think.
What an over. It goes wicket 1-1, wicket 0. And so 3 for 2 off the 5th over, and it's 33 for 6. Of course, we had a golden ball earlier as well. Let's have a look at the updated golden balls in 2023. There's the results, just 3 out of 8 now for the batters. Thing is, a few of these, the wickets loss has been a big problem, right? But yeah, that's the most recent one. Trentino Aquila beating Fresh SEC 1+ run out. Of course, there was that kind of chaos, and they still tried for the second run anyway, which I think you got to. There's a chance. There were so many people gathering at the bowler's end, they could have knocked it away from each other, for example. But yeah, unfortunately for cricket stars, couldn't get there. Low full toss, takes on the fielder and wins. Maximo. Jaspreet Singh is a guy who's hit 21 Maximos in his ECN career. The average is about 20, but he does that despite having never scored 30 in an innings.
No.
So it shows you that he can hold it, and he certainly knew what to do with that one, which was over-pitched from Naveed Chowdhury.
Yeah, he can hit the ball a long way. And use his feet. This one dragged across. So it was a hat-trick and a golden ball.
We had a hat-trick and a 5-for and a golden ball.
Have we ever had that before? In a game, one game?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And back-to-back 8 for collapses. I know that's hard to quantify, but both teams losing 8 wickets for less than 20. Oh, no ball called.
Yeah, pretty remarkable, that game. And I'll remember that for a long time.
Yeah, let's see. This is for Chowdhury. Is it a back foot? Yeah, back foot cutting the side line. So, yeah, he had that problem earlier. I mean, there's no need to be bowling that wide. You're not getting that much of an advantage by doing it. You bowl wide-ish like that. Wide called. Remember, this is a free hit. That's why it's actually going to be 5. Wow, that's gone. It shows you how much this field has quickened up. Because remember we had a pace bowler bowl one of those earlier and didn't even go. That's smart batting because even if that hits the stumps, it's not out.
Yes.
Right? So if you think there's any chance of missing the leg stump, just leave it. You'll get another crack at the free hit.
That's good thinking. And that did get to the boundary very
quickly. Have you ever faced a free hit before?
No.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Me neither. And I'm jealous.
Oh.
There's the free hit, and he will hit it. Jazzy goes big. Maximo moves himself into double figures. I can't believe this guy's never scored a 30 on ECN when I looked up his stats as he summarily dispatches that one over the leg side.
I do remember him playing a couple of years ago, and he was hitting the ball really cleanly and really long in one of the, I don't know if it was a finals game or something, but I do remember him distinctly scoring a big run, not big runs, but just hitting the ball very cleanly.
It's hit pretty well as well. So, I mean, they're keeping that rate around the 2 of ball. It's been hovering around there for a while, so they're certainly not out of it. 6 wickets down is a concern, but it's been that kind of a day, hasn't it, where you're sure the game's going one direction, and then it does an abrupt about face. Goes after this, throw the hands at it, and it will be another 6. Maximo Shazad takes it on, and suddenly it's Brescia CC on the back foot, and Riaz Manassa caught in the long grass.
Yeah, it was a good effort there, but just a bit too close to the boundary. We don't look at it, and he's there, and he just walked over.
Yeah,
and,
good catch, actually. Found himself in the second cut of rough. Last ball of the over. It's been expensive, and they think about 2 because it pulls up so quickly. And now they think about it 2 off the stumps. An unnecessarily hard throw, but after 6 overs, it's 61 for 6, and it's still game on here at the MCG.
Well, it's game on because of an over by Naveed Chowdhury that went for 27, in fact 28. So they've brought it back a little bit. The run rate dropping. Still a long way to go. 4 overs left.
And looking up his stats, well, Jaspreet Singh's best figures on ECN are 3 for 7 versus the Czech Republic in the ECC in 21. Anyway, Pramod Sadida top scoring so far, but Jaspreet's hot on his heels at the moment, 15 off just 5. If you are going to win from here, someone has to pull off a pretty good individual effort. Credit to Shazad as well, who comes up with a 6 in that over, takes a bit of pressure off Jaspreet, I suppose. Hit down the ground, just be a single.
He'll try to tighten it up again, Khalib Sajjad. 3 for 2 off his first over, and it was a very, very good over. It's, again, this could be another turning point.
Down the ground again, should be just 1. I think of a 2, it's not quite there. Imran's throws to no one in particular. Imran's probably still going to bowl his 2 overs though as well. So, he's a pretty good death bowling option, but I mean, to stay at this rate, it's very hard to do it with a boundaryless over. You kind of need 2 boundaries in the over, I think, to keep pace. Shazad's going to do it again. That's really good bowling. Kuram Shazad is bowled by Khalib Sajjad. And once again, a ball that hits the stumps, going to lure him into that stroke. But he was nowhere near it. And a 7th wicket down now. Bergamo CC, 63 for 7.
Khalib Sajjad, I think he's the best bowler I've seen so far in this tournament. He's just bowls with so much control and variation, but subtle variation. And he's quality. It's hard to hit as well, especially for a right-hander. When you're facing a quality leg spinner like Sajjad, he's the perfect bowler for this sort of situation.
And here's the thing, I mean, technically you probably want to try and hit Sajjad straight. He's not turning it a lot, so you should be trying to hit him straight. But the straight boundary is a bit longer than those sideways boundaries. So even if you hit it straight and you hit it pretty well, you might be caught. So you can see why they're gambling a little bit, trying to hit across the line, just hoping that they get it near the middle. But when that doesn't work out, the result is the stumps going everywhere. 4 for 4. Could Sajjad get the second 5 for of the day? Maybe the 3rd consecutive 5 for 4.
I'd almost back him.
There's something to run. Oh, wow. Well, that won't be a run.
Yeah, Sajjad, you said as captain, you said he doesn't bowl himself very often.
I think he does bowl, but I think he underbowls himself.
It's a shame.
Oh, the wrong end.
just causing so many problems for the batsman.
Yeah, I mean, they have had some good bowling options, I suppose, in the past. So often he would feel he's not in the top 5 bowlers. Yeah, we've had 5 for 4s on yesterday's play and today as well. Let's see if Sajjad can do it. Last chance. Well, close, but not quite. Well, it's not a 5 for 4, but it's a 4 for 5, and that's not too bad either.
It's not bad.
It's 7 overs down, and Bergamo CC, things going off the rails a bit for them. 64 for 7 after 7. Coming up next, we've got Bergamo CC back-to-back matches against Cricket Stars, who still probably can't believe they didn't win that previous game in match 12 against Trentino Aquila. News from the toss, Cricket Stars winning the toss and bowling, so they're choosing to chase again. I don't think it's a bad thing that Bergamo CC are batting first, though. I think gives them a chance to bat without any particular total in mind. There's Dennis, who's covering for his sister Deanna as our photographer in this 2-week break. And yeah, Dennis, he's very photogenic. He likes being both sides of the camera. Nice to see Dennis here back on the tour. Only runs to Islam to bowl the 8th. So yeah, the kind of support for choice with Hassan Naveed coming into the lineup. So we actually haven't seen Imran Naveed yet, because they bring in the bowler and drop the keeper. So it gives them an extra bowler. Here's Ali Raza Islam now in over number 8. Starts with a wide. What do you think of the kits in this series as well? I think there's some beautiful bright colours.
Oh yeah, they've been good.
Milan's known for, fashion and a lot of bright colours. This is a good place to actually buy my crazy coloured shoes as well, because it's just considered normal here.
It is. So you've got bright red shiny shoes.
I do.
So
breaking in some new red wheels today. Red ones go faster. Really nice shot, but it's only going to get him one. You know what I really like about this shot is the footwork. He puts himself back and across. And because we see this shot missed all the time, I think most of the time it's because if you just go with your bat, your head's still where it starts. So you kind of, it's further away from the centre of your eyes.
Yeah.
But he played that one well. Still just one, and yeah, I think a lot is up to Jaspreet here. Needs to find a boundary or two this over. Tries, hoiks it away, trouble and gone. So Jaspreet batted well, didn't he? But he took that on, kind of threw the hands at it. Riaz Mudassar takes the catch. And so Ali Raza Islam breaks through, and you feel that has to break the back of the chase now. 66 for 8.
Yeah, got it right at the toe of the bat, reached for one outside off stump, and neat catch out there on the boundary.
If he had his time again, he probably would go over cover there, because there's boundary riders there. I think it's still a shortish boundary to cover, and that was the line of the ball. It was kind of tram line offside, but Jaspreet kind of, I suppose, was always looking for that leg side. So 66 for 8, and yeah, looking pretty unlikely at the moment. Jaspal Ram comes to the crease at number 10.
That's what happens with the batting in this this sort of form of cricket, where you just obviously you're going to get more power on the offside, on the onside, and so you're hitting, trying to drag things from outside outside off, and sometimes it works, but then you get ones like that where it just comes off the toe end or gets a
high risk, high reward, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, good bowlers will make you fetch it as well. This is a straighter one. It could be 2 in 2, and it should be. Imad Khan takes the catch. And now Ali Raza Islam is on a hat-trick. Well, could we have hat-tricks in consecutive matches after all? As the 9th wicket falls. When the wickets have fallen, they've fallen quickly in this innings, one after another. Not the worst shot I've ever seen. Ali Raza Islam. Jaspal goes for a golden derrick. Imad does the rest, 66 for 9.
Yeah, there he goes, accompanied off the field by Derek. Golden Derek. We haven't seen a diamond Derek yet. Well, we have seen a diamond Derek, but not
diamonds
official
are
Derek.
precious. Yeah, I can't wait for our first diamond Derek.
I think we had 3 in the first game, didn't we?
I don't know about 3.
I'm pretty sure it was. If not 4.
You think there were 4 diamonds? 4 people?
No, 3 in the first game. I think there were quite a few in that.
You talking about goldens or diamonds?
No, there were. I think there was. Have a look, because I think there were 3
Come back
runouts.
to you, because Ali Raza Islam is on a hat trick. He won't get it. Not a bad shot at all. Possible 2, but with 9 out, they're not that interested.
I think there were 3 diamond ducks in that first innings. I might be wrong, but there were 2 runouts at the end. There was 1 right at the start.
Well, if you get this, I'm so impressed. You've been on today. Okay, 1 diamond duck and 2. Yeah, there were 2 diamond ducks.
And the last run out wasn't a diamond duck.
I think the last run out was. Cameron Hussein was run out off the last ball of the 10 overs.
But there were 2 run-outs right at the end, I think, from memory.
Yeah, there were.
Yeah.
The other was Ali Sakib Ashad, who made 7.
Ah.
Well done, though. Multiple diamond duck innings. Danny's got an eye for things that just mere mortals like me cannot fathom.
I think I got some sleep last night, there, Vinny, because I didn't do all-you-can-eat sushi.
Ah, well, before. I did. That's why I'm off. Anyway, takes us to the end of the over. So, yeah, with 9 out, there's really no way back at the moment. And so, yeah. And in the second innings, no diamond duck. Now I'm just on diamond duck watch.
I don't remember many
others. I
others.
don't think we've had any apart from that. Had some goldens, though.
Few in the last game.
Yeah. Just checking. I think there may be a ball left in this over, you know.
Did you notice the scorecard for in the last game?
Yeah.
In the first innings, there were, I think, 5 or 6 golden ducks.
In the first innings?
In the first innings of the last game.
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. There were 4 golden ducks and a second ball duck. That's a lot. I'm pretty sure they're just checking to see if that's over or not. I don't think there was. There was a wide first ball, and then I've got 1 wicket, 1-1. So I think we're going to have to see Ali Raza Islam coming back to finish it over. It's been some good little rule tweaks, and one of them, okay, that would have been a 5 ball over, but it won't be because obviously it's picked up. But occasionally we've had a 7 ball over sneak in, and it can change a game.
Sure.
Because normally if the ball's bowled, you have to kind of go with the result. But now if a 7th ball is bowled, that result is cancelled as long as it's picked up before another ball is bowled, which I think is right.
I agree.
We had a situation in Rome last year where Kent Lanka had to bowl a 7th ball they weren't meant to, and it went for 6 in a fairly low-scoring game.
Well, could be a wicket as well.
Could be a wicket. So now you could be out and then un-out, which would be quite amazing.
I think it's really good. I mean, I don't see why that rule wasn't always in.
I'll tell you why, because it comes from longer form cricket. So longer form cricket, think of unlimited overs.
Yeah.
Okay, well, think of Test cricket or something like that.
Yeah.
As you see, Ali Islam having to bowl it again. And, it's a swashbuckling uppercut that will go to the boundary. What a shot that is by Qureshi. Well, that's one for the highlights reel. So a bit of pain for Ali Raza Islam. Finishes the over. And now it is 73 for 9. What a shot.
Very nice shot there. Yeah, going back to that point, I mean, yeah, it comes from longer form, but lots of things come from longer form.
So, yeah,
don't make any
that's
sense.
why things don't get adjusted until there's some reason to, is my point. So the thing is, in a longer form, you might be going the same 2 bowlers, 1 over then the other, 1 over then the other, and working it. And so 1 ball more or 1 ball less in that doesn't really matter. So if you eventually do get a guy out, or if you do hit a 4, obviously that...
1 ball more or 1 ball less affects things.
True, but I mean...
Especially if you get an umpire who can't count.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. In a longer form game, when there's so many balls in a day, it's not as, it makes more sense to respect whatever happened on the ball. Right?
But you get communication with the scorers.
Yeah, but even with that communication, sometimes the 7th ball can happen before they get the message, or sometimes officials ignore their walkie-talkies, things like that.
But even before walkie-talkies, there's a signal from scorers.
This is Mickey, I think, one of the hardest working guys in Italy. Even though he's not looking like it right now, he deserves a lie down now and then.
Does he prepare the ground?
Yeah, does everything. He drives us back and forth.
Yeah.
One of our favourite people here.
He is.
Yeah, so, I mean, I suppose the thing is, if you finally... Imagine you're bowling, say, a 8 or 9 over spell, and your other bowler is as well. If you were to finally get the nick, if it's the 7th ball of an over, I still think you deserve that wicket because you've earned it. Same as if... And plus, in the longer form of the game, there's no guarantee that the batters and that the 2 teams face the same amount of balls. It's all to do with wickets, right?
Yeah, but it's a 6 ball over, not a 7 or a 5 ball over.
Yeah.
And now with DRS and all sorts of reviews
it shouldn't
and things,
happen, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I mean, even say without cricket, we have so many overs in a year, right? So say we're doing something like 20,000 overs, probably 30,000 overs this year almost. So if it happens 1 in 1,000 overs, 99.9% of the time it's fine.
Yeah.
it's still going to happen, say, 30 times a year. And so we just have to work out how to deal with it. But in a 60-ball game, one ball is huge, is what I'm saying. In a 60-ball game, it's huge, and so don't think it's very fair.
I just don't think it should be. I never understood why you just couldn't correct an umpire, and
I suppose it's not so much about that. It's about once an event has happened, then you kind of. The thinking would be it could have been good for the bowler, it could have been good for the batter, but we're just gonna. It'll cancel out in the long run.
But I think that's what's been stamped out quite a bit in cricket has been the responsibility of the umpire. I mean, the umpires do a fantastic job, and you look at it here, and there are reviews, but you look at it at higher level cricket and test matches and in IPL and in 50-over games.
Yeah.
And
Naveed with a maiden there, by the way. He's just snuck in a maiden on us. Naveed. Yeah, with 9 down. He's got none for none off one.
I missed sixes off an over yesterday. I missed a maiden now.
I almost missed that one. There wasn't much going, but does take the game to the 10th over. Anyway, Riaz Madassa can finish it off with a wicket.
Yeah, it gives...
There it is. Had a feeling. We'll have to pick up this conversation in the next match, I think, Danny, because... This is all over. Another team bowled out. And we saw a golden ball with 2 teams both bowled out in the last game. You had a feeling that Qureshi was going to go for it. Just finishing that conversation, though, I mean, what you're saying is that, as I gather, umpires, there's a lot of judgments being taken out of it because it's a lot more technology being used. I've got to say, though, it crept in originally, but I actually think a lot of people do like that. Because when it comes down to it, it's not really about the umpires, it's about the players. And so even in Major League Baseball, they're starting to talk about having an electronic strike zone. Where
you can see it.
On the umpire's watch, it tells them if it's a ball or a strike. Yeah. This is what's coming up in match 14. It's about 15 minutes away, and it will be Cricket Stars bowling first after winning the toss. So Bergamo CC will get to grab the bats again. They'll hope that they can do a little bit better this time around. Chico got them off to a good start, but after that, there was a bit of pain for the men in that magnificent Australian yellow as we look at the highlights. Bergamo CC 4-2 and 2. Despite this great shot first up from Chico, there's some good bowling early on. That one was LBW. Would have been run out anyway, even if it wasn't given out. But I really like the bowling of Hassan Naveed. He complemented Javed Mohammed really well early on, didn't he? And despite a couple of shots in anger and a little bit of a blooper moment there for the most part, Brescia CC, they didn't allow too much, did they? As Bergamo CC, when they lost wickets, they lost them in clubs. And there was some thought that they'd be able to keep up with the rate. This was a nice little mini run from them. Sadida literally throwing himself off his feet. He had to go. But for me, again, the start was Kalab Sajjad. I think that after the initial few overs, he came on. He bowled really, really well. 4 wickets for him. I think they also caught well for the most part in Brescia CC. They've got all the hallmarks of a very, very good cricket team.
Absolutely. Look, it was a good start for the first 2.
That was unlucky one, though, for Belgium, wasn't it? But there's nothing lucky about the bold dismissals that Sajjad came up with next.
Sajjad was fantastic today. You can see it drifts in a little bit, just turns away, and there's a lot of variation. And for me, he's been the best bowler in the tournament so far. Just bowls with such control. Picks up another wicket. He did pick up 4 for 5, which was, I mean, apart from the figures, just the manner of which he took it. Maybe a little bit of luck with Baljit. See a big 6 there.
Like that. That's probably one of the best shots they played. It wasn't even a shot. But Dulu just couldn't quite find the line, went down the leg side. And Jasprit provided a few fireworks, didn't he? But again, couldn't really do it for long enough to put them back in the game. Got that rate back down below the 2 a ball. But they were running out of wickets and they were running pretty fast. That was a great catch taken by Riaz Madassa, but he found himself out of bounds. And then Sajjad really got them ahead in the game, didn't he? Shazad swung all round it, and his 4 wickets really important. But once again, pretty good team effort, I think, from all the bowlers from Brescia CC. They held their catches, and Bergamo CC, and that's a bit of a blow for them. They 4-2 and 2.
Yeah, they're a good side, Bergamo, but just not showing it at the moment. They rely heavily on their top 3 in Darashiko, Sudita and Baljit, and we really didn't see it. Even Javed was a good bat. We didn't see it in this game at all, and what was, on paper at least, a very even contest. Ended up not being so.
Becomes a really big game for Bergamo CC next against Cricket Stars, and Cricket Stars, they're a team without a win at all, despite only playing the one game. 16s for Sadida. I like the batting from Jaspreet as well, but no one really went with him. You see a couple of golden derricks in there for Sonulal and Jaspal Ram. And yeah, despite 11 wides and no balls, there are probably a few too many extras for Brescia CC's liking. They are able to bowl out Bergamo CC for 73 with 5 balls left on the table. Qureshi, though, one of the best shots you'll ever see from a number 11 off Ali Raza Islam, slushing one up and over cover point. 4 for 5, Kalab Sajjad, outstanding work from the skipper. 2 for 9, Ali Raza Islam was amongst the wickets. Javed Mohammed bowled well, 2 for 19. Naveed was a good inclusion. Hassan Naveed, that is, 1 for 12. But Imran Naveed with the cheeky maiden with 9 down. And Riaz Mandasa finishing off with a wicket of his only delivery. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time. Taking into the 4th match of the day, match 14. Both teams desperate for the points in the next one. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great Wednesday wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. The blockbusters just keep on coming, don't they? Match 14 is on the way now. Bergamo CC taking on Cricket Stars. Well, both these teams have had their good moments and their not so good moments in this series so far. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Your call. Heads is called. It is heads. Bowling first.
So it is Cricket Stars that win the toss, and their captain Lovepreet Singh has elected to bowl first, which means they will have to chase again. And that's kind of where it all went wrong. They were cruising, weren't they, at 67 for 2, chasing a target of 85, but they lost 8 for 17. An epic collapse resulted in a golden ball. They couldn't get over the line. Trentino Aquila knocked them over in the first game of the day, their first game of the tournament. And that was after Trentino Aquila lost 8 for 13 in the first innings. So that was a tale of 2 collapses. They'll just hope to put that behind them, though. Rajmani Singh was outstanding, wasn't he? With 5 wickets, including a hat-trick in that early game. Also hit the ball pretty sweetly. For Bergamo CC, though, I think they'll feel that the fact they played a bit more cricket probably gives them a little bit of an advantage here. Of course, we saw how they went in that last game, so they are playing back-to-back, so that's probably pretty relevant as well, but still 2 really good teams locking horns. That's not the first time I'll say it. It's not the last time I'll say it here in Northern Italy as well, because there's a lot of quality up here, and they love this format of the game. Match 14 on the way. Cricket Stars winning the toss and bowling over to Danny Hudacek. He's going to take you to the first ball. Danny, over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and this will be an interesting game in the FanCode European Cricket Series in Milan between Bergamo CC and Cricket Stars. And Bergamo CC not really at the races in the last game, as we see the 2 lineups. Darashiko, Sudita hit the ball pretty well, and Baljit Singh, the top 3. Also Adasham Javed with the batting. I think it's a very good toss to lose in a way. Bergamo CC I think would have batted anyway. They need to get their batsmen in form, need to set a target and put pressure on Cricket Stars that you saw collapsed quite spectacularly in the game earlier on in the day. But Rajmani Sandhu has been fantastic today, both with the bat and the ball. And also Dipendra Sekawat with the ball will try to curb the top order of Bergamo CC. As you can see, the expected scores 106 each. Average runs for at the moment 99 and 84 for Cricket Stars, but don't read too much into that. It's early in the tournament, and Bergamo CC, they lost the last game quite convincingly, weren't really at the races. Cricket Stars, though, they were definitely at the races until it all fell apart for them and lost in that golden ball, and they'll want a win today. So it'll be a very interesting game here between these 2 sides. Again, there's not much between any of the sides in this competition. Just one little thing or another could just tilt the advantage to them or to the opposition. So Bergamo CC opening again with Darashiko and Pramod Sudita. Sudita hit the ball very nicely. Darashiko is a quality batsman, very, very good player, as is Baljit Singh, but we haven't seen Baljit perform. In fact, it looks like it's Baljit to open the batting, which is a good move. As we see the first ball of the innings, and this could be out. Oh, unlucky, and well, Shekhawat is a good bowler. Played the false shot, did Baljit Singh. It's just not happening for him at the moment. It was unlucky in the last game, but this one, he got a little bit of luck, got a leading edge, which popped up into no man's land, and he survives. Shekhawat's a good bowler, though. He'll be bowling to Sudita. Oops, put it to point, no run. So Darashiko obviously being dropped down the order a little bit. It's not a bad ploy, actually, especially I think Baljit needs a bit of form for Bergamo to really be competitive in this tournament. Just haven't really seen it yet from him. Bowler comes in again, and it's got him! Well, just when I said that Sudita was looking pretty good, he got one, came off the pad, and crashes into the stumps. And Shekhawat and Cricket Stars get their first wicket, 1 for 1. Nothing's happening in the right way for Bergamo CC at the moment. They just can't take a trick. That was good bowling though. And the pressure's on the top order to get some runs. So you can see it hit the pad and rifle onto these stumps. Get another good look at it here. And great bowling there from Shekhawat. Puts it in the right areas. And Sudhir plays all around it. And that's the first wicket down. And, well, Darashiko, I said, it's probably a good idea to get him down the order a little bit and open with Baljit, but it's only 3 balls down in the first over. And Bergamo need to settle. They need a partnership here, and they need not to lose another wicket. It's a very good bowler coming in against them from Cricket Stars in Dipendra Shekhawat. We'll see what happens. Darashiko, we saw him in the last game. First ball, clipped a beautiful 6 first ball over the square leg boundary, and then fell rather cheaply afterwards. But these two, I would say, the 2 quality batsmen in this Bergamo CC lineup, and especially Baljit hasn't shown it yet. He just needs some time out there, I think. Still early in the season in Italy. As the bowler comes in, down leg side, called a wide. So it was just a little bit tricky for the players here. You know, it's a New Year's cricket. And the pitch does a little bit for the bowler. It's a beautiful day for cricket, though. As Shekhawat comes in again. And just played into the covers, no runs. I think they need to settle, need to play into an innings, these two. And Shekhawat's been a good start. 1 for 2 at the moment. Comes in to bowl again, bowling to Darashiko. And it's just played forward again, no run. I don't mind this from Bergamo. I think taking too many risks at this stage is not the right medicine for their illness at the moment. Ball comes in. This one's in the air. There's a player coming around. He might get there. I think he will. And drops it. Well, that could be big. Didn't quite get enough of it. Did Darashiko. It was high in the air. And the fielder out there did very well to make the ground, to get into position for the catch. You see Shiko's just watching it, put his head down, and it was put down there. It was, can't quite see who it was on the boundary there. Tough catch. Did all the hard work, and then just didn't stick. And a bit of luck there for Darashiko, but fantastic first over from Dipendra Shekhawat. 1 for 3, could have very well been 2 for 2. Not to be though. So Darashiko has a life, and he'll be facing the new bowler. And this is Sukraj Singh. Comes in to bowl and clamps down on that one. Might be a run, bit of a misfield there on the skipper, Lovepreet. I think we'll feel, in fact it wasn't Lovepreet. I think the skipper though will feel a little unlucky at the result of the previous game that they played when they were down to a golden ball. Comes in again. This one's in the air. This should be caught now. It's really high in the air, and he's dropped another one. Well, not the same fielder, but Cricket Stars can't catch anything at the moment. And it was high in the air, and Darashiko's had the second life. Having a look at this. High in the air. Point comes back. He sets himself pretty well. And then neither of those 2 fielders can take the catch. Got a feel for the bowler. It's just pushed into the covers by Baljit, and that's much better by Bergamo. Looking for that run. And Baljit makes the score tick over again. It's pretty slow for Bergamo, but I think that's what they need. As you can see, Darashiko was trying to force the score. He's been dropped twice. I'd say that it's been pretty good bowling from Cricket Stars so far. And again, the bowler. This is hit straight. That's a lovely shot. Just hit through the line of the ball, and that's 6 runs. And that's better from Darashiko. Just instead of playing across the line or forcing things, just waited for the half volley outside off stump and smashed it over the boundary for 6. And again, and that's turned onto the leg side. Just a easy single for Shiko. And bring Baljit on strike. And Baljit, been talking up Baljit Singh. Just hasn't shown any form yet. I said it's very early in the season, and very early in the tournament still. But he has to start showing it, and that's one good way of showing it. I don't think it'll be 6. It'll just plug as well. Unfortunately, it'll only be 2. So you got the pitching wedge out, landed it near the flag. Didn't quite roll into the cup. Vinny, unlucky for Baljit.
The floor is lava. I mean, you hit that down the ground and you don't get 4 for it. That kind of tells you all you need to know. Only one team with 3 wins in this tournament. Bergamo could be the second team to get 3 wins if they can get over Cricket Stars. But yeah, Cricket Stars just played the one game, playing a bit of catch up as far as games played. Teams without a win include Cricket Stars. Like I said, only played them once, but Milan United, Kings 11 and Abano down the bottom. And certainly those teams will want to get a move on shortly. Here's Shekawat. Oh, pretty close, you know. That's a really good appeal. I tell you why, it is biting back from outside off stump. I think maybe it does too much, but there wasn't more than half appeal.
I thought it was pretty close.
Because it is coming back a long way. Look, but is it missing the leg stump? That's all it could be. It's a really good shout.
It's a pretty good shout. Might be a little high.
Oh, wow. Oh, close.
Umpire not interested. That's a nice shot. He's cut it away, and that's going to go to the boundary, I think. That's pretty quick in that part of the ground.
Yeah, that's going to run away for 4. Nice cut shot. Yeah, so that previous one, the issue was it seemed back so much that you thought, okay, is it going to maybe go past leg stump? But when I do this kind of thought experiment, yeah, let's have a look at it real time. So it comes back. If you take the batter out of that, I think there's every chance the stumps are going to be a mess. But, yeah, maybe, yeah, the height potentially, leg stump potentially. Anyway, there's not too much doubt about this because this is gone. Maximo Darashiko riding his luck and riding his way to 19. What a nice little clip away over the leg side.
Yeah, well, they've dropped him twice already. Both of them really should have been taken, and or one of them at least should have been taken. And hopefully they won't rue those errors, Cricket Stars. Because Darashiko is a good batsman. Oh, that wasn't a great shot. Got to play across the line again. He's as I said, need a partnership here to Bergamo CC to settle them from the last game, because they didn't. Even though they won 2 games on the first day, they weren't very convincing. And last game, I think they were just outplayed by Brescia CC. This one's a low full toss on the leg side, just a single. Bring Baljit back onto strike.
And we were talking a little bit in the last game about how umpires slowly, I suppose, technology's been creeping in ever since, I think it was the early 90s when third umpire was first used for line decisions. And not only in cricket, I mean, you see it in football now with the VAR. You see it with baseball. I mentioned that earlier. American football, I think, was the first major sport to incorporate it. As we get to the end of the power play, the score was 28 for 1. I've got to say, I don't mind it. I mean, I see umpires in the light of game facilitator. So I think you do need a human being out there just to do certain things. Yeah. And there are certain things where an opinion matters. But when you're talking about facts, so in the beginning they used third umpire for line decisions because you could see is the bat over the line or not. Other things like LBWs, they've been later to come in as technology has emerged that can kind of do fairly reliable ball tracking and things like that, things for little nicks. So yeah, I actually don't mind it because ultimately I think if you ask the players and even the umpires, they would like, if possible, 100% of decision to be right.
Yeah.
And it probably never will be the case, even no matter how much technology you use. But the closer you can get to that, I think is better, is Amandeep. And he had an interesting time, didn't he? And he's going to have an even more interesting time here as the fielder, Sukraj Singh, tries to turn this into a catch. But the gamble backfires and ends up going to the boundary. I was going to say Amandeep Singh, he was the man that had to face the golden ball in the last game that they played. And he's in there for his bowling. First ball, flipped away, and I can see how you might be hunting for a catch here against Baljit, but just was never going to get near it, was he?
He almost stopped it with his face. He's lucky to get his head out of the way. Well, let's go back to that conversation.
Yeah.
Because do you ever see a time where there will be no umpires at all and just be like a standing AI?
Maybe. I mean, you feel like you need the umpires there to stop the teams killing each other. That's one thing. But
you could have little like
you could set it so all the players get an electric shock if they start.
Little taser drones.
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, potentially if it means. Because, umpires have a very important job and I have the utmost respect for the officials. But it's almost changing what their role is, And so I'm thinking like maybe 50 years down the track or something like that. I mean,
things are changing so much. I mean, with have you played on ChatGPT yet?
I haven't, but I have seen the results of it from time to time.
It's ridiculous.
It is crazy what's happening at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do think they could replace my commentary with ChatGPT after 2,000 plus matches. I think they could probably have enough data to go through to just kind of give me a break and replace me. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I think obviously we're in the position right now where there's a bit of both. So like I said, in baseball, they're trialling it this year in the AAA, which is the one below the majors, which basically signals to the umpire who is in that position what to call it. And I guess you've always got the situation where their technology fails from time to time as well, and then you have to rely on human judgment. But, people say things like, the ball tracking's not 100%, and that may be so, but it is so much more accurate than the human eye. And that's what you need to realise as well. So I actually am probably pro doing away with the umpire's call now as well. Originally, kind of umpire's call for hitting the stumps or impact or even pitching was to do with, okay, we only want to overturn a human umpire's decision if it is very wrong.
Yeah.
Okay? If it's what you call, quote-unquote, a bad decision.
Why not just eliminate the human altogether? I'm not saying that as far as the players go, but with the
that's kind of what I'm saying. So I think we're at the point now that, now people are uncomfortable with the fact that you can have the same exact ball. If the umpire gives it out for one team and gives it not out for the other team, there's different results because it's not being overturned. So I'm pro. Look, if it's just clipping the stump, it's clipping the stump. Anyway, this is in the air, and I think it's a chance, but two fielders are going to almost collide. Oh, wow. Well, I'm just happy that nobody gets hurt there because Sekhawat and Rajmani are both really key players. And I know the catch goes down, but I still think that's a win because I think maybe it's Shekhawat last moment pulls out. He has a sense that there's somebody coming the other way, and there was. So that was a scary moment. 39 for 1 after 4.
I could see the fielder coming from the right, but from the left, my view's obscured slightly by the marshmallow. And the last second, I saw the fielder coming across, and I was waiting for the thump.
Well, they're two really important players as well, and they both could have been very, very badly hurt there. So, in the end, 39 for 1, but yeah, no one likes to see anyone getting hurt. I mean, I don't mind no humans. I mean, there's probably still humans involved. They might not be placed on the field, for example.
Could that be an innovation from ECN to have?
Well, I don't think we've got those kind of financial resources, but I do think it's the way that it's going. Yeah, so baseball in minor leagues now, that's what they're doing, and it kind of takes away the players' ability to argue and influence, which I think isn't really what sport's meant to be about. This is a really late cut. It's going to go for 4. So Shiko moves to 26 and doing a pretty good job at the moment. This isn't a bad ball. Rajmani Sandhu comes on, luckily with all arms and legs intact. Took 5 for 4 earlier in the day, but that's a brilliant little late dab from Shiko.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Didn't try to overhit it and just played the line. And there's always runs down in that area. I mean, it's been pretty slow going down and towards third man. You've seen some of them not run to the boundary. That one, he just dabbed it down there. Very safe shot. Here comes Rashmani again. Oh, good ball, slow ball. But yeah, look, it's one of those things. I like the fact that they're umpires, and I like the fact that, yes, there might be a mistake every so often, because the players make mistakes all the time, but the umpires are not allowed to make a mistake. Same as in referees in football.
Yeah.
You know, the referees make mistakes all the time, but things happen so quickly, and you know, it's just a part of the game. But when you get the VAR, I'll tell you in a minute, Vinny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a debate, right? This has hit really well. That's going to be 4 to the short boundary. So Belgium, you can see the time he gets, the power he gets when he's in. 17 off 9. There's little signs that the seedling is turning into something here for Belgium.
Well, they need it, and this pair really needs to get a bit of form for the tournament, for Bergamo SCC to really win a couple of games and to settle into this tournament, because they are a very, very good side, but they were very much outplayed in the last game against Brescia. I'll go back to my point as Marnie comes in. It's a beautiful shot straight, and that's 6, and Bulgit, he's starting to wind up, isn't he?
That's champagne Belgium, really. So Rajmani coming out to bowl in the first half. I think because he was on fire earlier, they think that he's the man to break this partnership. But Belgium picks that back of the hand slower ball. He's got the power and the technique to make that fly. Sight screen buster. 50's up now for Bergamo CC.
This one's just chipped over the top. Just a single. Yeah, I like the English Premier League. I follow Wolverhampton Wanderers, who won last night against Crystal Palace.
Yep.
And they've had some shocking VAR decisions. And I mean, as a fan, you always say, that VAR has been terrible. And what the logic is from the FA is that it evens out in the end. So you get a bad decision for you get a bad decision against you. But this is an electronic medium.
But it's meant to be. So when you say bad, I mean, is it surprising? Is that the thing? Anyway, up in the air. Could be a chance. And it's dropped. Another one goes down. I'm going to sing this time. So Shiko is leading a charmed life out there. And, well, Amandeep has Lucky on his back. I might have to write a U and an N on the front of that, because Shiko gets another chance. And it is the end of the over. So it's going to be 56 for 1 after 5.
We'll come back to the conversation in a minute.
Yeah, we can talk about it, actually, because it is an interesting debate. What do you guys think about technology in adjudicating in sports? I mean, yeah, so VAR, I suppose, it's picking up things in football that I don't think humans ever would have picked up. That's the thing. And so the feeling there is the fans feel like it's actually changing the game. I mean, already I think technology's changed cricket. The kind of LBWs that get given now, even without the technology, umpires are more, I think what technology showed is more balls are hitting the stumps than we thought. Yeah. So back in the old days, it's always going down leg side. Now we're saying, actually, you know, we've seen enough of these on the TV and with the technology that there might not be another chance. And he's not going to drop 2 in a row. So Shiko only lasts one more ball after that. And it's Lovepreet Singh that comes into the attack again, taking the pace off. Means the batter has to generate it. And this time, well, lucky I didn't draw on the U in the end, because this time he is lucky. And you can see, throws it away. Not too happy with putting down the last one, but doesn't cost him too much. A second wicket falls, 56 for 2.
Yeah, look, VAR, I think one of the issues with the Premier League is that you've got the best league in the world, right? The richest league in the world by a long way, and you don't have professional referees, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. And the standard of refereeing varies a lot, and it's not great compared to other countries. So you have to rely a little bit on VAR, but there have been some decisions that are just super puzzling. And I'll give you an example, just in one game.
Okay, looking forward to it. First, this looks like Mandeep is coming out to bat. Probably would have been a wide. Instead, he hits it to the field and runs and gets away with it. There's a single. Go ahead.
So Wolves are playing Liverpool in an FA Cup game. All right. There's a ball that goes over the top. All right. The player, Mohamed Salah, is offside. Right. Go back to it. It's just so slow, and it's just over the top of the field to recover.
I mean, Baljit's just hit Rajmani back over his head for 6, but he can't deal with the powder puff offerings of Lovepreet and almost holes out.
He's the slowest bowler in the world, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's the key here. Juice is a miss hit.
Yeah, he comes in again, bowling around the wicket. This time to the new batsman. And he gets away with it again. Down leg side, and it'll be a leg by. So the player's offside when the ball's played.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the Wolves player, defender, has to play at the ball because he knows there's a Liverpool player behind him, doesn't realise he's offside. Ball comes off his head, so he's played at the ball. Salah takes the ball as we come to the next one, which is hit pretty firmly. That should be 4. Great effort out in the boundary.
Is
really
it
good. He's knocked it over the boundary, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a good effort, you're right. It's Harkamal out there. Slaps at it, doesn't he? Oh, roundhouse style. But he doesn't get enough angle on it to get it back into play. So, fine. Lovepreet is hit to the boundary. Got some good contact, but yeah, just got to beat him for pace out there, Harkamal. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
So we'll come back to Lovepreet first because it's all happening and down leg side for a wide. So he has to play for it. He plays at it, which means that now technically the Liverpool player is in an onside position because the Wolves player has played at it. But he wouldn't have played at it, right, if he hadn't have played at it. Come back to it.
Yeah.
Just, hit on the
So if he wouldn't have played at it, it would have been offside.
So, no, yeah, if he wouldn't have played it, it'd been offside, but he didn't know the Liverpool player was offside, so he had to play for it. It just skimmed off his head, and then Salah scored, right? Went to the VAR. He was in an obvious offside. It wasn't even a close offside, and the goal stood.
Yeah. So it's kind of a technicality of the rules, I suppose.
But it's interpretation of the rules. I mean, you'll see it in other games, and you think this player's offside, but because the Wolves player played at it, because he didn't know where the Liverpool player was, right? So anyway, VAR, it went to VAR, and the goal wasn't overturned. Then, I'll go back to another one.
This looks like coming deep now. Comes out, gets driven, but could be trouble. Shekhawat takes the catch and makes it look easy. So you see they can catch. Baljit does get 30, so he's put something together here. Someone else is going to have to pick up the ball and run with it now as Baljit becomes the third man to fall, 65 for 3.
They've got a good start, they've got a good run rate, but that was a very well taken, easy catch there. So, okay, so there's another play where there's a corner. I think it was a corner or a throw-in. I think it was a corner.
Yeah.
It was taken. The ball went back to the player who had taken the corner, right, who crossed it, and it was headed in.
Yeah.
Okay. Interestingly, it was the same player that headed the ball for the Liverpool goal.
Right.
So he made up for his supposed error. And they went to the VAR because they suspected that the Wolves player who'd taken the corner...
And then got it back was offside.
Yeah.
Yep.
But...
First, here's Lucky.
It's been cracked through the offside, sorry, just a single.
Okay.
So they go to check the replay, and Sky, who were covering the game, because it wasn't a premiership game, didn't have a correct angle on the offside.
Ooh.
Right. It was proven later that he was onside, but they couldn't give the goal because they assumed he was offside.
Right. So and that was that getting off the official's call. Wow, what a shot! That's hit the disc that shows the infield from the outfield. I've never seen this before. Look at this. I hope we've got this. This has hit the disc there, bang, and there's an unidentified flying object. He's done very well to field that. And frisbeed that thing through the air. I'm just glad that the fielder still went up to the right white object. I've never seen that before. I've seen it get hit, maybe nudged a bit, but I've never seen it get knocked that far.
So Maya Patel, Danny's right, shocker. Sky Sports News went through the decision and their referee expert said it was a mistake.
So I've got a question on the second one after this ball, which is a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
So they didn't have the right angle, so did they still make a decision off the technology, or did they go with kind of what the linesperson said?
Here's what happened, right? The referee, the linesman didn't flag. The referee shook his hand like this to indicate that he should flag. So he flagged for offside, and because there was no
clear and conclusive evidence.
it was called offside.
Right.
Because the linesman called offside because the referee told him to call offside.
Yeah.
But then there are cameras everywhere now with spectators who, because it was an attacking situation, and it showed he was clearly onside.
Yeah.
Now, there's a goal for Liverpool, a goal against Wolves. I think it ended up 1-1. Went to a replay, Wolves lost. Now,
So, yeah, this comes down to what you can use it for and what you can't, which is like a separate debate because you might have the technology. It's how you use it, right? Into the 7th over, the score is 68 for 3 after 7. Just a quick note, if you're just joining our coverage, welcome, firstly, and why don't you stay with us because there's so many more locations that we'll visit this year. We've got a bonus for you with the T20 International Tri-Series from Gibraltar starting in just over a week's time. Charlie Hunt will take you through that. And then we'll have our own international cricket here, International Cricket T10, involving Italy, France and Romania. Then we're in Austria for 2 weeks, Bulgaria for 2 weeks, plenty more locations to come. Join us for another huge summer of cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. Is Lovepreet back for a second over?
I love Preet. So anyway, I'll end up on that in a moment. It's been cracked through the onside, and that'll be 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, good batting, isn't it? And I do like that they've got Jasprit out there. He did hit the ball well in that previous game. I think it probably helps them in a way that they're not chasing a target in this situation because I think they felt that scoreboard pressure a couple of times. So I do like that they're batting first. On track for about 100 here. And we know cricket stars have lost 1 or 2 bats, haven't they, compared to last year?
You just got to wait for so long for that ball to get down to the other end.
Yeah.
So anyway, just to finish off.
Finish it off for us.
I'm all in favour of technology if it's used right, if it's used correctly.
Yeah.
And there's no reason for a lot of the... He did run right in front of the umpire then, didn't he? There's no reason, if the technology's there and it's a good level of technology, that decisions should be made incorrectly. And it's happening. And that's been hammered into the potato field. Just rocked back and smashed it.
Jasprit has a strong bottom hand. That one was halfway to the Alps. You saw him there in the background. This ball was just timed. That's just such good bat speed, good timing. Found the right contact point, and Jasprit Singh did the rest. Maximo 6 runs.
So anyway, going back, if technology is used correctly, I think it's fantastic, right? As long as it doesn't really delay the game too much.
Yeah.
Because there are other incidents off the ball, and you can't have referees' eyes everywhere. And same with cricket, you know. Oh, the slowest of slower balls. Gets past the fielder.
Courageous to bowl this pace, though. But, you got to get it right. That half track, it just disappeared, didn't it? Yeah, I think it's something we're only going to see more of, not less.
Yeah.
Put it that way. But I think people then come to expect it. So I can see the umpire's call disappearing in cricket in the next few years.
Yeah.
Where they say, look, it's hitting the stumps, it's hitting the stumps. And, the umpires become more facilitators and communicators rather than actual judgment decision makers.
I think it's a good thing. I mean, there's... It's interesting with umpires because where's that line between being amicable with players and being officious? There's got to be a sort of a, some umpires are very dry.
Yeah.
And will know the rules and will implement the rules to the T. But it doesn't make them a good umpire.
This is going to find the fielder. And so here's the end of 8 overs. And the score is 81 for 3.
Yeah. So, but I like when umpires will have a certain banter, like an attitude and a respect from players. That the players know they're a good umpire. They can not joke around with them, but at least have a chat without the umpire just sort of telling him to go away.
What we found actually here in ECN is sometimes the best umpires are actually players. Same with actually a lot of our roles, like scorers. The best scorers are actually players that kind of get the game and have been there. And that's one reason. Obviously, I've played a lot of cricket. I love the relationships I have with all the players here, as opposed to someone who might have just worked in the media the whole life and watched cricket. So I think that you can relate to them a lot better. And then I think if you have that mutual respect, players are willing to accept decisions that don't go their way a lot better. And I think you become a kind of a player manager as well, in a sense that you're managing their emotions. I think Tyrone Peters is one I'll kind of call out that he does a very good job. So do all our players really, but
Charles Croucher and
Charles
Joe
Croucher
Foster
is a
from
good
Czech
one.
are both really good.
Stefan Gooch, and look, in fact, all of our umpires in the ECC and ECL, even the umpires out here, obviously, We don't get to see them that often on ECN, but, you know, they're not escalating situations, they're de-escalating.
Exactly right.
So we had a situation in it was the Germany versus Greece, so Darmstadt CC versus Byron game where, you know, one of the players got a bit emotional and threw his bat after a bit of an altercation with his batting partner. And, you know, I know a certain kind of umpire that would have made that situation worse by kind of running up to the player and wagging his finger and, you know, and I think Tyrone, that's why he came to mind. He was in charge of that situation. Because this is going to test the fielder, but Lucky's up to it and keeps it to 1. So I think that, yeah, that relationship is important. And that's why I think the umpires, if you really ask them, they just want the right decision to be made. They're not too worried about how it's made. So if it's done efficiently and it kind of takes us to kind of our cricket and where we sit, you know, with the way we do things. This is a nice ball in the block hole from Sukraj, but played away. So I think we've been pretty careful not to over-regulate about what you can and can't do. So we have some procedures, but then there is the ability, if there's some common sense, because, for example, we don't really review LBWs, but if there's an LBW that is so bad and it's so clear and obvious that it's a clear error, as we see a ball blasted out of the ground, that's that jazzy power. Maximo up into the 90s, all happening the 9th for Bergamo CC.
That's a lovely shot. Just picked it early and just rocked back.
Yeah, so
slammed it.
Basically, our regulations say that if there's any clear and obvious errors, then that can be reversed. So it doesn't really, you know, traditional thinking would say you need to have a 50-page book of what you can and can't do. You know, we now we use that fairly judiciously, that power. Obviously, line decisions whenever we can. Occasionally, things like bump balls and clean catches when possible. There's even procedures for when the technology is unclear. So I think we do it better than most because we do so much of it. We do so many games, and so these situations come up again and again. 92 for 3 after 9 as Bergamo try and get to the 100 mark. Look at the bowlers. Some good performances in there. Wickets to Shekhar as well as Amdeep Singh. And Lovepreet Singh with 1 for 21 off his 2 overs. Rajmani back to earth a little bit. And he went for a few earlier on, but it does make sense to bring him back. I think he is a bit of a specialist in the second half of the innings. Not that he can't bowl in the first half. I just think that slow ball's a lot more effective when batters are swinging at pretty much everything. So here we go with over number 10, everyone. High off your emergency exits and fasten your seatbelts.
Oh, it's a little edge. It's gone to that slip.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Nasir Ramzan. Doesn't really have time to move his feet. Just has to kind of throw his hand at the ball and he can't get there in time. Does well to make the stop, I suppose. Would have been a wide. Instead, it's a single. Yeah, so that thing of that the tournament referee or third umpire can overturn a clear and obvious error. Obviously, you want to set precedence of. It's not substituting your judgment for the umpires. It's if there is a real clear and obvious error. Anyway, this is a full toss and it's going to go. Maximo, 6 more, gets them to 99.
That's a rare loose ball from Rajmani, who got that hat-trick in the last game. And you see him rocky back in his crease.
Oh, is this one?
Just baseballs it.
Probably. I mean, to me, it's probably...
okay, but I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose he's got slightly bent back leg. I mean, if that was called, you could understand it.
Was it called, Vinny?
I don't think it was called on the field. So
it's
for me, it's probably okay. No, it's been called a no ball. Look, this is the directive, and that's, again, something we do slightly differently, is that if it's waist high or above, I mean, Rajmani would put his hand up and say, look, that's way too high. I shouldn't be bowling that ball. It's dangerous. I'm glad it's hit, but it could have easily hit the batter and done him some damage. So it does bring up the 100, in fact, and the free hit coming up.
Could be 13 off this ball, as it is. Well, it's Mandeep who hit that one.
It's got an interesting one. We probably won't have time to cover it fully, but it's going to be a...
That's a well-run single, actually.
You know what this is harsh on? Keepers, because that'll be a bite. I'm pretty sure he hasn't hit that. Let's have a look on the replay. Unless he got a little under edge, in which case it's a cheeky single.
I think it was a big air swing.
Yeah. No, that's going to be a bite. Wait for the signal, because the umpire has forgotten. He's too busy fixing up the stumps and watching them get fixed up. But what I was going to say is, is this debate someone I hear from time to time? I think Mark Waugh says it. Mike Patel's talking about what if you just banned leg buys, So buyers, you can understand that because keepers have made a mistake, or in that case, no one's a real mistake. And no balls and wides, you can understand. But how about leg buys? 'Cause leg buys kind of no one's fault. They don't really belong to anyone.
Why would you? I'll come back to it.
They're saying, why should you reward the batter if they miss the ball? Anyway, that's about as high as the ball could be hit. And good luck as Harkamal takes it. And he makes it look easy. What a catch that is. That one bounced off the sun. It was burning up on re-entry. And what a good catch that is by Harkamal. Rajmani chips in with a wicket. Slower ball launched into the sky, but into the safe hands of Harkamal Singh.
That's a great catch. And he's looking pretty much into the sun now as well. It's late afternoon, and that was a top catch. Took it right in front of his eyes.
Yeah, so just before I give you my opinion,
Yeah.
which I'll be happy to do, what about banning leg buys and making it a dead ball if it hits the batter's body?
But, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't,
Question without
I wouldn't
notice,
do
by
it.
the way.
Sorry?
It's a question without notice.
No, it's a part of the game. I mean, yeah, it belongs to no one. It doesn't really matter. It's a part of the game. If you're
You're trying to hit the ball, obviously, or you're trying to get out of the way of the ball. So you can't have a leg buy where you just like kick the ball deliberately or pad up. Yeah.
No, but I mean, the ball hits a pad a lot, or hits a batsman, and they take a run. I don't see any problem with it.
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons I
think
that leg buys should stay. Come back to them in a second. As Atam Javed comes out with 3 to come.
How did he get it down there?
Reckon that'll go. Might. That shows you how far this outfield's come. There's 4. Rajmani didn't do too much wrong there, did he? It shows you what a difference the game makes. Javed burgles a 4.
He's a good batsman, Javed, actually. We saw him on the first day get a few runs.
Yeah, so number one, it might encourage negative bowling.
Yeah.
So now you're trying to kind of bowl at the body rather than the stumps, or a kind of a more positive line.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is it introduces a new judgment call, right? So let's say the ball almost flicks the body or not. And what happens if you nick the ball onto your pad? Is that a run or is that dead ball because you've nicked it onto your pad? So it just creates another judgment call for umpires that then could cause arguments. So I think ultimately they should stay.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't stay. This one's been hit towards point. Just be a single, I think. They'll look for 2.
Well, it's the last ball, so they probably should have gone for 2.
Yeah, wouldn't have got there.
Present your average the way you want it, as Javed holds on to his 5 not outs. And look, it's another one of those scores. They're 100-ish range, isn't it? They're going to get 106 for 4. Cricket Stars 107. They let a few chances slip through their fingers literally during that innings, didn't they? Although they did take some good catches. But certainly Cricket Stars will be tested. Rajmani will be out there opening the batting, I'm sure about that. It was almost a wicket first ball. Balchit went to the top of the order. Almost didn't survive. He was able to get to 30. Kind of a team effort, isn't it, from Bergamo CC to get him there. But Dipendra Shekhawat, he's normally pretty reliable, did some good things. Had the yips a bit in the field, Cricket Stars, not really going their way. But I think this match is up for grabs at the halfway point.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's a pretty decent total. It's pretty much what they were chasing in the last game, Bergamo CC. And Cricket Stars, I saw them collapse in the game they played earlier. There was some pretty decent batting. Darashiko was a cat with 9 lives pretty much in this innings. Ended up with 28 off 18. And Balchit finally got a few runs, 30 off 15. And you're right, there's a bit of a team effort for Bergamo CC just to get them over that 100 mark, which is a very, very defendable total on this ground. You can see where the fielder made that decision to come forward and ended up costing runs. This was nearly a collision. Lucky that it wasn't, because it would have been pretty devastating for both of those players. It's a nice little flick there from Darashiko, who had a lot of luck in his innings. He's a good batsman, but when he played the correct line, it was very good, as Balchit was. But it was a couple of dodgy. Darashiko getting dropped again. But I think he was dropped 3 times. And that one was finally taken. But a good effort in the end by Bergamo CC. We'll see a few more, a little bit of big hitting in the end. And Lovepreet with his gentle off spinners. Took a little bit of stick, a bit of wicket. But, better performance, I think, from Bergamo. Still not as fluid as what you'd expect. That's Baljet going. They're a team capable of getting big runs, especially if they're top 3 or 4 hit their straps. And you can see a little bit of form from some of these players. As I said, Baljet getting a few runs, still not as fluid as what we've seen him. And Darashiko riding his luck. Jasprit, though, he hit quite a few big shots into the potato field and was pretty impressive. And he'll be handy during this tournament with the bat as he is with the ball. So see the last over, and that was the run off the dead ball, and then this one going up, and that was a nice catch taken in the deep out there. So Cricket Stars, see them with the ball in just a moment. They'll have to bat well. Sorry, with the bat, they'll have to bat well to get to this total of 106. They're very capable, like Cricket Stars. But we'll see shortly. I'll have a look at the scorecard. Baljet finally getting some runs. The captain opening the batting this time, 30 or 15. That's a really true indication of the way he batted. I think he's still not quite in form. Sudhir missing out. Darashiko having a couple of lives. Mandip with a few runs, but also Jasprit Singh batted very well and hammered the bowling attack. 104 for 6. Sorry, 106 for 4. Off the 10 overs. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. So Shekhawat bowled pretty well, took an early wicket, and there were wickets also for Amandeep, Rajmani and Lovepreet. But I think Rajmani, even though he got a hat-trick in the previous game and took 5 for 4, went for 30 off his 2 overs. And well, it's a defendable total for Bergamo. Cricket Stars will have to bat well, but they are very capable. Hopefully they won't fall like they did and lost 8 for 17 in their previous game, which is not great. So this is match 14, 107 to win for Cricket Stars. It's going to be an interesting run chase. They'll have to get a lot of the runs from the first 3 or 4 batsmen in Rajmani Singh, Rahman and Ramzan. We'll be back for the second half of this game very shortly to see if the Cricket Stars can get the 107 they need. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
So welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan, Italy, in the second half of the match 14 between Bergamo CC and Cricket Stars. So Bergamo setting a pretty decent total, 106, 107 to win for Cricket Stars, who looked like they'd set up a nice victory for a while in their previous game, only to lose 8 wickets for 17, going down to golden ball and then losing their opening fixture. But they've got a chance to make amends here. They're going to have to bat well, though, against a pretty good Bergamo side. And it will be Bulgett to open the bowling. They have a decent bowling lineup. Bergamo did go down pretty heavily to Brescia CC and his Bulgett with the first ball. It's been just hit towards that square leg area. No run. Miss-hit. Really across the line there. Big hoik. Mistimed it badly. So it's Bulgett and Atiq-ur-Rahman and Rajmani Singh, both very good batsmen. Right-handed, left-handed combination to open the batting for Cricket Stars. Bulgett comes in again. This one's hit well. It's in the air. Jasprit's under it. Is he? He is, and he steps over the line, and that will be 6. Unlucky for Jasprit. He took it and then just took one half pace backwards and stepped on the rope. And that's a big change in fortune. So charged it. And Rahman, have a look at this. And then he just steps on the rope, and that's 6. Unlucky for Jasprit, unlucky for Bulgett and for Bergamo. Charges him again. He's really going for it. Good fielding out there at sort of a short mid-wicket, square leg area. We'll go back on the boundary now for the left-hander. So what a change of fortune that could have been. Could have been an early wicket for Bergamo with a very dangerous Atiq-ur-Rahman. Instead, 6 runs off the first ball. Bulgett will be bowling to the left-hander and will have to adjust well. And he's been batting well. He batted very well, did Rajmani Singh in the last game. Also took a few wickets. Was the pick of the batsman. Man of the match, obviously, as well. Comes Bulgett. It's nicely pitched. Got a dodgy inside edge. It's going towards the boundary. Don't think it'll reach there. They'll look for 2, but they won't get it. Just a single. A little unlucky there, Bulgett. And there's a good ball first up to the left-hander. Bulgett, he's taken a bit of stick in this tournament already with the ball. And he's a good bowler. Gets a bit of movement away from the right-hander. I don't think Atiq-ur-Rahman's paying him any respect, though. He's just charging him. And there is now a fielder going back on the deep mid-wicket boundary as well as long on. Big swing and a miss, and that's it. That's exactly where you should put it. And that's the first wicket down. Bulgett bowls Atiq-ur-Rahman, who just opened up and had a wild swing at this one. Let's have a look at the replay. from the reverse angle. It's a bit of a, well, it came in quite a bit. It's just a wild hoik and didn't quite get up as much. And Atik will have to depart. First wicket down. Did a bit of damage on the first ball. It was unlucky. Well, lucky to stay there, really. Just a bit of unfortunate. Bit of unfortunate for Jaspreet, the fielder out there, and they are 8 for 1. Target 107, and Atik just trying to smash everything as hard as he could. Just you don't get away with that every ball, unfortunately. Not with that technique, anyway. So Baljit takes a good wicket. New batsman come out, and well, he's out there at the moment. He'll be facing, should be Nasir Ramzan, and it is. He's a good batsman, Ramzan, as well, but they need a little partnership between these two, I think. Most of these teams so reliant on the top three that if there's a failure up with one of those or two of them, can cause a lot of issues down the line, as we saw with their last performance, the Cricket Stars. Baljit comes in. It's a good ball. Kept a little low outside off stump. Good line and length though. Ramzan just beaten. No great pace in Baljit's bowling, just pretty good line and length, and just a bit of outswing and cut. One match without a golden ball, and that was Cricket Stars that were in that golden ball. It was Amardeep Singh who needed 2 off the last ball and couldn't do it. It was a run out. That was a very, very good game, a remarkable game with all sorts of things happening. A hat-trick, a fifer. There were 2 massive collapses. I think it was 16 wickets for 30 runs for both teams. So here's a replay of the Jaspreet. He goes, he's right there, he's set, and then takes that one step, and he's just over the rope. Very well judged catch. He's a good fielder, Jaspreet. And talking about Jaspreet Singh, here he comes bowling the second over. We're bowling to Ramjani Singh. And this one's in the air. Players going back. They have to do well to get there. Doesn't quite. And they'll come back for 2. He's just chipped over that vacant area. Made good ground, the fielder, but couldn't reach it. See him going back, and it was very good effort there. It was Jaspal Ram. Comes Jaspreet again. And this one's in the air again. Same fielder, gets under it, takes it. Very well judged catch. He's always backpedaling. Got into position, and that's the end of Ramjani Singh. Not what they wanted, Cricket Stars. Now 2 of their openers, both of their openers are gone. Well, it's not the start they wanted, Cricket Stars. Got to say though, a bit risky with the batting. And 2 of the big names for Cricket Stars are back already. Be taking the pads off is Rajmani. There you go, just got at the end of the bat. Just opened up, not really a great cricket shot. Got lucky the first time, but brings a new batsman out to the centre. And that will be Memo Javed join Ramzan. Neither batsman scored. Javed facing Jaspreet Singh. Comes into bowl. And it's a good ball right on line. Just hit solidly into the covers, but no run. Jaspreet. It's been a good over so far. He's a good bowler. I said probably the pick of the bowlers for Bergamo. Played for Italy in the ECC. This one's hit over the top of the covers. It's going towards the boundary, and it won't quite get there. And good chase. They'll come back for 2. Vinny, what do you think of the start from these two?
Yeah, I mean, obviously losing Rajmani wasn't the plan. You felt like he'd have to bat well. But still, you've got Tika Rahman not really working out at the top again. They promoted him from the middle order to open in the absence of Rahman they had last year. And also no Baba Hussain, of course. He's playing for Brescia CC. Look, not the greatest start, no doubt, but you look at these guys here, they're very, very capable of hitting the big shots. It's just a matter of whether they can turn this into something more. I will say that the Cricket Stars kind of lower middle to lower order looked a bit brittle, didn't they? The way they got skittled, to say the least. But it's one game, you know. No, they don't want to go 0-2, that's for sure. CC had to kind of dig themselves out of a trough as well in their innings to get up over the 100 mark. Here's Jazzy.
Tell you what, though, this is a bit of a carbon copy of the previous game.
Between let this one go. Let's check it out. Maybe just snuck inside. Jaspreet's large head not giving us a good view of where that actually went, as it takes us to the end of the second over. Looking at the table, you can see that Cricket Stars don't want to don't want to stay in the field of have-nots. At the moment, there's 4 teams without a win. Milan United, Kings 11 Albano played 2 games, lost them both. Cricket Stars will win that situation if they can't chase this target down. And you've got Trentino Aquila, who actually would have been in that boat except for that golden ball win. So at least they're feeling a lot better about their tournament chances with that huge comeback win in match number 12. Here's Baljit coming back for a 3rd over.
Towards the covers, it took an easy single. It's a bit of a carbon copy so far of the previous game between Bergamo and Brescia. Pretty much an identical score that was posted, and there's a bit of panic, I think, in the batting where they feel they have to go hard early, and 2 of the main batsmen for them in Atik and also Rajmani are back in the sheds, and probably not playing very good cricket shots to get out as well.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, Teak getting a bit carried away. He's attacking. That's why they put him up there, you know. But I think this isn't the easiest ground or easiest pitch to play. Pull shots to balls that aren't really there. I think a lot of balls come through bail hard or below, and you find out the hard way with the death rattle.
It's beating the fielder. It's going to go towards the boundary, and it will reach the boundary. That's 4.
Yeah, what makes it like that even more remarkable, actually. It's more of a straight pull, though, which, I mean, you're more likely to hit it if you hit it straighter, but you're also less likely to hit it further. So it makes that quite a remarkable shot. He has the power to beat the outfield and get it across for a very valuable boundary. Ramzan's a guy, I think from memory, his highest score is 49 not out on the network. But yeah, he does some very good things. Baljit's got 3 balls to bowl.
Down leg side, he's got another ball to bowl. I think working out this pitch, and I think we probably noticed that last time I was out here, is that it rewards batsmen with good technique. When you're going across the line, you might get the occasional boundary or a big 6, but then if you're really hitting across the line and you're opening yourself up, it doesn't work every time. Whereas good batsmen with good technique will often get good runs here. Yeah,
that's right. I mean, I think we said it. It plays quite a lot like a regular turf cricket pitch because it's not 100% predictable, the bounce and the amount of bounce. So yeah, no, I like it. I think that people are always saying they'd like to play on turf. Obviously, it's difficult in Europe because of the resources and the know-how, the financial strain it puts on. Puts on clubs if they were to try and have a turf pitch. Also, the weather not always ideal. So I think this is about as close as you get. Here's Baljit.
It's a nice shot and another 4 runs. I remember we were playing an international tournament with the Czech Republic in the Netherlands, and we're going to play against Norway. And we couldn't get on. The groundsman wouldn't release the pitch because the game the previous night, they continued while it was raining.
Yeah.
And so I'll come back to that in a moment. And so it's been poked past Man, they'll look for... No, they won't look for 2. Waltzing still.
Into the over as well. Centre
Yeah.
power play. Cricket Stars kind of working their way slowly back into it. 24 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, so the game ended up, I think, being a 9-over game in a 20-over... Well, it was supposed to be a 20-over series.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it gave us probably a better chance because we were a pretty good side.
Sure.
But at the same time, we were just waiting around. We were all ready for the game. We were warming up, and then we couldn't get on the pitch because of what happened the previous day, or previous evening, and then they covered it, and then justifiably the groundsman wouldn't let it go. But it doesn't happen with a synthetic pitch.
Exactly. And this is kind of the best of both worlds in a way because it does have those turf-like qualities,
Yeah.
but it handles the rain and the wet really well.
Mm-hmm.
And even yesterday we had that big thunderstorm sweep across. We were back up and running pretty quickly, weren't we?
It's pretty good in Prague as well for that.
Yeah. It's amazing how some pitches can just eat it up. Krefeld is one which it just hailed on there. They don't even bother covering it up. It just eats it up, and I think that's a very good cricket pitch as well. We'll be there a bit later in the year as well. Anyway, time for Dara Shiko to bowl. Over number 4. Field's gone back now as well into the power play.
It's muscled away through the leg side just for a single. Yeah, he's a good bowler, Darashiko. Good pick up for Bergamo.
Don't think they really want that rate to climb up above the tour ball mark, which is pretty much where we're at the moment, which means you kind of have to attack Shiko.
Oh, you have to, yeah. And they just did. That's been smashed for 6. That's a lovely shot there.
Yeah, well, I've got my crystal ball out now. Saw this one in the tea leaves. You're going to have to make a statement. It's not a bad ball from Shiko, who does kind of vary his pace, but it's that kind of length. If you can back yourself and if you hit in the middle, it's going to go. And Jarvid takes him deep. Maximo, 6 for the Stars.
Yeah, nice shot. They do need to pump up their score a little bit. There's no real need to do anything silly, but this one's kept a little low, called wide. But as you always say, if there's 2 boundaries or a 6 in and over, it'll get the rate to about 10. Oh, it's attempted pull shot. It'll get the over rate to about 10. So they've got the 6 this over. This one's a bit high. No appeal.
You could tell that. But yeah, he's just kind of quick through his shot there. You could tell that from the side on angle.
It's hit well. Jaspreet's coming back. He won't reach it. That's another 6. This is a good over so far for Cricket Stars and Javed. He's taken that from outside off stump, dragged it over Jaspreet, taken on the fielder.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Again, it wasn't quite there, but he backed himself. He took on the fielder and won. They got them pretty much back on the pace.
Bit of a quicker ball there. It's gone past the infield, and Jaspreet will pick it up and launch it back to the bowler. Just a single.
Yeah, so this pretty much puts them on the red line, I think. Let's probably see it after this ball. At the rate required.
It's not out.
3 quick appeals, but all from the one player.
Not out, not out, not out.
And Sadida thought he heard something here. But, yeah, no idea from us, but judging by everyone else's reaction, probably wasn't. Anyway, it's the end of 4 overs. The score is 39 for 4. And we have a look here. Okay, they're just a fraction behind, but not too far behind. In fact, I think they probably were ahead of it if you looked at it mid-over. But you can see that grey line pretty much identical. So, yeah, without checking, I'd say they're the same score than that Bergamo CC were at this stage. They're 39 for 2 right now. And it was 39 for 1 in the first inning. So they're genuine tie after 4 overs.
There was a bit of acceleration from Jaspreet also with the Bergamo innings, but it's still very reachable at this stage. It's very even. They've lost 2 big wickets, but there's still plenty of batting to go for Cricket Stars. And this one's called a wide.
He's definitely kind of got this tactic to try and hunt that tram line. This time he just loses the battle, doesn't he? Prem Shazad.
Comes in again. This one's been hit well, and that's another 6. He likes that area, Ramzan, as does Javed. And they just can't put fielders deep enough. And just the same area again, just over sort of that long on There is a man back. There are 4 men on the boundary. Yeah, it's from about square leg up to long on, but they're just not tall enough. A reverse sweep and a beautiful shot. I think he's got 6 out of it.
What a shot.
It's a 4.
Wow, it should be worth double if you're this good. It's a late decision, and because he goes so late, he can only really throw the hands at it.
It's well, I think it might have been 4, but it looked like it went towards that boundary. It's difficult to tell. It's in the shadows now.
Yeah, I think they felt it was 4 on the field. Let's have a better look.
Don't think you can tell because that's not the boundary. That's the edge of the running track. You can see the...
Yeah, it is. It's 4. It's just inside the rope. Anyway, back to live action.
Just chopped down there, a bit of a shot at the stumps.
Maybe get 2 here, except they've run through. Remember, Jarvid might have copped that, copped something. But, 50's up now. Very much game's alive here, Danny, at the moment.
It's been a good over. And it's Shahzad who's taken a bit of a pasting again. He went for 30 in the last game, but 15 and over. He's gone for 13 so far. A couple of balls left. A bit of a quicker ball. And hit onto the leg side. Just be a single. And that'll bring Ramzan back on strike. Ramzan 22 off 11. Doing pretty well. Jarvid also 18 off 11. So it's a good little partnership here between these two. A bit of a quicker ball. And no run. That's the end of the over. 14 off it. And 53 for 2.
Yeah, it's just a reminder, I'm talking to the umpires and the good work they're doing, to Rohan and Shahid and Ali as well. Our umpiring crew here in week 1, they've done a really difficult job to do. And yeah, we had a good debate earlier. I saw Nish had piped in as well in the chat, saying he enjoyed the discussion. Didn't have too much to add, but let's just put our hands up and our hands out and our fingers up for the umpiring crew under the guidance of Sir Rob Kemming here. Rohan, Shahid and Ali, great job, guys. Keep going. And that's one of the things we do use local umpires in European Cricket Series cricket. And one of the reasons is, when we go in this domestic cricket, we want the local umpires to be upskilled as well. So it's not just great experience for the players, but for the umpires too. This looks like it's got enough, and it does. Maximo! Jarvid dealing in 6, as we mentioned, that the top order had the responsibility to get the most of the way there. Well, this partnership has been really useful for Cricket Stars, hunting their first points of the series.
It's really, really excellent. It's been good cricket shots as well. And hit mainly in the same areas. And this one is just past the cover fielders. There's a big gap there between that short cover and point. There's a sweeper back there. And, got bat on ball and a single. That's what you need. Is, you need to tick the score over with singles when you can't hit 4s and 6s. That's what they're doing at the moment, and doing very well, are they, Cricket Stars? So it's just been down through that gully area. Look for 2. Oh, this is well run. Very well run. Excellent from the Cricket Stars. They went early, and you thought that it was Javed running to the danger end, but it wasn't. There we go.
Yeah. So, well, they sneak one there, don't they?
It's just a nice little poke single. Good batting here at the moment by Cricket Stars.
Yeah, it's good. They've got all the momentum at the moment, don't they? I mean, they're 2 really, really good cricket teams. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. It's a good, even matchup. They're just ahead of the rate now, Cricket Stars, with this burst. But we know, for example, you get the breakthrough, and that can change pretty quickly.
There's been so many very, very close contests so far in this tournament.
Yeah. And we were
it'll continue.
It. First 3 were really good, including Bergamo CC on day 1. Don't forget, match 1, they narrowly edged out by Ginebresha. Chance. And it's gone. So Jasprit Singh takes the catch and maybe gets a bit of momentum back. That for me puts it right back in the balance. It's Jaspal Ram that comes up with the wicket at 63 for 3.
Yeah, he doesn't drop many, does he? He's a good fielder, Jasprit. He took that very comfortably. And that's what they needed, Bergamo, because it was a good little partnership. And it's might have turned the tide. You never know. We'll see with the next batsman. But Ramzan and Javed, it was excellent little partnership. Both about 25. In fact, they were both 25. 25 or 14 for Javed. Just by run. Picks up that wicket, and it'll bring a new batsman out. And it is Hakamal Singh, who cracks that one square, and good fielding out in the boundary. It's had to go very well. That was travelling very quickly out there. Just a single, and end of a successful over. 11 from it, which was quite good for the Cricket Stars, but that wicket might just arrest the momentum.
Yeah, it might. Like I said, it's anyone's game. Only 3 wides and 6 overs. I think that's pretty good as well for Bergamo CC. Cricket Stars, though, they're hoping that Hakamal Singh can put something together. I mentioned that he does like to go large. We don't see Lovepreet at this stage. So, obviously, keep himself in the back pocket. Anyway, here's Mandeep Singh coming on for over number 7.
This one's down leg side, called a wide. And maybe an opportunity here for another few big hits. Not much pace on the ball from Mandeep. Keeps it, slides it through a little bit. And there we go, slid that one through the defences, and that's a wicket. Bowled him, just played across the line. And very good bowling there from Mandeep. Gets a wicket. Have a look. Just pitched up.
Yeah, it's got a natural kind of in-slant, doesn't he? It's lost the first one down the leg side. And you know what Hakamal's like. It's my way or the highway. And he's taking the off-the-field express now as he goes. And yeah, disappointment. But, he wasn't able to do too much. Goes for just the single. Here's Dipendra Shekhawat. Again, pretty good guy to come in. They'll just be hoping that this is a blip, not a trend, though, Cricket Stars, because this is where it all started to go wrong last time, didn't it? A very similar score. They were 63 for 2 in this game, and the other one they were 67 for 2. They ended up all out 84 and losing on a golden ball.
Yeah, well, look, Ramzan is looking good. As long as he can stay there and have someone to just poke around singles, I think they'll get close to this target. But it's a big if. But Ramzan has been pretty good. He's had some very nice, lusty hitting over that long-on fielder. Shekhawat is a good cricketer. Well, we've got about 4 overs to get to the target. And they're pretty much on line run rate wise. Maybe a smidge behind, but pretty close. There's a bowler again. It's short and, well, just swing and a miss from the batsman.
Yeah, it's such an interesting game. Ebbs and flows. That's what we love about T10 cricket as well. Skerritts is asking when Corey is back commentating. Love that guy. Well, it's always nice to hear from the minority. Oh. Anyway, another one goes down. Shekhawat's going for a derrick now. And Mandeep's just rocking in. And there was nothing too expressive about it, but it's effective and it's accurate. As over goes the castle. And I hate to say the C word, but collapse happening right in front of us. Because that is 3 wickets for just 2 runs. And, well, Derek, he's been in good company today, hasn't he, Danny Hudacek?
Yeah, he has been. And Cricket Stars, a bit of a house of cards at the moment. Just,
I'm not going to try and convince people to turn off, but I do need to say that Corey is commentating a 50-over game, club game in the Netherlands today, and I did slip my mind until now, but he's doing it alone. He's got 100 overs of a 50-over game to do, and I really want to hear him, because around now, he'd be losing his mind. And I might actually look that up and see. I'm not trying to take people off our broadcast, but in a break, perhaps maybe the end of this game, it might be worth just tuning in and seeing how the little kid Dynamite's going there. Actually, he's a character.
That's very respectively played. So I thought he was blocking out the final ball of the over, but he wasn't. It is.
Yeah, interesting. Lovepreet Singh, still 2 to come, and yet it's crept over to a ball again. So it's trouble, and Ramzan is probably feeling the temperature go up a couple of degrees at the other end.
Lovepreet is playing for a draw, I think.
Well, he's trying to work it away, and he's a worker.
He is.
Does a lot of great things for his team, though, Lovepreet Singh. They love playing for him, and the opportunities He's afforded a lot of players. There's another swing and a miss though. So what a great over that is from Mandeep. Comes from nowhere, takes 2 for 1 in the 7th, and this game changes again, 65 for 5. This is the last game of the day, match 15, and it starts in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. The Asadulu and Ali Raza Islam likely to open, I'm sure, for Brescia CC, who are trying to go 3-0 and match what Brescia did yesterday. Cricket Stars won't be undefeated, we know that, but they did win the toss. They've been pretty good with the tosses, and they've elected to chase again. Interesting because they had a chase that went really wrong.
Yeah.
This one is looking on thin ice, and they've elected to do it again, sticking to their plans. Ramzan, though, he's got all the tricks, doesn't he? And he's going to ramp a little 4 here, hits the flag, close to the pin. Well, he does feel like the last big hope for Cricket Stars, doesn't he?
I totally agree. I think he is the last big hope, but it was a nice shot. And as I said, I'm not a real fan of these ramp shots and things, but he played it well then. And was it Ramzan that played that reverse sweep as well?
Yeah, exactly. He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't.
This bowler again tries it again. There's a man back there. Didn't quite get away with it that time. Just a single. And bring Lovepreet back on strike. So
yeah, so that's the thing. Lovepreet at a bare minimum needs a single here. Can't be chewing up dots. He'll know that.
you have to get Ramzan on strike. And you're right, he's an experienced cricketer, Lovepreet, and he's a nudger, and he will get, hopefully, that single to bring Ramzan back on strike. And that was a good stop. Good field positioning, actually. And no, Lovepreet, he's not the biggest hitter. So I've got a short cover and a short mid wicket.
They bowled well to him. They've bowled in the channel that he's finding a little bit uncomfortable. But they're really trying to cut off this one.
Oh, cracks it through the covers.
That's a great shot for one, isn't it? I mean, in Lovepreet, that's the way to get off the mark. But meanwhile, that required run rate's quietly chugged over, 15 and over required.
Yeah, it's getting towards that point of no return. Ramzan hits this a long way. Well,
that's a monster. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Ramzan saying, all right, if you're going to turn up the heat, I'm going to turn up the heat. And he goes Maximo. That is such a great shot from Ramzan. All hands, cracks it open off for 6.
That was a beautiful shot. Just gave him a bit of width.
Get out the finger symbols. It's a one-man band job here.
Oh,
wants the single and can't get it. He might get it now on a fumble. No, it doesn't. So you can see he wanted to strike really badly. He won't get it. Jaspal comes back well. And at the end of 8, it's 77 for 5.
Yeah, it was a pretty good. Well, 2 overs to go, Vinny. They need 30 exactly, actually. 15 and over. Ramzan needs a strike, and Lovepreet knows it.
Look, they kind of got to the line, and then they headed south, didn't they? At the 6-0 mark, they were looking okay. But, I mean, you need a Herculean effort. And this man provided one with the ball. Mandeep bowling over number 9, and he gets the wicket straight away. Lovepreet's going to have to go. So trying to pull the ball that wasn't really there, clips the off stump. And now Mandeep's got 3 for 1 as he removes the Cricket Stars skipper.
He's just bowling nice line and length. It's getting a bit of cut in, and it's a you miss I hit type scenario with Mandeep, which is really good bowling with a team that had a magnificent collapse in their previous game. So I think he watched it and thought, if I put it anywhere near the stumps, it's going to be a chance here. And 3 for 1, pretty good figures.
So Corey's just messaged me because I couldn't find the game. And he said it got rained off. Typical. My next question was the obvious one. I asked him, did you still get paid? And he's going to let me know shortly. Here's Mandeep. This looks like Shiraz Afzal coming out. And Ramzan, he's watching this all unfold from 22 yards at the moment, isn't he? There's not much he can do about it.
Just leaning on his bat there, a bit frustrated. There's a bowler again. And it's been hit towards the point boundary. They'll just get a single.
No chance of a 2 there because Ramzan's not interested. So it reminds me of a computer game where the levels get progressively harder, and Ramzan has now reached the final level where he's against the big boss and it's almost impossible. I'd say impossible, but it's improbable, isn't it? Needs a boundary badly.
He's hit it into himself and won't take the run.
And he almost needs to face. every single ball from here if you can.
He does.
Maybe you can afford Afzal to face one more. Afzal looked okay in that shot, but I just think the only way you can win is a run of boundaries. A run of boundaries.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's almost 22 and over they need. So 29 off 8. Looking unlikely for Cricket Stars.
Or you wanted 2. But I don't think we'll get one. In fact, here I think he's gone. It looks out to me. And so Ramzan, I suppose he gets to the other end thinking there's 2 to come in the over. Takes it on. I'm not so sure that he was expecting the one there. He's just gone. There's the call. So Shiraz Afzal's going to be run out for 1, 78 for 7. So Cricket Stars, they haven't had too many happy endings with their batting innings today.
No, indeed. But it's been a good performance from both 2 of the batsmen, Ramzan and also I'm trying to think who the other batsman was. We don't have the scorecard at the moment, but there's a good little partnership in the middle.
Yeah, no, it was Ramzan and Mehmet Javed.
That's right.
And Mehmet Javed, 25 or 14 with 3 Maximos. But yeah, it's going to be epic. Although this is the land of Italy, and we know that in Bologna, for example, we saw, I think it was Kingsleven scored 26 off a last over to win a game, which is a huge effort.
It's nicely struck, but
Never taking a 1 there.
Yeah.
Not the worst shot from Jabbar Afzal, but he stays on the donut. And after 9 overs, the score 78 for 7. So they'll need something almost supersonic. 29 required, or 28 for another golden ball. And last over to come.
Yeah, it's possible, but unlikely. And but it's the right man on strike, Nasir Ramzan, he's batted very well, 36 off 20. But you'll have to hit another few of those big sixes, and it will be Justpreet. Well,
yeah, and Justpreet's not going to give up 29, is he?
He's hittable in the second over of his spell, I think, but he is a very good bowler.
Let's find out. Ramzan, Maximo or bust. Gets
a good ball.
Nothing. Hey, got to say, Mandeep Singh, what a spell that was. He takes 3 for 2 off 2 overs, and he came on at a time when the game was kind of on the line, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When he came on, let me get the exact. He came on in the 7th over from memory. They were 64 for 3. So they were at the rate right then. They were literally at the rate required, and he delivered an over of 1 and another over of 1. And one of those was a wide first ball. So if you ignore the wide first ball, he only gives up 1 run in the 12 legal deliveries.
It was very good bowling and another attempted ramp shot there.
Odds aren't really there. You need 6s, not 4s as well. So, I mean, Ramzan, he knows the score now. And frustration for Cricket Stars, who are going to take on Brescia CC last game of the day.
It's going to be a tough game.
And
for
Bubba
them.
Hussain has gone back to Brescia CC from Cricket Stars last year. So that's an interesting dynamic as well.
It's the end of a good innings from Nasser Ramzan. Again, just straight from Justpreet. And, well, this game's fizzling out. And they might get bowled out again. It's not quite as epic a meltdown as what they had in the last game, but not much contributed really from the tail end of this Cricket Stars lineup.
I mean, the thing is that Cricket Stars have elected to bowl pretty much every time, including the next game. And Bergamo CC probably would have elected to bowl as well. But I thought it was kind of a good toss to lose. I think it was, when you saw when you saw Bergamo CC batting in the first half, because they didn't have that target pressure, they could just bat with freedom, get as many as they could. And it kind of worked out all right for them, despite being in, I wouldn't say trouble, but not everything went their way. But yeah, look at that finish, 13, 11 and 14 last 3 overs. And you wonder if they would be able to score that freely if they knew they needed to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, Jaspreet Singh, 2 for 4, not bad figures himself. He's probably saying, don't you take that man of the match off me. Mandeep, 8 down now. And here's Lucky.
Oh, not too lucky. That was a great ball.
Well, Lucky, he's had a bit of a nightmare streak with the bat, hasn't he? He had to face the golden ball, and he hit what would have been a wide to point, and ultimately didn't win that one. And then he gets an absolute seed first up from Jaspreet, who actually gives him a consoling pat on the shoulder, saying, sorry about that one. He probably wishes he'd saved that one up, Jaspreet, because he doesn't need it right now. And so, hat-trick opportunity coming up as it is Amandeep that goes for a golden, and the score 78 for 9. And if you ever want a hat-trick, you got the number 11 to bowl at right here. Although, if I'm Sukraj Singh here, I'm blocking it because I'm trying to just get all the petty points I can. And, well, we already had a hat-trick back in match 12. Rajmani did it then. Cricket Stars were involved. Now they're on the other side of the equation. This is how he can definitely steal the player of the match back. Well, Jasprit did score some runs, didn't he?
He did, very quickly too.
He might get it.
I think he will.
It's a tough one to call.
I'd vote for him.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, is this hat-trick number 12? Are we going to have 2 hat-tricks on day 3?
And, good bowling.
Smart batting. Yeah, Jasprit 24 of 15 and the 3 for 4. Admittedly, a couple of them are what I'd call cheapies because they needed 29, and so he's had them served to him on a silver platter. But I suppose they only get to 106 because of his hitting.
It doesn't go down in the scorebook as I just dismissed Brian Lara. It just came down as a wicket.
Brackets cheapy. Any 10 wicket, 10th over wickets. Yeah, nice. So he just plays it out. They don't want to get bowled out again. 79 for 9. Remember, Cricket Stars lost 11 wickets if you include the golden ball in that previous game. So, look, in the end, the runs on the board hold up. Bergamo CC 106 defeating Cricket Stars 79. Cricket Stars 0-2 into a pressure clash with Brescia CC. I know it's early in the piece, but, I mean, it's very hard to see a team going 0-3, coming back to make the 4. You can probably afford to lose probably 4 games tops along the way. This is what's coming up next, and as you can see, match 15 will start in 25 minutes, and it will be Cricket Stars chasing again. It's their choice after they won the toss. Dulu and Ali Raza Islam likely to open the batting with Baba Hussain at 3. Coming up after the break, but first, let's have a look at the highlights. And it was a game that kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit. I mean, Cricket Stars, they persisted with Atiqa Rahman at the top of the order. That was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because it was caught, but he stepped on the rope and very quick to own up, even though I think the technology caught him out. Jasprit Singh and Atiqa Rahman didn't last too long, did he, as he swung across a straight one. Rajmani also looked like he might be able to reproduce some of the magic, but then he popped one up and a nice catch by Jaspal Ram. And they just found themselves behind the rate, didn't they? Although it was Nasir Ramzan and Memo Javed that kind of got them back in the conversation with a 53-run partnership. And so while this was going, it looked like Cricket Stars had a good shot of chasing this down, but these two had to stick around to the end, I think.
Yeah, they had to, but I sort of see some big hitting from Nasir Ramzan and Javed. And they were getting there, but as you can see, another big 6. And that reverse sweep was lovely. Played some very nice shots, did Ramzan. But when he lost his batting partner, Javed, it sort of seemed that everything was on his shoulders. And it was the wicket. Nice, easy catch out there for Jasprit. Made it look easy at least. But then there was a bit of a collapse, and Ramzan just kept on losing partners. No one could really stick with him. Trying to give him the strike, but it's just not going for the Cricket Stars. Nice little ramp shot there from Ramzan, but and a huge 6 in the offside. Then this sort of thing kept on happening, and it was a very good spell from Mandit Singh.
Yeah,
3 wickets.
I mean, there's no exaggeration. The game was on the line there when he came in to the attack in the 7th. So if there was like a deputy player of the match, then I think he's got to get it. He probably deserves it. He played well enough. I don't think they worry too much about these individual things. So the guys, I think ultimately they know they can really use the win. Bergamo, they will take a seat with a 3-2 record, and it just shows you how topsy-turvy this is. They've had some good moments, they've had some not so good moments, but they'll be really happy to finish their day with a win, although the day's not finished yet, because we'll be back in 25 minutes with the 5th and final match of day 3. Looking at the scorecard, kind of tells the story with both openers going fairly cheaply. But Nasir Ramzan 36 off 23, and Memo Jarvan 25. They put on 53 for the third wicket, got them back in it, but then no one below them would score more than one. So that's going to be a problem, especially when you bat all 11 players. And ultimately, they are finishing on 79 for 9. Just 4 extras as well. The 4 wides in 10 overs, really disciplined stuff from a Bergamo CC lineup. Like I said, they were desperate for the points. So are Cricket Stars. They'll get another opportunity, but they are taking on Brescia CC in a real tough match to come. 3 for 5. Jaspreet Singh did take the player of the match in the end, but Mandeep was super important with 3 for only 2 off his 2 overs, bowling the 7th and 9th. Also wickets for Baljit Singh and Jaspal Rung. And, well, I'll say that Bergamo CC, they're hanging in there and still have those top 4 aspirations. But they have played half of their group matches now. 5 out of the 10 they'll play before finals. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. And when we come back, it will be the 5th and final match. Time for a round of questions. Time for food chat as well. I'm not ready to talk about sushi just yet, but I will be in 20 minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're enjoying the action here from Milan. Back after the break with more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Time for the last match of day 3. Match 15 is on the way. Two teams, they've already had a bit of a marathon day, haven't they? Their third match of the day for both of these combatants, and I'm looking forward to seeing this one. It's going to be Brescia CC taking on Cricket Stars, or two very good cricket teams. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Your call. Head. Heads is called. It is heads. Well again.
So Lovepreet Singh of Cricket Stars wins the toss and he elects to bowl first. Seems to be a bit of a trend. He wants to chase. They certainly have had an interesting day, haven't they? Who could forget that golden ball? Kind of disaster for the Stars earlier in the day, but they still have a lot of really, really good players. They will be chasing, but how many will they be chasing? That's the question. With Brescia CC, a class act. They've got a long, strong batting lineup, but with some really good bowling options, Cricket Stars will test them early. I think this one could go either way. Like I said, both teams in their third match of the day, so fatigue could be coming into it, especially at this stage of the season, but I think it'll be a really entertaining one here in match 15. Cricket Stars win the toss and bowl once again. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball. Danny, let's get ready for the start of the last match of day 3.
Well, thanks, Finny, and welcome to this FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan, Italy. The final game of the day between Brescia CC and Cricket Stars, as you see the lineups. And Cricket Stars, they are insisting on bowling. Hasn't worked for them yet. The main man, I think, is Shekhawat, but they've got a pretty decent bowling lineup. Rajmani with a hat-trick early in the day, but Brescia CC, Dulu batted very well earlier, as did Baba Hussain, who's, well, finding a little bit of form. Ali Raza Islam is another big name in that lineup. So, Brescia CC 2-0, and Cricket Stars, they've lost their two, and they've decided they should bowl again. 2 games they've played, 2 games they've lost. One was a little unlucky, I guess, with that dramatic collapse you just saw against Bergamo going down again. The Brescia CC probably been the most convincing team of the day. Not just because they won their 2 games, but I think they've controlled games, which is not often said with the games so far in this tournament. They've normally been pretty tight clashes. But Cricket Stars, they'll want to win. They're very capable. They'll need early wickets, so they need to get the big 3, I think. And Dulu was hitting the ball very nicely earlier in the day. So just about to start. It will be the bowling of Amandeep Singh to start us off. There are a couple of players back, one at long on, one at long off, so he'll want to try to keep it as straight as he can. But Dulu, he is very good when he hits across the line, and I think he's looking out towards that potato field right now. No protection out there. A couple of players on the leg side. Here comes Amandeep for the first ball of the game. And it's going to be called a wide. So you can see the area he wants to bowl in. But Dulu is very, very strong, straight on both sides of the ground. I guess that's why they've got the fielders out there. In fact, they've just moving one in and one back. That's an interesting idea. Amandeep will have to keep it outside off stump. There's a man at deep cover now, as well as the long off. So you can see the plan for Cricket Stars. But if Dulu hits it over the top, which he tries to, that's good bowling. That's the right area. 5 more of those for Amandeep, and it'll be a very good over. As Vinny said, looks like a Bollywood star with the earrings. Amandeep will be bowling into Dulu. Hits the ball very well. Has been today. This one's wide again. Puts his hands up the bowler. But, yes, it's a difficult area to bowl at. That was the tram line, especially with the new ball, because with this pitch it will swing. Well, swing late, just with the normal action of the bowler, but then tends to cut away as well. You want to bowl it too straight though, because it'll get smashed. Gets hit pretty straight. There's no man there, and that's exactly where the long on was. That's 4 runs. Dodulu takes it from way outside off stump. It's a pretty safe shot, to be fair, because there is no one back there. Can't plug all gaps in the power play. Only 2 players back, and they've reverted back to the original field. Now he can go over cover, can Dulu quite easily. Clever cricketer. He comes in again. This one goes to the man out there. It's going to just bounce in front of him. Didn't quite get all of it. Did Dulu. If he'd got a bit more of it, it might have been the first wicket down. It'll bring Raza Islam on strike. So Amandeep Singh, you can see the plan. I said a couple of players on leg side, but it's mainly an offside field. But he can go over cover. Both these players. So Islam facing deep. And this one's just poked into the covers, no run. Very carefully watched under the bat by Ali Raza Islam. Last game of the day. The sun's starting to go down. You'll see a few shadows to the left of screen. As the bowler comes in again. Slower ball, big appeal, and he's gone. Well, that one was on the stumps. A good slower ball there by Amandeep. And he's gone for a duck, the big man, Ali Raza Islam. That's a good start here for Cricket Stars. He can bat, can Raza Islam. And that's 1 wicket for 7. That's pretty plumb, I would say. Just missed it. It's shaped a little bit from leg to middle. And there is Derek waddling off with Ali Raza Islam for a duck. All right, it'll bring a new batsman out, Baba Hussain, who is a very, very good batsman. I want to see the back of him as well. Good start from the Cricket Stars. They needed it. Baba Hussain. We haven't seen the best of him yet in this tournament, but it's still very early on. Dulu's been impressive though. Guns deep again. And kept a bit low outside off. Good ball and a very good over there from Amandeep Singh first up. Let's have another look at that from the reverse angle and beats him outside off stump. Kept it a little low. And Brescia CC 7 for 1 after the first over. Good bowling from Amandeep Singh. That's we've seen all the teams out there on that are on display, all 11 sides. I don't know if anyone in the chat has a favourite team yet. There's no really outstanding performances. There's been one massive blowout in the score, and that was Chivadate, which is, again, a bit of a surprise, but they played very well on Monday. As Cricket Stars continue. That's Shekhawat, which is, this is squeezed out. Good bowling from Shekhawat. They'll look for 2 and they'll get it. And that was a very good ball first up. Just wide of the fielder there at point. Shekhawat, I think he's the pick of the bowlers for me for the Cricket Stars. Very consistent. Comes again. Again, bowling to Dulu. This one's squeezed out again. There's a man back there. Just be a single. He's hitting that Yorker length very well. Not giving the batsman any room to swing their arms. They want to go big. They want to go over the top. Shekhawat can continue this. It's a difficult one though, because get it slightly wrong. It's either going to be a half volley or a full toss. Comes in again. And this one's down leg side. A little bit loose. Have to be re-bowled, of course. But I've been impressed with Brescia CC today. They're a very good side. Very well captained by Kalab Sajjad as well. Ball comes in again, a bit shorter, just dab down to the gully region. No run, good bowling. As we hear a plane overhead. Saw a couple of helicopters yesterday. Light plane straight over the ground as the bowler continues. Flicked away over square leg. It's going towards a boundary, won't reach it. They'll just get the single. He did reach for that. Did the batsman. He's looking for, there's that light plane on screen. But he'd look for that gap. There are, of course, restrictions in the field. There's a square leg and a mid-wicket. No one behind them. Have to keep it off the stumps slightly, and that's a really good ball again by Shekhawat. Right, pitched up at Yorker length. Let's have another look at it. And really great ball. In front of him, just don't think he got an edge to it, but did leave the batsman probably after it went past him, to be honest. Only 5 off the over so far. It's been a good one. See if he can keep it together for the final ball. And this is in the air play, coming towards it. He'll do well to take it, and he doesn't. And he's dropped another one. He's not had the best of days with the hands. As Hakamal Singh made good ground to get there, just couldn't hang on to it. Let's have another look at it. And almost there, just couldn't grab it. Well, there's a life. There's the batsman. As we see at the table, Brescia CC up the top at the moment. Got a good run rate as well. If they win this game, they'll be up the top of the table. Cricket Stars still yet to register a win. And they'll be down towards the bottom of the table on no wins. And they'll be the first team in that lot that have played 3 games as well. Of course, teams play normally for most of the tournament either 2 or 3 games a day. And this is Cricket Stars' 3rd game. Their concentration levels hopefully will be maintained. An unfortunate drop catch there. And it is Sukraj Singh, the bowler. And just dabbed down towards gully, no run. Good start there from Sukraj. Unfortunate drop catch. He did drop one in the last game as well. He dropped Dara Shiko, who was dropped, I think, 3 times by Cricket Stars. They hold on to those catches, be competitive. Coming in again. This one's going to be called a wide outside off stump. And Baba Hussain not being able to reach that yet. We saw him in the last game. He just tried to play himself in a little bit after a bit of lust and a bit of lusty hitting once he finally was in. That one was well called by the umpire. It was wide and going away. So it's Sukraj rolling to Baba Hussain. It's that the man at cover, bit of confusion. Call back. There's the batsman. Dulu at the non-striker's end. He wanted one, but Hussain said no chance. Bowler comes in again. This one's full, nicely hit, just over pitched, and that's into the grandstand for 6. Not much wrong with the delivery. It's a low full toss, but Baba Hussain, he just moved forward on it. Let's have another look. Just over pitches slightly, looking for that Yorker. And nice shot over the top. Very safe as well. No one back there. It's been a very pleasant day here in Milan. Birds chirping. Nice day for cricket again. The bowler comes in. And it's a cut shot through the field. It's going towards the boundary. I don't think it'll get there. It holds up. And that's a quite comfortable 2. Could be overthrows. Well, it's gone through the keeper. Went through the backup. That's an extra bonus run there. So 3 for Hussain. Going to bring Dulu on strike. Neither of these two batsmen really getting going yet, but the score's looking pretty healthy in the power play. 24 for 1. They lost that 1 wicket. Going about 9 and over. Comes Sukraj again. And another wide. So you can see the plan here from Cricket Stars. Bowling towards that tram line, just not quite getting it right with a new ball that's moving a bit. Both batsmen 10 off 7. As the bowler comes in again, bowling to Dulu. Another swing and a miss, and it's another wide. Long over here from Sukraj. I don't want to get too close with that that clock as well, the shot clock. As you can see on the screen, they have 40 minutes to bowl, and they've eaten up a bit of that already. And only in the 3rd over. This one's going to be wide again. Well, he's just not quite getting it right. Is Sukraj. It's only his first over. He's gone for 12 so far, but there's been that 1-6 and quite a few wide. Still 2 balls to come. Comes in again. This one's a little bit straighter, better ball, much better ball. That's the area he wants to bowl in. These two batsmen are so aggressive though. If he bowls one too straight, it's going to be launched. But he's still using that swing just outside off stump. It's about the area. Just wasn't quite getting it right earlier. See if he can hold it together for the last ball. Comes in again. And that one's full. And just poked onto the leg side by Dulu. He keeps the strike at the end of the over. It is Brescia CC 28 for 1. I said pretty good start. End of the power play. Going at just under 10 and over, about 9.5 and over. And I think it's a pretty good start for Brescia CC. They did lose that wicket of Ali Raza Islam, but probably the two main men are in at the moment, Dulu and Hussain. I think they'll look at this game and think they've got a good chance against Cricket Stars. They can post a good score, and they'll have time also to play themselves into this tournament. They're starting to wind up a little bit. That's what it is, I think, with the opening games of this. They want the win, but they also want their main men to start to hit some form. That's been cracked through the onside, and that's 4 runs. Good shot there from Dulu. He took it from outside off stump and hit it hard. That's a gap they couldn't plug, the Cricket Stars. There's a bowler again, Shekhawat. And this one's hit in the air, chance for a catch, and he's got him this time. Well, that's a big wicket, and it is Hakamal Singh, who didn't have as much time to think about that one. It was quite flatly hit by Dulu, and he'll have to head back for 15. It's a big wicket. They'll need more of those, will Cricket Stars. The score not out of hand, but big wicket. Baba Hussain still there, 10 off 7. And Shekhawat picks up his first wicket. So, the new batsman, as you can see him walking out. And I have to say that it's a pretty even contest at the moment. Dulu didn't hit the ball as cleanly as what we've seen him earlier in the day. And there's Mudassar to join Baba Hussain out on the centre, facing his first delivery from Shekhawat. And it's a beauty. Bit more pace in that one, a bit more lift off the pitch. It's left him and came through very nicely. Good bowling. As a batsman, you don't want to see that first up. It's a bit of doubt in your mind. Shekhawat to Mudassar. Another good ball. Just poked into that point area. No run. It's a tight contest at the moment. Brescia CC, I wouldn't say they're under pressure yet, but they're being restricted by some very good bowling from Dipendra Shekhawat. Comes in again, and that's another great ball. That's, I wouldn't say that it's the unplayable delivery, but it's too good for Madassa. It's been a good spell here from Shekhawat. 1 for 11, 1 ball left in his spell. Comes in again. This one is hit the pad. Not sure about that one. It looked like it was heading down leg side. Have another look with the replay, but not really that convinced. 7 comes wide of the crease, and I think it's a very good call from the umpire. Did straighten though, but too much doubt. I think missing leg stump. Good call from the ump. And that's the end of the over. Very good over there from Dipendra Shekhawat. Kept the runs down. Good spell. 1 for 11 on the big wicket of Yasadulu. Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, interesting start, wasn't it? I mean, they do have the couple of early wickets. They kind of, I suppose, bogged down a little bit. See the difficulty of trying to consistently hit down the ground and trying to beat the long on and long off. It's just tough. If you miss hit one at all, you got fielders like we saw a couple of overs ago. They're not going to miss out. Now, Rajmani, interestingly here, they are bowling him in the first half again. So bowling him in the 5th over. This didn't go well for them last time. I still kind of like them keeping 2 overs of Rajmani for the end, especially because they're kind of in a pretty good position at the moment, Cricket Stars. But yeah, still, Rajmani's had a pretty interesting day.
He took a bit of stick in the last game, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Here comes again. And that's a good ball. It's a really good line and length ball bowled by these Cricket Stars bowlers. I think it was a bit of a blip with a few wides in the previous over, but from Sukraj, but Rajmani comes in again. It's been a good line length. She's a bit straighter and no run.
Yeah, so just looking at maybe at this squad, maybe they might bring in here, but it's in a little bit of turnover in the Cricket Stars squad, and yeah, they brought Ahmed Mahboob in potentially to play later in the tournament, but yeah, look, it's just one of those things. I think this group's just got to get together. They've been in the contests, haven't they? They've just kind of lost it for some key moments. Not a bad effort there from Lovepreet at cover. Don't think he quite gets it in time.
Don't think so. You can tell by the batsman. I think he thinks he's safe. It's a bit casual, running it, and he was watching the ball all the time. He goes, oh, put his bat in.
Get that bat down. I think
and
so.
That's pretty close. I think he's in. Is that bat down?
I think it's just down.
I think it is.
It's super tight though, isn't it?
I think it's down. Hold on.
But the thing is, it's very hard to tell with the shadows and all that.
That's where the bails come off.
If you go back, I think it's landed there. I think there's too much down.
Oh, it's so close.
It's suspicious.
You couldn't give it, but it was very, very close there.
It's a suspicious one, like I said. But I think it's too close to call. That's where you probably need that side on angle and you see if there's daylight. Because
the batsman thought he was in.
Yeah.
But he plonked the bat over the line, which you should never really do.
He was a plonker. That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right.
Precious EC. Going to get something swinging here.
That's a nice shot out into the covers. Just a single. It's been pretty hard going for Brescia CC. It's come from the back of some very good bowling in these this Cricket Stars lineup.
It takes a bit of mental toll, I'm sure, as well. The golden ball loss, and they had one game to think about it. And that's probably one time you would want back-to-back games just to get back out there.
Yeah.
They stewed on that for a bit. Went down the last game. This one jumps a bit from Rajmani. Bowls a pretty good over in the 5th. Only goes for 3. And the score at the halfway point is 35 for 2. Want to welcome you to the booth, the marshmallow, the cube, whatever you want to call it. But he sounded here, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hudacek. Exciting news. Not going to reveal it just yet, but we have the ECC groups. I had them revealed to me today. So hopefully by tomorrow we can let you know. Of course, ECC plan is to expand it now to 31 teams. So we're going to have all of the teams that you see in all the countries representing the ECL, plus Isle of Man on board. And we'll let you know what those groups are tomorrow. It'll be the same format as the ECL, which was so popular, that 3-day group format. Here's Lovepreet. Well, this one
almost bounced twice, didn't it?
It did, but I think it bounced the second time after the crease, which is okay. Lovepreet's a genius. We can only hope to be this second bounce. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's a good ball. And you can see what he's thinking is that the batter's going, that's going to bounce twice, so that's fine. But, yeah, so even if he'd gone back and hit that after the second bounce, he could have been out, technically, if he'd hit it in the air.
Umpire's having a chat.
Yeah, so they're probably wondering, is it 2 bounces before the stumps or 2 bounces before the crease? But I'm telling you, it's 2 bounces before the crease. So this will test them. Yeah, so it'll be not a no ball. So there you go. I told you, Lovepreet, we can only hope to be on his level. Wish I could get away with that. And now he almost gets clotheslined by the umpire. I don't know what they're really discussing here, because definitely the second bounce is after the crease, which means it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely all right. But it's an unusual dot. I'll give you that much.
So the umpire, he's standing at point because of the sun, because it's a late afternoon sun here in Milan. And so there's a discussion between the main umpire and the point umpire.
Yeah. So the point umpire would have, he's point at the moment because of the sun, but he would have told the standing umpire that second bounce was after line.
Slow chance here, coming around, and Harkamal, great effort.
Harkamal's hurled himself with that, and the backup fielder then became useless because he knocked it back to where he was originally. So they will get 2. So Lovepreet's tactics of just trying to bowl the ball backwards, having some interesting consequences. He can't get short, though. That's the thing. I mean, if you're going to get that short that you can bowl a second bouncer before the stumps, maybe that's fine. But, yeah, it's such an interesting contest. So good. It's fun to watch. See, that's a good length. That's a good length. And come on, it can't have hurt that much, Riaz. I mean, I think you could probably face Lovepreet without pads and you should be okay. But still, he didn't enjoy it.
It's deceptively slow.
Yeah, that's the thing. And we've seen this kind of bowling be effective, but it has to be accurate. That's the thing.
It has been so far, except for that one, which is going, great stop out there.
Fielding. That's up over the old Crocodile Rock, the area formerly known as Crocodile Rock. What a brilliant little slap back this is. That Amandeep out there?
I think it might be.
It was so fast I couldn't even see.
Yeah, I think it is Amandeep.
Great work. Just check his feet there. I think he's all right.
It's fielded out there again. Good arm. Lovepreet, he's just bowling the slowest deliveries ever conceived.
I'm loving it.
Confusing the batsman. This one's a bit short. Couldn't put it away though. Just be a single.
He's in quicksand at the moment, isn't he? He'll retain the strike, but he's 3 off 11. It's a stroll in match 5 so far from Brescia CC. They're 39 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, Brescia CC, they're a good side. They've only lost 2 wickets. They've got their main man, Bubba Hussain, there. And they're struggling a little bit. I'm sure it'll change. So 7 overs gone and 40 for 2. It's slow going at the moment.
Yeah, sure is, to say the least. I
mean, run rate's about 6.5.
Yeah, they're 2-0s. I mean, they could afford a loss, Brescia CC. I don't think they want a loss, though. Rajmani comes back over number 7.
It's cracked through the covers and barely stopped.
Thing is, I mean, you're always hoping someone that has such a slow start to their innings, it's almost investing in the future. You're hoping maybe that they will get better, and you don't necessarily want to pull them, but there is a point. I think you've got to make the tactical switch. With 8 wickets in hand, with so much batting to come. But, yeah, with a 2-0 record on opening day, also you don't want to dash a guy's confidence either. So it's a tough one. Riaz Manassa, playing for Brescia CC, formerly of Pack Lions Getty.
It's a good slow ball. Rolled his wrist on that one. Very good bowling.
I was just talking to Rajmani in the break as well. Did a bit of an interview with him, and I asked him, is that something that's quite natural to you? Or you've been working on it? He said, no, I've been working on that back of the hand slow ball a lot. And I really wanted to become a genuine all-rounder, and he's been working hard on his bowling. And I just think what makes it slightly hard to pick than the normal back of the hand slow ball is it's just a bit quicker, the arm action.
Yeah. It's been hit out of the ground, I think.
What a shot.
Pick that up.
Yeah. So, well, former teammates, I suppose, because Baba Hussain was playing for Cricket Stars last year. He reaches this and goes over the short boundary. Maximal 6 runs. And Rajmani, before that, he'd only conceded 4 runs in 8 balls. Well, he concedes more in that delivery than all of those previous 8.
He didn't do much wrong. It was just a little bit wide and maybe a half volley.
Had a little bit of length on it. That's all. He's splitting hairs. Rajmani now a bit more length and turned around the corner. The fielder should handle this. So it's tough because Madassa here, he's going to try and lift it, obviously, but that comes with risks as well. And if you wildly swing and missing, then you kind of compound your problems. But yeah, still, let's see if he can do something with it. Let's hope he turns things around a little bit. Right now, Brescia CC making a bit of a better nails for themselves. They're going to have to line at second innings. A bowl by Rajmani up in the block hole. Manassa does get a 1. That's all he's been able to gather so far. It kind of does ramp the pressure up on Baba Hussain, doesn't it?
He is a big player for this team, and sometimes big players just need that bit of pressure. And it's 21 or 15. But Madassa, 5 of 13. He needs to get going as well.
He sure does. There's that slow ball. He picks it and he smacks it. And that's what good players do. He picks it. It's one thing to pick it. You still got to hit it. But it turned out to be the kind of length that, you know, is comfortable enough to go up and over. Could get that elevation. And actually, if you do pick that slow ball, the overspin actually helps you get it up in the air. And so Hussain finishes the 7th with a bang. 50's up as well. It's 54 for 2 after 7.
So
yes, it's tomorrow. So Gina Brescia, we'll see them 3 times tomorrow. Fresh Tropical play up front. Albano, well, it's time to get their tournament going as well. They're 0-2. They'll play 3 matches. And Jandra Brescia playing a couple of games. We'll get to see Mr. 100% as well. I do hear he's been in the chat, and he says he is available for tomorrow. So that's good to hear. He had to move his work around.
He was great yesterday.
He was brilliant.
All aspects.
And so that's going to be a really good start to the day. Gina Brescia versus Fresh Tropical. Make sure you have your morning coffee. Join us because match 16 will be starting at 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. High quality cricket from the north of Italy.
It's a pretty good game here as well. Some high quality bowling from the Cricket Stars at the moment.
To Lovepreet, just realised he's going to come back. He took none for 4 in his first over. He's really put the confusion rays amongst this Brescia CC innings. But, I mean, I like it. If it's working, you stick with it.
That's it.
They're not used to facing this kind of stuff. I think that's pretty obvious. That's the perfect length. He likes it. But I think with Madassa there, you'd rather take a dot than a wicket based on what's going on at the moment. You've got a guy that's scoring at about 40 strike rate.
I would fine a player if they got him out because he's really not going anywhere. And he's not giving Hussain the strike either. He's trying to get bat on ball.
That's the perfect ball for Lovepreet. Yeah, so that's the other thing you can do. You can try and break up the length, and he does, but he can't get under it. Now, here we go. It's the big Lovepreet Singh versus Baba Hussain battle resuming.
Yes, and it's Lovepreet that's been winning it so far. Only 5, and he's 1 for 5 is 1.2.
All right, Baba's going to try and drive him down the ground for 6.
or just hit him into the potato field.
Yeah, well, it was a bit leg stumpy, so he decided to go leg side, but it was the same result. Maximo! Bubba's saying to Riaz at the other end, look, I'll show you how to do it. And when you get down here, you try and do the same. But again, you know, that can induce a miss hit, can induce a wicket.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Bubba's saying could have targeted that slightly shorter boundary square of the wicket, and he absolutely crunched it.
Let's see, next round in the contest between these two, and just flicked off his
It
toes.
was a quick one. I mean, I wasn't really expecting that. That's, I mean, I say the quicker one. It is relative,
It is relative.
but I think it was. There wasn't as much air on that one. Yeah, it would have been interesting if he'd gone slower than the one before. Maybe try and really tempt Bubba. I don't think there's too much temptation. Anyway, Madassa against his kryptonite.
It could be gone, but it could be 6. And that's over the head of Hakamal. And Madassa finally gets one out of the middle.
Yeah, that was large, wasn't it? I didn't think it was quite off the middle, but still carried. And so Preet comes back to earth with a thud here in his second over.
I think it's more the middle than the rest of the bat he's been using.
That's true.
It's a little bit quicker, and it's a wicket. And Lovepreet gets his man. That's that short mid-wicket area. That is that defensive attacking position, and Lovepreet gets another wicket.
Oh, poor Riaz Madassa. I mean, he did all the graft, didn't he? And just when it looked like he was getting going, whacked to 6, but then he picks out Sukraj's next ball. Look, credit to Lovepreet, does come up with the wicket, and still Cricket Stars in a pretty good position in this game. Madassa goes for 12, and it was a tough 12 to watch. And that's 8 overs down. The score is 68 for 3.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy with this Cricket Stars. If they can keep it together for the next 2 overs, they'll have a pretty good chance in this game, because really this lineup from Brescia CC with Dulu, Rasa Islam and Hussain, Baba Hussain up top could score anything, but they haven't. They've scored something, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Really not been a fluid performance, and it's been good bowling mainly. This one's hit down the ground. Just a single. We'll bring the new batsman, Naveed Chowdhury, on to strike. It's not been as fluid as you've seen from Baba Hussain. Chowdhury will come into the fold. There he is. Well, he's hit him. It's not the greatest shot. Pretty good delivery. It was there to hit, but not very balanced shot there.
Yeah. And, well, they've selected Rajmani to bowl, but I can tell you this isn't Rajmani. Because
Amardeep Singh.
That sure is. He's done well if he's got more than his 2 overs here. Good spot by you on the graphics.
No, it was a little confusing because I did see Rajmani's name up there, but I thought that he had
the ball
bowled his
disappear. No, he's still got. I tell you what, I would normally send a message, but I want to see if he can get all the way to 3 overs. I've never seen it. I've seen them get to 2.1. Normally the madness stops. All right, that's a long day for the scorers. Anyway,
Slow
this is in
ball,
the air.
and Lovepreet takes a catch.
Yeah, Lovepreet all over it.
Oh no, it's a no ball.
Oh, has it been called, has it?
Oh, unlucky. It was a frank full toss.
Yeah.
Did
so,
they
I
take
mean,
a single?
Yeah, I mean, it's around about the way. And so, Rajmani. I was going to say Rajmani. It's not Rajmani. It's fake Rajmani. It's Amandeep.
I don't think they took a single there, Vinny.
I think that he thought he was out.
Yeah.
And that's why they went back. But anyway, it's clever.
Dot ball.
I suppose it's clever for Chowdhury because we no ball. But then a free hit and it will disappear. So, well, it doesn't care about not getting off the mark with a 1 because he'll do it with a 6. Maximo as Brescia CC trying to lift this score to something like they would have planned at the start of this innings.
Tell you what, though, it's wrecking Rajmani's figures.
Careful, Rajmani.
Not for 26
there's
or
no
2.4
way,
now.
There's no way they're getting to 3 overs of Rajmani here. I'll eat my hat. Anyway.
You're not eating mine. I'm the one wearing
I like
the
my
hat.
hat, actually.
Thank you.
So I was going to say Rajmani was cost a wicket, but now he's going to go for 30, a fake 30, as lucky. Maybe he's getting lucky that he's not getting credited with these runs against Tim Amandeep Singh, but again, just lowish full toss, and Chowdhury does well to get his hands through the ball and get another boundary.
Yeah,
This is an exciting game. This is the kind of match 5 things we need. Yeah, Rajmani's up to 30 off 2.5. Now, I'm telling you right now, and I might as well tell you now, you're in for a delay while they fix this. All right? Now, that'll give me a chance to maybe put the kettle on as we see Amandeep coming in. Just waiting for the chaos to come.
That's pretty close. And he's got him.
Well, there you go. Well, this will probably kick it off. And yeah, my only question was it missing leg stump or not? Probably get an idea from the replay about the line of the ball. It wasn't really full. Say that hits him pretty much back on the crease. Yeah, it pretty much lodges, doesn't it, under his pad. We roll that forward. It pretty much lodges under his pad. I think that's more likely to hit than not hit.
Yeah.
You actually get a really good look about where it hits him because it stops there, right? So you get the best look you'll ever hope for. And takes us to the end of the over. And now this is great because normally where the bowling figures come up. So show us the bowling figures. There you go. He's got 3 overs, 1 for 30. Well, I think I'm probably going to have to call this in now.
I reckon Rajmani should bowl the last one as well.
Yeah.
It is Sukraj to bowl the last one. He's still there. Look.
Yeah.
He's taking a wicket now. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sukraj.
You just wait. I'll be amazed if we have no delays in this 10th over.
It's gone. Well, batsman walks.
Yeah,
It was
big
a-
nick, I think. And Bubba Hussein's going to have to go for 35. So, yeah, I mean, now we're back to pretty much a par run rate, about the 10 that we think's about par. And Bubba Hussein goes, so that certainly helps.
Yeah. It's a big wicket there because Bubba Hussain is, again, really not as fluid as what I've seen him in the past. 35 of 20, still a good contribution, but now it's getting into the soft underbelly of the Brescia batting to see who they send in. And it will be the skipper, Kalab Sajjad, and they'll need a few more runs. I can see the cricket stars if they have a good start.
Yeah.
Getting close to any total that can be reached here by Brescia CC.
Yeah, considering the Brescia CC attack, I feel like kind of your 90 to 95 is your 50-50 kind of score. Just with this outfield, I think that Kalab Sajjad's been brilliant, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think that if Rajmani can stay in through the power play, that makes a difference because it means that you've got a left-hander taking him on, which I think is a bit of an advantage.
Would you bowl yourself actually to a left-hander? He's a very good bowler as Sajjad, but he's been causing havoc with right-handers. It's going to be called a wide.
Now it looks like they've just erased. This is a little bit of, let's work out what's happening. They've erased the entire 9th over because this is actually the 10th over, but it's gone back to 8.1 and they've just completely obliterated their record of Amandeep from the records. Well, we could be here after dark while this gets fixed. Anyway, keeper knocks it away from the backup fielder. Won't get an overthrow though.
As long as the final score is okay, Vinny, and we can still play and we can fix the.
This is why errors get fixed in the moment is because the problem is that's the thing. The game continues going while they're trying to fix the error.
Yeah.
So there's going to be all sorts of a beautiful mind stuff going on over there.
It's nicely hit down the ground. And good effort there by the fielder. I think it'll be 4.
Yeah, I think this is, well,
Have another look at it.
it might have been 6. I mean, I didn't get a great look at it. I saw the second bounce, not the first bounce. I assumed, let's have a look at it. Good effort. Here's the line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just 6.
just 6,
Yep,
yeah.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, really good stuff. It's a proper plugger, isn't it?
Good eyes from the umpire. We were about 10 metres from it and we didn't see it. Here comes a bowler again. It's hit over the top of Gully. Chases on. They'll come back for 2. He's quite slow though. If he'd been behind the stumps, the keeper, I think he might have been out there. Have another look at this. Kalab Sajjad, not the quickest. It was the keeper thought that there was an easy 2 and he advanced about 5 metres. But Sajid was still running. Oh, well, it's gone into the ether.
Looks like they'll make the changes in the innings break, which is good. But meanwhile, I'll try and help you with the score. I've got 91 with 2 balls to go. All right.
Nice. Oh. Man out there takes it.
Nice
Good
catch. Yeah, it looks like Atika Rahman out there skating around the boundary. So, yeah, Sajad, he gets a bit of a wriggle on. I can say, he's a good player. Captain goes for a quick fire 10. And he will be the 6th wicket to fall. So I've got that as 1 ball remaining, and I've got that as 91 for 6. Hello to James Stewart. Give us a chance to say hello to you guys in the chat as well. Hello to Maya Patel as well. A bit of food chat. Did go to All You Can Eat Sushi last night.
Yeah, we didn't
talked
really
about it earlier in the day.
Might have a food chat in the next innings, right?
I don't think I'm ready to talk about it. It was so much food. It was a confusing array of things which I ordered and then kind of forgot what... I forgot what I'd ordered, and then it came, and I was with Rob Kemming, actually. He went back-to-back nights, which is very impressive. But very reasonably priced as well, but good quality.
Yeah.
Very nice ambience in there as well. Okay, I think this is the last ball. I got 91 for 6 with the ball remaining. And this will be 1.5. Should get 2, and they won't get 2 because that'll be run out. So it will be 1 and a wicket. It'll be 91 for 7 at the end of the 10 overs. And Imad doing the right thing, trying to come back for 2. Was never there. Forced him to make the play, though. And you see he's out by a couple of steps, isn't he? So I've got those 92. Really interesting game coming up because Cricket Stars could potentially lose 3 in the day. Brescia CC could potentially win 3 in the day, or they kind of end up with a winning and losing record. Brescia CC could be 2 and 1, Cricket Stars 1 and 2, but that win will be kind of crucial, I think, for Cricket Stars if they're going to go further in the competition. As we look at the highlights, and yeah, it was an interesting one early, wasn't it? Yasadulu and Ali Raza Islam out there, but Ali Raza Islam, he was PL LBW wasn't his second ball, as Amdeep Singh came in and straightened one down the line. A few little problems in the field of play, Cricket Stars today. Some good things too, though. But Bubba Hussain with 35. He was the main instigator in this score of 92. But it just seemed to take an age to get going, Danny, didn't it? They were really struggling through the middle overs with Riz Madassa, probably the main offender there. Ended up making 12 off 17. You saw Dulu going for 15 early. Very casual catch by Harkamal Singh. Yeah, this was closer than you thought. But yeah, 92, doesn't really matter how they got there. It is defendable. And Cricket Stars, they've had the wobbles when chasing today.
Absolutely. There was no fluency at all in the innings. It was came on the back of some good bowling. Lovepreet did very well. Did get hit for a big 6 at one stage, but it was good bowling for most of the bowlers. And even though there's a lot of power there for Bubba Hussain, really never got going in full swing with the Brescia CC innings, which leaves Cricket Stars with a good sniff of victory. There's Lovepreet, and that was the one where he got smashed for 6, but he had his comeback, and it was the catch there, that short mid-wicket, and he's done well, the skipper. So another catch there. In fact, that was the not out.
Yeah,
no ball.
And then he tried to run with it, and they didn't take a run at all in the end. Got a free hit and said, yeah, no problem. I'll eat the dot to my fingers. I'll take the free hit out of the ground. And yeah, Chowdhury was pretty good late in the piece, wasn't he? He's got them up. Yeah, I saw Mr. 100% in the chat saying maybe an 80 to 90 target. A couple more than that in the end. I think that was a good call. You could really see where the ball jammed into the pad in front of the stumps. Bubba went late in the piece for 35, but he kind of did his job. Just didn't have a lot of help, I think. And Sajad with the 1 Maximo, which was helpful. Got them over the 90 mark. Nice catch, this one by Atika Rahman to remove him before he could do any further damage. And then the regulation 9.6 run out, which, believe it or not, more wickets fall on the last ball of the innings than any other particular ball in the innings. Statistically, that was proven, by the way, as we won't probably get a look at the scorecard because they'll still be fixing that up, but I'll tell you, it's 92 for 7 at the end of 10 overs with Bubba Hussain leading scorer with 35. As far as the bowling figures, it was Sukraj Singh 2 for 26. And apart from that, Lovepreet as well as Amandeep Singh and Shekhawat were amongst the wicket takers as well. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about a few minutes, and we'll be back to see if it can be a winning day for Cricket Stars. Only 93 to do that. Otherwise, Brescia CC will sweep their first day in the ECS in 2023. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudchek. We'll come home with you very shortly for more action right here from Milan. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Milan. We are ready for the last innings of the day. A lot on the line here, particularly for cricket stars who've gone winless through their first two games, but maybe it'll be third time lucky for them. They're taking on the undefeated Brescia CC, so two really high quality teams here to finish the day in match 15. In the first half of this game, Brescia CC finished 92 for 7 off their 10 overs. Cricket stars need 93 for victory. Should be a really good finish to the day. Many Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me for the last innings is Danny Hudacek. Danny, I mean, who do you favour here? It's pretty close, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Look, I mean, Brescia CC are a very good side, and I think Caleb Sajjad with his leg spin is a real factor for Brescia CC. But and also Javed Mohammed, the first two balls he bowled in the day were two of the best balls I've seen in
That's true.
In ECN. So they do have a strong bowling lineup, but it is the last game of the day. They were here for the first game. Are they getting a bit tired?
Long
Maybe
day.
mentally as well.
Yeah, both these teams have played 3 games though, so I mean the fatigue factor I think is probably on both sides. I think it's a good old-fashioned coin flip, if you ask me. I think Rajmani is going to be pretty important with the bat. He might be facing up because it looks like Atiku Rahman will be the man facing. So persisting with him at the top of the order. Hasn't really worked out so far. There's Javed Mohammed. Let's see if he can bend the ball around the corner. Here we go with the last innings of the day. Pretty good outswinger first up. Bludgeoned to mid-on, but no run. It's about trying not to fall behind, I think, first and foremost, so they're not having to go too crazy against bowlers like Sajjad in the middle overs when they do slow things down a bit.
Atiq is not a very percentage batsman, is Atiq, and if it comes off, it comes off, but if it hasn't come off for him really, and it's a very good bowler he's facing. Let's see.
Well, that's going to be a no ball, I'm sure, hitting the edge of the pitch. And well, bangs into the flag. I think you've got to give this a no ball. It is, and 4 byes. That's very harsh on the keeper. Welcome back to Nasir Hasnain, who's behind the stumps. He gets his spot back. I don't know if he wants it because that was unpredictable. And well, the movement was there, but just the initial line was wrong, wasn't it, from Javed Mohammed?
Absolutely. Bowled with such control this morning as well. But, you know, as the day goes on, you stiffen up, and they were waiting around. I mean, it was 9:30 start. And it's,
yeah. 6:30 local at the moment.
Local, yeah.
Free hit then. Steps and misses. One thing I will say about Atiku Rahman today, he's been a bit of a one-trick pony trying to go leg side, and that kind of exemplifies it, doesn't it? Goes on the walk, but there's nobody back on the offside at all. So I think it's a lot easier to try and go with the movement rather than to fight it. Bit of sport happening. There's the rugby field next door. There's a lot of great sports around here. I once did an intro while playing tennis. It was last year or the year before. Now he does try to kind of go offside. But here's the issue. I mean, look at the front leg here, which just it's not really playing the ball he sees. He's made a kind of premeditated movement with that front leg going outside the leg stump. Doesn't really get in a good position at all. I think also you got to think about who faces, and I think Rajmani might have been a good option to face because he's left-handed. This one's dug out and actually chopped over the head of the bowler. Good one-hand pickup from Imad, who bowls it in. Yeah, because you know that Javed Mohammed is going to bowl these outswingers. We've already seen that today. It's the left-hander. There's every chance it might swing down the leg side. I just think it's a different angle, and you're forcing Javed Mohammed to change his game. Anyway, I mean, with those 5 wides, that was a bit of a gift because they can still kind of get what they need out of this first over.
Going back to the first point you made, I think Rajmani is going to be a vital piece of this run chase because of being a left-hander, and he's a very good batsman as well. If he can stay there for 3, 4, 5 overs maybe, I think it'll really get that score up, and then also nullify the leg spin.
Yeah, gets a bit lucky here. Zero respect, doesn't he, for Javed Mohammed? He chops this one onto his leg. That could have easily been chopped onto the stumps or just been clean bowl.
Nice movement there, coming from around the wicket. It's a big in swing to the left-hander.
I mean, you got to be brave. I get that, but also You're chasing 93, not 193. So I just don't think that shot was necessarily on. Let's see what happens this time. I think he's going around the wicket here. He won't get a run here. Well, there's 1 run plus the 5 extras off the over. And Cricket Stars, interesting start, 6 without loss.
Yeah, it's, well, Atik, we go with the golden ball, only 2.
Dos partidos, 2 matches since we've had a golden ball.
That was a great game too.
Oh, crazy stuff, wasn't it?
But yeah, going back to this game, Atik, we saw him in the last game as well. He's got 1 shot where he puts his front leg out to towards mid-wicket, opens up and tries to hit it as hard as he can. And it just hasn't worked for him.
Yeah.
Not sure how long you persist with that. It could be better off when the ball's not swinging later in the innings. He could, might be...
He's normally a kind of middle over, or, middle order kind of bat. It's a slightly different role. Now, this is a thick edge. It's going to fly. And this will do. Don't care how they get them. As Atiq Rahman gets his first boundary, the first for Cricket Stars.
It's a better shot as well. Same footwork. You can see his his left leg heading out towards mid-wicket, but he played it quite well. Didn't try to slam it straight. He just pretty much guided it over that vacant slip area. It's a good shot.
Did well get enough bat on it, I guess. This is a guy that's been good since he's come into the side, Hassan Naveed.
Yeah, he's been very impressive with the ball.
Missed the first game in the morning, so he should be a bit fresher than some of his teammates. This is a slightly risky shot across the line. It's a bit short, but Atiq Rahman might have flashbacks of how he got out earlier, trying to pull a similar ball and having his castle redesigned.
It's difficult to play these type of shots on this pitch because it is a bit up and down. You'll get the odd one that keeps low, and so it's super risky. But when it comes off, it comes off, I guess. But you've got to have a good eye.
While we were looking at the scoring, James Stewart piped in with a random question asking, is this the ground with the clay tennis courts as well? And it is, James. Yeah, it is. And he also mentioned the rugby. There's archery here as well, paddle tennis as well. There's that in movement again. Rajmani gets a bit of bat on it. Should come for 2. Good throw, but well judged too. Yeah, I just think pushing it across, Rajmani trying to bring it back, then you got the movement turning into like a stump-to-stump line. Kind of opens up the LBW a bit more. Right now, I'm not quite sure he's planning to get him. Maybe hoping he just swings and misses at one, bowls him through the gate.
Well, that and he's getting good outswing. So there's that gate that that right-hand swing bowlers can often get. So if you're getting the ball to swing out and into the left-hander, the left-hander will open up their stance a little bit generally.
Yeah.
And to try to play the ball through the covers. And then if it swings and cuts in, which is what is happening with the bowling of both of these bowlers, then you're very good chance of either getting it bowled or an LBW.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a chance here as well. Because that gate's open for business and it almost sneaks through again. So yeah, you're kind of putting all your eggs in the bowled basket, I think. The other thing is, this is just a theory. I mean, obviously it's working pretty well at the moment for Naveed. But if he goes right arm over to the left-hander, then yes, that one that comes back opens up the kind of LBW, but the one that doesn't swing kind of opens up the court behind as well. Yeah. Because they kind of, normally left-handers will play for it a little bit. So the one that doesn't swing can kind of push across, maybe grab an outside edge, open up the court behind a little bit more.
I've never understood why right-arm fast bowlers or medium pacers. Oh, got him.
I think that was the beautiful sound of ball on plastic, and I'm pretty sure that the equipment did its job there. Let's check it out.
Oof.
There it is. Yeah, well, I'll leave you to describe where that's hit him. But he has his lunch box rearranged, and it's the end of 2. It is 14 without loss after 2. Looking at why this game is so important, well, you're a long way off the pace, Cricket Stars, if you lose this, because actually no team has gone 0-3. Even the teams that have gone winless in the day so far, they only played 2 matches. So you feel like they're even further behind the rest if they don't win this game. Right now it's in the balance. Looks like Ali Raza Islam is going to bowl over number 3.
They're a good side also, Cricket Stars. So Now, it'll be disappointing if they leave today without a victory, and especially since they've played 3. Whereas Precious CC, it's pretty much job done so far for them. A bit of work to do here to get a win, though. This one's big, wide, and it's beating the keeper as well.
Oh dear, how far is that rolling? Far enough. Oh no, that's going to be another gift, isn't it? Tinkock at us. And so, yeah, they've got 19 runs at the moment. Over half of them are because of balls like this.
It's not great bowling, but it's, again, late in the day, players are getting tired, and the keeper also is Nasir Hussain, and probably the feet aren't working what they were earlier. Just that little bit of fatigue, and it's a mental thing as well as being a physical thing.
There was Islam with comeback ball. It's a good one. This is more like where he wants to be. But, I mean, when you only need about 9 and over or so, it's a couple of times we've seen 5 just handed. You don't need to do too much. I mean, to be honest, the extra is the only reason that required rate hasn't gone up significantly yet.
Yeah, you're right. But they haven't lost a wicket, which is a good thing for cricket stars. Still another 5 balls left to the power play.
Yeah, pretty much at the rate at the moment. Backs away and gets away from the keeper, his name. They'll get a bite. So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Rajmani does like that offside, doesn't he? So he's trying to open it up by backing away. But a couple of things. I mean, if he went across the other way, that one's probably a wide. But also, when he backs away, that his weight is going away from the offside. So then it's really tough. You have to really throw your hands at it to get power over the offside then. And the other thing is it just turns out to be a little meek bunt. So he takes a big risk for a very minimal upside there. I suppose he'll know that. He's just having a bit of a rough start to his innings. Both these guys not even close to run a ball.
Did he get hit again?
Well, maybe one was hit. Now he's trying to get the other one to even it up. But yeah, even this, I mean, this is a ball which is, yeah, probably, that one might have put it back in place. But I feel like this is miles down the leg side, and Atiqa Rahman just backing away, getting into trouble. He goes fake offside, and then he backs away. So it's another ball that's miles down the leg side. So just a few, I suppose, tactical errors. And there it is. It's in the air. If you do well to get to this, anyone will almost. That was a pretty good effort, I have to say, from Imran Naveed, who ran the proverbial country mile to get even close to this. Couldn't really put a dive in. Maybe a dive would have got him there, but he spent all his energy just sprinting back. And that'll be a long high two.
That was a good effort. He's run about 20 metres. He's tired now. He's down on the ground. And
20 in the rest, I think.
20 metres, maybe 30.
Yeah. Now he's talking about he wants to...
Oxygen.
Well, we've got a couple of things. I think we've got Atiqa Rahman. He wants a new bat. He might want to invest in a new box while he's there. And you've got Imran Naveed, who wants to be switched to another fielding position so he doesn't ever risk having to run this far again.
He's done. He's on his knees at the moment.
Yeah, look at him. At least the thing is, you're meant to stay on your feet. It's good etiquette not to sit down or kneel down. But at least pretend you're doing a stretch. That is the smart way to do it. So if you want to have a lie down, always make it look like you're doing something. That was when I was a junior. That was something that coaches always read. Hold on, even as a break, you don't sit down in the field. It's not a good look. Couple of come here in the power play. Another ball that misses the leg stump, and it almost gets through his name. Not sure how he stops it, but he does. What an interesting start to this innings.
It's been weird, hasn't it? It's not been very much good cricket.
Well, I mean, we know these two are good players. I mean, I know that because I've seen them before.
Yeah.
But right now, they kind of look like two players swimming in the 4x100 metres freestyle medley in the Olympics, but secretly they don't know how to swim without floaties.
It was kind of the same with the Brescia CC innings as well. It never got any fluency. There were some decent shots, but it just never happened in...
Let's pull the over. There you go. And that's what he can do. That's probably the biggest six we've seen this whole week. So Atiqa Rahman says, I'll show you why I'm up here. And he pounds this ball about 100 metres deep in the crease, and he got every piece of that. Was he saying he wanted to change his bat? I'll give you a tip. don't. That's the end of the power play, 28 without loss.
That's an amazing shot. He got way deep in his crease and just waited on it. Instead of that wild slash, which has been a feature of his last 2 innings, this one he just rocked back and smashed it.
He also got the perfect ball for it, didn't he? And it was too short from Ali Raza Islam. He had to read the room, and you'd seen that. Okay, yeah, he'd been hit in the box a couple of times, but that one was shorter. He got a better look at it.
Maybe
it's
just what he needed.
What a shot.
What a shot. Another one for the potato farmer to find in autumn.
That was absolutely crunched down to the ground. I don't think we've seen a ball hit better than that.
That was pretty good. Certainly in that direction.
Naveed still requesting oxygen. Here's Kalab Sajjad. Important moment in the game.
What
He
a shot.
skied it, but how far? Gone. Really good fielding. Imad Khan is such a good outfielder. So we wondered about Rajmani taking on Sajjad. We thought that was a good matchup for Cricket Stars, but again, Rajmani waits 0 balls to have a go at him, and he gets it 99% of the way there, but that's not good enough. First wicket down, it's 28 for 1.
He did get it at the toe of the bat. When it came off the bat, I thought it was well over, but that's a fantastic catch in the outfield. And first wicket down, that's a big one as well. Rajmani, the left-hander, and you're right, we were thinking that Rajmani would take on the leg spinner, and he did. Just got it at the toe end of the bat, though.
Yeah. Great catch, though. Imad Khan, like I said, caught well at the ECL. Took a brilliant catch there. One of the catches of that tournament back in 2022. In fact, I still remember it over a year later. Which shows you it was a good one. Now Harkamal comes out. I think he's there for one reason only. And he hoiks this away, and he's going to get a boundary. So, yeah, Harkamal, he hasn't had a great time with the bat today. He scored 1 of 2 balls in the 4th match of the day. And earlier on, wasn't able to do too much. Got 2 off 3, but now it's his highest score of the day in the very first ball.
He's been hyper-aggressive in all the shots he's played.
And again, really trying to target that leg side boundary. Sajjad, he won't be too thrown by it. He'll be happy with the big wicket of Rajmani, I'm sure about that. There's a little slider. It's pushed through a bit quicker from Kalab Shahzad.
He's a very good bowler. And as the tournament goes on, I think Shahzad will have a lot of influence.
He's in the groove, isn't he?
He is. Oh,
there you go, though. That's the high risk, high reward. And nobody even thought about going after that one. I don't think they even bothered turning their necks around, because that's over the fence by a long way. Maximal. It's Sydney or the bush in the old parlance for Cricket Stars.
What a shot.
And that's what Harkamal can do. He's going to try and hark this one out of the ground as well. Watch. If any even reach it, it has to be a wide. And so I have to re-bowl that one.
Sajjad is so experienced, and he's a top bowler, but when you get smashed like that, it does affect you sometimes.
Yeah. I think when he comes back with a bit short. So, yeah, very interesting run chase at the moment. I think they're pretty much on the rate after 4 overs. The score is 39 for 1.
The thing is, though, that probably the most correct batsman out of the 3 we've seen so far is Rajmani, who fell, the left-hander. And now we've got 2 batsmen that just swat the ball.
Yeah.
And if it comes off, it comes off. It's a difficult pitch for that to happen. It's very low percentage.
That's right. I mean, Rajmani, I think there's a bit of fatigue, to be honest, in his innings, this 3rd innings of the day for him. Have a look at that. You see there, a fraction above the red line, kind of sitting on it at the moment. But let's see how that wicket of Rajmani affects things. But yeah, Sajjad, he wasn't too rattled, was he? He just seems in the groove to me, Kalab Sajjad, today.
Yeah, he's been bowling well.
Even, I think, that wide that was outside the off stump, that was semi-deliberate. He was hoping that the batter would kind of spoil it, hit it for 1, and he was fine with that. There's a bit of plain spotting, as Imran Naveed is going to get a bowl here. Again, he's a pretty good option to be able to bring on. Atikur Rahman faces up. And Imran, he's a bowler, like I said. He's a real experienced campaigner. Often will bowl towards the end of the innings, but his MO, he's full, he's straight, he's at the stumps, or at least he's full and maybe outside the off stump. But
I'm sure that's what you need with these 2 batsmen, because at one stage they're going to miss.
Harkamal's opened up, and again, I'd love to know how many career runs he's made on the offside on ECN. And Simone, that one, he chops onto his pad, but it's a good response. Tika Rahman scrambles through for a run.
He's batting very deep in his crease also is Hakamal. If you have a look, he's got both feet behind and just takes that big swipe.
I mean, it seems like a good stress release T10 cricket because you can really just swing for the fences and just accept what the universe hands out to you. And Tika Rahman, he'll get his chance now. For all his power that he showed, he's barely above run a ball in this innings. And this time he's just towed it, but it'll be okay. It's going to plop into the infield. Otherwise, Islam wins the race, but it's just a single.
It's very interesting contest at the moment.
Meyer has a strategy to maybe get the first 3 bowlers back on and save Club Sajjad up towards the end. What do you think about that?
Maybe. I don't know. I think if you restrict them and get a couple of wickets with Sajjad right now, I think it would be a big plus considering the batting that we've seen so far from cricket stars, because they do tend to fall in clumps of about 7.
Yeah, that's true. They're big clumps. Hey, that's the kind of ball you need to bowl to Hakamal Singh, because that's the ball, look, the feet have not moved at all towards the ball. It's going to be really tough for him to put that away. Doesn't look offside at all at the moment. That's well bowled as well. Naveed. It's kind of death bowling style, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably because you know these guys are hyper attacking. You might as well treat it like you're bowling at the end of the innings.
Yeah.
Because the reason you bowl that way is because batters are going after pretty much everything.
So you're right. It's perfect bowling for these two. And I mean, you could attack the stumps as well, but if you reduce the runs, then it just gets them more frustrated.
This time it does generate some power and gets it away from the fielder. So Atiqa Rahman, he does show that he does have that brute force, doesn't he? He only just misses his spot here, Imran Naveed, but he's able to get under it and get it away from the long on. So a badly needed boundary for Cricket Stars, and we got a game in our hands. Halfway through this second half of match 15, 47 for 1 after 5. Just a reminder, plenty of cricket coming up on ECN, including a special event, the ECN Gibraltar T20 International Series featuring Gibraltar as well as Malta and Portugal starting on next Thursday. Then, of course, we've got our ECIs here in Italy. We've got cricket from Austria, 11 teams there. And then Bulgaria, always great to be there. I'll be sitting Bulgaria out. Charlie Hunt will be standing in for me for that one with Rico. But we'll be in Austria with Rico coming up for a couple of weeks. So a few questions about Rico, of course. Whenever I step away or Rico steps away, people wonder what we're doing. But Rico, hopefully he's enjoying his time off, and we'll be back in about a week and a half, I suppose. The 2 weeks does fly past, though. 2 weeks, more 12 days off, actually. Ended up going back for the Cyprus finals, but I enjoyed a bit of R&R and catching up with a few people that I don't normally get to see that are important to me. So, start of a new over, and looks like this is Riaz Madassa that's getting a ball. Ties up Hakamal first ball. I suppose the thinking is here with these two. Right, swing for it, get ahead of it. And I think he might be gone here. Little inside edge, and I think there was a big noise there. Everyone was pretty confident. I think Hakamal tried to act cool, like hopefully no one heard it, but he was out of luck. He's the second wicket to fall. Madassa with the breakthrough, 47 for 2.
He's done pretty well though, Hakamal. It's only 12 off 9. I guess it doesn't seem that good, but I think he's done okay. And the run rate is pretty good, but another man will come out, and it's Nasir Ramzan who can definitely bat.
It's a very good option, and I think also, that just might be a tactical thing to bat him a spot lower, and it might be to do with the fact that he's had a long day, right? So he gets to sit down a little bit longer, and now we will see him take on the bowling.
Well, that and the ball will be moving less than what it did in the first couple of overs, so it might just give him an opportunity to settle and hit through the line.
Ramzan picks up where he left off last time and knocks a 1. Yeah, so Hakamal come up at 3. It's kind of a pinch hitting option. They're not really pinch hitting numbers, 12 off 9, but he does hit a 4, does hit a 6. So I don't think it really hurts them kind of keeps them more or less on the pace. And now it's going to be bowled. And Atik, he swung one time too many. Riaz Madassa, well, sends him packing with a ball that crashes into leg stump, knocks it out of the ground. So 2 wickets in quick succession. It's 48 for 4.
Yeah, we often see this when the two-set batsmen there's a new bowler come on and they take both the set batsmen out and they'll have to reset now. The cricket stars. I think the right man's in there, Nasser Ramzan.
Yeah, I mean, Maya Patel, very clever. Your little strategy of saying hold back the spinner, stick with the pace, and just a moment before that said this is a good bowling change. Just need someone to bowl at the sticks.
That's
Yep. Prophetic. Everyone's a fortune teller today. You predicted the crazy cricket stars collapse. Maya's just picked that bowl dismissal, but yeah, it wasn't rocket surgery, was it? If you bowled at the stumps enough times, the way they were swinging, it's probably going to miss one somewhere along the line. Anyway, this is going to be Memra Javed coming out at number 5. So remember, it was these two that kind of put together a decent partnership last time around. They put on 53. That was with 2 wickets down. Now there's 3 wickets down, but I do feel if these two bat well, they can get them home. But I mean, Brescia CC, they're a champion team, aren't they? They're not going to give you too many easy bowlers. It's a good shot first up. Surely that goes for 4. Rolling, and just gets there. He just had to hit it too well. Had to go for 4, and Memra Javed gets off the mark in style.
Really nice shot, and you're right, it was these two that really pumped up the score in the last game. They didn't get over the line, but that was a very, very good partnership. I think scored about 25 each.
Yeah.
And if they do the same, they'll get over the line, I think.
Yeah, 36 Ramzan, 25 for Memra Javed. But here's the thing, it's called the offside. I mean, that's similar to a lot of balls that were bowled, and they would... Earlier in this innings, we've seen batters trying to just hack absolutely everything to the leg side. But there's value on the offside. You know why? It's rarely protected that well. Normally you'll have the deep point back. You rarely have a third man back. That was absolutely crunched by Memra Javed. I know every batter's different. Every batter has different areas that they like to target and they're more comfortable targeting. But if you're going to bowl there, you hit it there.
I mean, a lot of batsmen do drag the ball from outside off stump in their hitting zone, but you're right about the off stump.
No ball called. Must have been for a front foot, I'd imagine. And so it will be a 1. Ramzan will get the free hit. Let's see if we can pick anything up from our vantage point. Yeah, must have just been over the line. You need to have something behind the line, the front line at the moment that your foot lands. Certainly the video didn't contradict the umpire's call. Free hit then, last ball of the over. Doesn't get it. Might look at 2 here because there's really no one around. They should get it. Bowler's going to have a free shot at the stumps. This would have been out. Great bit of fielding from Madassa, who was on it like Jack Flash, but there was nobody home because he left his post, so he had to go for broke. In the end, it's 2, and it's the end of the over, 56 for 3.
Yeah, it's a great piece of fielding, but it's low percentage for a direct hit, so very good idea to take that run. But these two, I think, are the ones who need to stay in to have any chance.
That was such a quick pick up and throw. I thought it was going to be an easy 2, honestly. But he picked it up and he hurled it. I wonder who maybe could have covered the stumps because there was probably time with a good throw to the fielder at the stumps. Maybe they could have taken the bails. I mean, close anyway. It's going to be more pace with Hassan Naveed bowling over number 7. Again, they are sitting right on that red line at the moment. No, but I just thought something we've never ever had, even though once we had 2 golden balls in 3 matches, but that was over separate days because it was a night series. We've never had 2 golden balls in 1 day. And right now, just have a look at that required rate, 9.39. It started at 9.3. They are tracking at the exact rate required. Could we get a double golden ball madness day?
If these two stay in, I think we're pretty close. They're both good batsmen.
Push and run. Yeah, 2's never on. Emad with a rare throw at the ball. Tries to kill Naveed. But Naveed says, it's all right, I've got you. And he blocks it, keeps it to 1.
Yeah, it's tense, isn't it?
It is tense.
There's a mystical air about this game. It's not been great cricket, but it's still a very, very even contest.
Yeah, that's true. It's like watching two teams tied down with some weights go at each other, but it's close. Oh, this one cuts back and goes between the batter and the stumps. Wild swing from Jarvid.
It was a wild swing. Oh, that was so close to the leg stump. Anyway, 35 of 21, 10 and over.
Yeah, I do
Juicy.
think keeping the same batters there for a decent amount of time is important, isn't it? Try to see if they still come. Dipendra Shekhawat, haven't seen him yet. He's pretty decent. There you go. Fair bit of bat on that, but he might have picked out the field and he couldn't see it. In the end, he throws a hand down at it. Imran Naveed. And I guess it's good fielding. I mean, you can't catch what you can't see unless it's a virus. But let's have a look at it on the replay. And he's good enough to get one hand to it.
I think he was blocking the sun with his other hand.
Well, he was eventually, but I just think he doesn't see a lot of it. So it was a tentative kind of one. I mean, you double your chances if you get two hands to the ball, not one. Anyway, it does stop the boundary. Oh, he's dropped an absolute sitter. Now he's thrown it away and they'll get a run. Well, from bad to worse to whatever's below that for Brescia CC. Just remember this, because they've had several chances to break this partnership. And let's see what he does wrong here. He doesn't really get his gloves in a great spot. And then compounds his error. I've heard of quick singles, but that's taken it to the extreme.
Yeah, he didn't move his gloves at all. It just dipped on him at the last minute.
Yeah, didn't really get the pinkies together, which is kind of the correct technique. Didn't really get it inside, in front of his eyes either. You see his name. Last ball of the over. Went away. Should be two here. But you're going to have to hustle. Nah, pulls up too quickly. So, game on. End of 7 overs. The score is 61 for 3. You know, they've got... And that's tough with the keeping spot, but it shows you how important a spot it is. Anyway, next we'll have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. It should be a really good day of cricket with Ginna Brescia, Fresh Tropical, Albano and Jandra Brescia all here. I mean, 4 really good quality teams. Albano and Fresh Tropical and Ginna Brescia made the Super Series last year. So 3 of those 5 teams. And you've got Jandra Brescia, who currently are 3-0 at the top of the ladder. So join us from 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for more action right here. As this is going to be a wicket to start the over. Raz Mudasa is on a heater. He's got 3 wickets now, and he removes Mahmood Javed, who started with a bang, but he ended with a whimper. It's 61 for 4 in the 8th.
Yeah, Madasa's been bowling well, and that's just been chopped down onto the stumps. And just as well, because I think he bogged down the innings a little bit for Brescia CC. He scored, and I think with that 6 at the end, he scored 12.
Yeah,
for
he got
about
12
20
off 16,
or
I think. Yeah,
a bit more than that, I think. But well, we can have a look. We can check it. But
nah, we don't have to, but I will.
It was up until that 6 he scored off the second last ball he faced.
Yeah.
It was a bit dire.
You're right. It was more. It was 17, 12 off 17. But I mean, the trade-off, taking 3 for 9, is a pretty good one. Here is Shekhawat that I mentioned we hadn't seen with the bat yet. He comes out at number 6. And I was just thinking, tomorrow I think might be your day off. Is that right?
No.
No? What day is it again?
Thursday. Is it Thursday tomorrow?
Correct. Well, actually, I think Thursday might be your day off. Yeah.
Thursday's my day off.
Yeah.
I think so.
So that tomorrow is Thursday.
Is it Thursday already?
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it?
It's my day off.
You threw me there.
I threw myself.
Yeah, I just occurred to me then. Of course, then we'll be together on Friday. I've got a little bit of a break over the weekend, but I will be back for week 2. So you're fending for yourself over the weekend. But any ideas then? Oh, you go. Get a run there if you're quick. Oh, have to be really quick though. And now we've got overthrows. This could be a 6. It is a 6. Or is it? No, it stops. Wow. Oh, no, one run out now. I have no idea how many they ran. How many did they run? And how did that not go to the boundary? Wow. All right. I demand a recount. Here we go. All right. So there's 1. Then bounce off the bowl. They get 2.
Benny Hill
they
show.
Get 3. And I think that'll stop. he wants 4, and he would have got 4, but the final count is 3. So a rare 3, and that's where the umpire has to hold up 3 fingers and work out what's happening. So, that's crazy. I suppose in a way they give away 2 runs, but they save 3 runs, what it might have been. Oh, I love it. Oh, classic ECN.
All right, let's get back to it. Madassa bowling well, even though he unfortunately conceded a couple of more runs than what was hoped
He's
for.
bowled him. So there you go. It's going to be Shekhawat that goes next. And, well, an unusual stay at the crease to say the least. But it's just a cracker of a ball from Madassa, who's got 4 for 13 now. He's on a 5 for, no real foot movement. Perfect Yorker, though.
Yeah.
Got to say, even if you did move your feet the way you meant to, I don't know if you can catch up with it. You're a big LB candidate, because that crashes into the base of leg stump. 65 for 5 now. And Cricket Stars once again losing wickets in clumps. This is Shiraz Afzal to try and save the day, coming in at number 7.
He did laze that in at the leg stump. Very good bowling, and it's a really good spell, actually, from Madassa. I think he's edging the Brescia CC side towards a victory.
Okay for time as well. Oh, yeah, steps away Afzal. So the poor Ramzan, he's left holding the baby again, isn't he? He'll face up in the 9th. They still need 28 off the last 2 overs. But I got to say, Madassa, he repaid his debt in spades, didn't he? 4 for 13, even though he almost threw away 4 overthrows. Who cares? That's a brilliant spell, potentially a match-winning spell for Brescia CC.
I think you're 100% correct there, Vinny. I think it's that little spell in the middle, and without even... I think Sajjad has only bowled 1 over, hasn't he?
Yeah, so they have gone this strategy of holding Sajjad back. Look at the topsy-turvy nature of this innings as well. You can see they kind of edged ahead, but with the addition of the bowler there, there's Madassa, former Pac Lions Getty player. They're ahead, but Ramzan, again, problem is, how much help is he going to get from the lower order this time? He's facing up. They need a bunch of boundaries here. 14 and over required, and he gets funky. That's a really good shot. He is class, and he knows Naveed. He knows he likes to go full, and this is one way you can counter it, because if it gets too full, it's a ramp candidate, and that is such a classy shot from Nazir Ramzan.
Yeah, he's the only player I've seen so far in this tournament to play that shot nicely. He played a reverse sweep in the last game as well. So,
especially because on this field, depending on the pace of the bowler, you don't necessarily guarantee that it'll even go for 4. You know, but Naveed is pretty pacey. 24 off 11. Ramzan, he'll want to double down. All happens in the 9th, as we would say. Now a pretty good shot will result in another boundary, or will it? Going, gone. 4 runs. So Ramzan's a class act. He's a 360 player, isn't he? So he's not easy to bowl to. You can see that maybe Naveed a bit scared to go the Yorker again because of what happened last time. But, yeah, quick footwork. He's very light on his feet. Nazir Ramzan gets another boundary. Cricket Stars, well, they'll need some counselling after today. They lose another close one. 20 off 10 now.
it's I wouldn't change much if I were Naveed. I think he bowls an excellent Yorker, and it's up to Ramzan to really continue to play these difficult deliveries to face.
I'll tell you what I would think. But first, I'll see what happens. This ball goes short. Great hands. But how far is this going? Maybe not to the boundary. We'll get 2, though. That'll do. That keeps it at par. At 2 a ball required. I would consider the Ramzan put the fine leg back and maybe bring the mid off up or the mid on up, because it's not easy to hit over mid on, mid off. And that way you protect against the ramp, and then you go back to trying to bowl those Yorkers.
Yeah.
And you just kind of protect against that shot a bit more. You can still potentially get a catch at mid on and mid off. Probably one of them. Anyway, Ramzan's back. Wants to get funky again. They don't protect it. They pay the price. And that one is going to go for another boundary, a 3rd in the over. And Ramzan putting on a show here in the 9th as Cricket Stars edge towards what would be quite the thrilling victory in their 3rd attempt.
Yeah, the Ramzan ramp is in evidence again. That's a really good shot. And it's not too much wrong with the bowling, to be honest, Vinny. It's been a pretty steady over from Ovid.
Got a great eye. That's the thing. You can tell. I don't know if he'll premeditate twice in a row. 14 off 8. Again, he's looking boundary, then he's looking 1. Yeah, gets just the 1. So I think he's happy enough now to be at that end. And pretty much he doesn't want a single here. He will take a 0, 4 or 6 at the other end. Maybe a 2 if it's a real obvious 2. But I think Ramzan, like I said, he's got the bass drum on the foot and he's playing the one-man band kind of role here for Cricket Stars.
Well, Afzal here has got a free hit, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as he gets a boundary.
They put the fine leg back. Yeah, let's see. Well, it gets an edge.
Oh.
Now, you've got to go for 2. It might go for 4. It does go for 4. Well, that changes things, doesn't it? And so 9 required off the last over. Sometimes the best things are accidental. And Shiraz Afzal was not trying to hit it there at all. Yeah, this morning, that would have barely left the circle. But 10 hours is a long time here at the Milan Cricket Ground. End of the over. It's 84 for 5. 9 for the win. 8 will be a golden ball. As this game has swung towards Cricket Stars, but still some work to do. And if you want to know what golden ball 45 was, the last golden ball, well, that was about, 3 or 4 hours ago, when Trentino Aquila beat Cricket Stars today. So it's one thing to have 2 golden balls in a day, which you've never done, but imagine being the same team having 2 golden balls in a day. It'll get your heart started. All right. They have put the fine leg back now, and it's Ali Raza Islam, so sticking with pace all the way to the end. Here we go, 10th over. Hit back over his head. They should get 2. They're going to go for it. Imad gets it in, and I think this is gone. I mean, it's probably worth it anyway. It's the rare stumping by the bowler, because he has bowled it in, right? But you've got to go for 2 to get Ramzan back on strike. I've got this as out. Let's have a look. And has the ball, no problem. And, yeah, he's short of the line. So he's already gone. And, yeah, great stuff. He does like to bowl it in to save his shoulder and his elbow sometimes. I would have thought potentially you're looking at gunning the keeper's end down there. But obviously, with the field so slow, you kind of got to get it to the keeper on the full to get that out.
Sure.
So they decide to save the run. And it's good tactics from both teams, I suppose. All right, that makes it 8 to win now. 5 balls remaining. And he absolutely crunches this. The fielder makes a great stop. They're going to go for 2. And, well, the throw comes to no particular end. And you can see they just made up their mind. They made up their mind that they wanted to. And this is a no ball. It's a no ball for too many outfielders.
Oh, no.
I think that's what I saw. Let me see if I'm crazy. Yeah. Wait for it. First, we got this here, but I mean, we're so far away. Don't know if you can make a call on that boundary stop. And then, yeah, you could see they'd made up their mind. They were going for 2 no matter what. So it might have been 1 short. It wasn't a no ball call. It was a 1 short call.
It could be out.
He likes it, and he's gone. Well, the umpire took a long time. I mean, they'd run 1.5 by the time they'd given it out. This will be an interesting replay. Yeah, so it must have been 1 short because it was scored as a 1 last ball. But anyway, this is way more important. Where does it hit him? That's my question. It's looking suspicious at the moment. And yeah, I think that hits him in front of off stump. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter where that ball bounces, but it matters where the ball hits the leg.
Yeah.
If it hit him outside the line of the stumps, it'd be not out. But I think it's a fair decision looking at that. Ramzan probably had that inkling. He was hoping he'd got a bit further outside the stumps. Well, if you want to talk redemption stories, here's one. Amandeep Singh, who was kind of left in the lurch earlier on. He had to face his first legal ball of the match as the golden ball and cracked the ball to point, but couldn't get the ball out of the infield. Now he comes out. A 6 will tie the game here. Ali Raza Islam coming up with a big wicket. And yeah, even the fact that that 1 short, that hurts you when you're so close to the target, right? And how important was it now that potential 4 overthrows didn't go all the way to the fence? That saved 3 runs. Anyway, here's Lucky. Oh, no, that's a shocker. It's a pretty good block by Hasnain. So this is going to be a no ball plus a bye. Oh, get your scoring kits out. I've had everything on my bingo card come up. I mean, that's almost knocked him into the next life. And on my bingo card, I had Lovepreet hit a 6 last ball to win the game for Cricket Stars. But this will be... Okay, so that makes it 5 off 3. And it does change the strike. And it's a free hit. Got to get something on this. I mean, even if you can sky it and get 2, that's a good result, right? But first, you got to hit it. Here's Jabra on strike. Tries to get well, it's not out. It's a free hit. And now Ali Raza Islam's trying to tell him that. And he's going to grab the ball physically off the keeper. And he probably could have run while he was appealing. Oh, wow. There's definitely something on this. He tries to get funky, sees there's no fine leg back. And meanwhile, they think of running. Aliaz Islam literally grabs the ball out of the keeper's hand because it was quicker than trying to explain to him that it was a free hit. Oh, wow. So, looks like we're going to last ball here unless this goes for 6. What a finish to the day here after 10 hours of cricket in Milan. A boundary. 4 will tie it, a 6 will win it, and he has hit it, and it's going to go, it's going to be dropped, and is that 4 or 6? Well, we'll have to see. It's at least tied the game. It's definitely gone to the boundary, and we're going to have a boundary check to decide if potentially this game is over. There it goes through the hands. Let's have a look. It's going, and it is victory for Cricket Stars. It's a Maximo. And so can you believe it? Jabrar Afzal has won the game for Cricket Stars, and the world turns 360 degrees for them throughout the day. They lost the golden ball earlier. Now they win it. Well, it's not last ball, but it had the fielding. Second last ball, straight through the hands of the fielder. And Jabra Afzal is a hero. It's Cricket Stars 94 off 9.5. Brescia CC 92. What a match and what a day.
What a match and what a day indeed. Jabra Afzal, the hero, with a cracking 6 over the cover boundary. And you got a feel for Brescia CC. They have won 2 today. They could have won 3.
Wow,
but,
what a game.
Had a bit of everything, didn't it? Well, it's a fine finish to today. It should have been a really good day's cricket.
Well, I'm going to have to probably take a whiskey on the way home after that. But this is what we got tomorrow. Gina Brescia, Fresh Tropical. That is a game you don't want to miss first up. Also, we'll see Albano. We'll see Janja Brescia as well. 4 really good teams. Join us for day 4. I'll be here. Danny will have the day off, but he'll be back on Friday, don't worry. Starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Let's roll the videotape. And this had more twists and turns than a length of old rope, Danny. And Cricket Stars, they snuck in with a ball to spare.
It was an amazing game, and it was a weird one because there was hardly anything off the bat in the first few overs. There were 2 lots of 5 wides, and then 1 wicket went down. I think this was the chase.
He's still breathing quite heavily after that chase, Imran Naveed. No, but seriously, you actually think about the extras and how much they affected things in the end, because it went right down to the wire. And look, there were 16 extras, but it was the manner of them, wasn't it? We had the no ball and 4 byes. We had the 5 wides as well. That was a great catch by Imad Khan. I mean, he fielded very well, as usual. But, I mean, yeah, tactically, it was interesting that they went back to pace at the end. And I think that Kalab Sajjad's bowled too well to not get a second over. And look, I know they've got a lot of options and maybe didn't want to bowl spin at the end, but he's bowled so well today. Well, maybe they would have gotten away with it. But, yeah, this is a little edge from Kamal, who was sent up as a kind of pinch-hitting option. Atiqur Rahman, well, he did pound that huge 6 he saw earlier, but eventually he lost his stumps, not for the first time today. And then it was a kind of rescue job once again, because Ramzan found himself in the thick of the action, didn't he? And he had a kind of cavalcade of partners. There were a couple of chances that slipped, and this is just a genuine regulation catch, really. And Ramzan survived that. He ended up taking them all the way to the finish. Not all the way, but close. As Mehmet Javed chopped on. But, yeah, then this was the effort from Riaz Madassa that resulted in a bit of chaos, and then it turned into a long 3.5. I thought it was going to be a 6. They sent it back wow, super interesting. I mean, even the one short, it had everything actually that last over. Brilliant Yorker, that one. But then Ramzan turned it on. He got super inventive, didn't he? He wasn't afraid to ramp. It would be his undoing, but it was a pretty good trade-off. But then I like the way he followed up. He wasn't afraid to go offside as well. He's got all the shots in the book and some that are right up the back as well. That was a nice one as well. That wasn't a Yorker or a full toss to ramp, so to take that off a length. But this was a really important 4 runs as well, wasn't it? As Shiraz Afzal was able to hit that and then sacrificed himself. This was important, I thought, because it got Ramzan back on strike. Imad not confident he could get it to the keeper, so he was able to run out Shiraz Afzal at the bowler's end. But then, yeah, this was a tight one, but a good call because it looked like he might have been outside the line. The replay showed it did strike him in line. So Ali Raza Islam, that was fine. And then this was a free hit. And it's not often you have like a rugby league style strip statistic, but Ali Raza Islam, hey, by the way, that doesn't count because it's a free hit. But then with 4 to tie, 6 to win, it was straight through the hands of the fielder, and the replay showed it was just over the rope. And so cricket stars, you know, you end up feeling as good as your last game. And all of those painful memories of the golden ball loss and the huge collapse that resulted in that earlier, that's ancient history now. They'll go away feeling good. Precious CC, they'll be disappointed to lose that last game, but they can be very proud of their efforts. 2 wins out of 3 on day 1 on this series. Danny just keeps on giving in Milan.
So here's the scorecard. Atik, the 20 of 17. And then Hakamal with a nice little contribution. Nazir Ramzan again, 23 of 13. But they all contributed. And that final ball 6 from Jabra Afzal. Amazing. And
it wasn't a free hit either, right? Because there was the no ball +1 by.
Nope.
And then the next one was the one where he nicked behind. But that was the free hit. So if that had been caught, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, it's still possible. If it had been caught, it would have been 4 to tie last ball or 6 to win. Looking at the bowling, well, Riaz Madassa, 4 for 13, stole the figures and looked like he'd won the game for his team, but fate had other ideas. Also wickets for Ali Raza Islam, 1 for 22. Sajjad, 1 for 11, never gets the second over. Neither does Javed Mohammed, who bowled 1 over for only 2. But I can understand, look, maybe the ball conditions changed, but it's never easy being a captain. But in the end, what a game, cricket stars. Well, they certainly have got their money's worth today, haven't they? I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. Hopefully you enjoyed today as much as we did. Danny, great job over the first 3 days as well. I know you're going to step aside tomorrow, and I hope you enjoy some of the town. Do you have any plans for your day off here in Milan?
I hope to get into the centre. It was COVID last time I was here, so I couldn't really see much of it. So I'm looking to get into the centre of Milan to have a bit of a pizza and a coffee.
It is wonderful, actually. I'm already excited, actually, to get into the city at some point. But yeah, I'll be here to take you through the action tomorrow. That should be a really good one. I'm sure you'll keep an eye on it from time to time. You'll probably be lurking, but yeah, it'll be really good to see. Well, 3 teams that made the Super Series last year, plus Jandra Brescia, who are former ECL representatives. Yeah. So you couldn't really hope for 4 better teams to put on a show here on day 4. Just a reminder before we go that we have our social media at European Cricket, where there's lots of action and lots of content, including those last over thrillers today. We'll kind of snap those last overs so you can relive those moments. You can go to our YouTube channel as well. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Don't forget to like this video if you are watching on YouTube. And we're heading slowly but surely towards 350,000 subscribers. Just finally, our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's the place you can go to get all the stats, fixtures, and all the kind of information about European Cricket Network cricket, including some of the upcoming series, including the Gibraltar T20 Internationals, the ECI here, and of course, the ECS in Austria coming up. Danny, once again, big thank you to you. You're doing a great job. I know they're long days out here, but the kind of cricket we've been treated to and the kind of close finishes we've been treated to, I think we've really gotten a lot of fun out of it as well. For now, from everyone here on the ground here, and big thank you to Spring Productions as well. They put together some of the best bits of the day. We'll leave you with that, and I'll see you tomorrow right here in Milan for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana. Good night, everybody.
See you guys.
With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying. The fielder makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Bowls getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.